Chapter 674. Buzz. A large number of mosquitoes surrounded the mosquito Dauren. At this moment, the mosquito Dauren stared at Gu Hai as if he was facing a great enemy. Ao Shun became alert. Yi Hua and Yen Hua's expressions also changed. The chameleon demon was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Mosquito Dauren, you are a senior. My cultivation is not as good as yours. Why are you so nervous? Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai smiled warmly. However, his palms were clammy with cold sweat. Gu Hai, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. I know that I am not as good as you, but I am not afraid of you. You found out today, but we will meet again in the future. Mosquito Dauren snorted and was about to leave. Wait! Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Huh! Mosquito Dauren looked at Gu Hai cautiously. Mr. Mosquito Dauren, you have put in a lot of effort to deal with me. However, Mr. Mosquito Dauren, have you realized that there is no enmity between us? Why do we have to fight to the death? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Mosquito Dauren narrowed his eyes. There is no enmity between us, but are you willing to hand over Changming to me? Let's put it this way. You can't find Changming. What if, even if, I am dead? Changming is still hiding from you. What can you do? Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Dauren suddenly froze. He had always thought that Gu Hai was blocking him. Now that Gu Hai said that, if not for Gu Hai, he would not have gained any benefit. There is no enmity between us, so why should we fight? You don't want to be my enemy, and I don't want to make an enemy. Can't we talk? Gu Hai said solemnly. Mosquito Dauren's eyelids twitched. He was silent for a while. Talk? What is there to talk about? There is nothing to talk about. Mosquito Dauren said in a low voice. There is a solution to everything, isn't there? What do you want? Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can help you and form a good relationship with you. Who knows? Gu Hai smiled. Good relationship? I don't need good karma. Mosquito Taoist glared at him. Mr. Mosquito Dauren, I know you are capable. In Wansho Taoism, you have eaten the disciple of the Tongtian sect master, and the third-grade golden lotus in the Holy Land. You have great achievements. You are famous. Are you really that you have no desires? Of you? Aren't you also being chased by the two Holy Lands? Long Zhanghua, the most powerful person in the world, still has a favor to ask of Jiang Lianshan. Don't you have any desires? If you don't have any, why are you hiding from me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. What are you trying to say? Mosquito Dauren glared at Gu Hai. Resolve the knot between you and me. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Resolve the knot between you and me? If you give me Changming, the knot between us will be resolved. Are you willing? Mosquito Dauren sneered. Gu Hai shook his head. Changming is my subordinate. I will not make things difficult for him. However, if you want to resolve the problem, you should at least let me know where the problem is. Changming is not qualified to offend you, right? You have not appeared for 1,000 years. Changming is not even 1,000 years old? Mosquito Dauren stared at Gu Hai for a while. Changming took my things. Oh? That's all? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Do you know what? That's all? Mosquito Dauren said in disdain. No matter what it is, as long as it is an item, it has a price. If there is a price, there is room for negotiation, right? Gu Hai smiled. Room for negotiation? Mosquito Dauren frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Yes, there is room for negotiation. Not only do I want to resolve the knot between you and me, but I also want to resolve the knot between you and Changming. After all, he is my subordinate, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mosquito Dauren stared at Gu Hai for a while and said in a low voice, There is a price? Some things are priceless. That depends on who it is. If you don't tell me, how would I know if it is priceless? Gu Hai shook his head. Mosquito Dauren was silent for a while and said, Do you think the Chaos Element bead has a price? Are you willing to let Changming give it to me? Is he willing to give it to me? Chaos Element Bead? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The 16th of the 16 great treasures of history, the Chaos Element Bead? Ao Shun stared. Yes, the Chaos Element Bead is in Changming's hands. You don't know, right? Ha 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 ha, now, you want the Chaos Element Bead more than I do, right? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in disdain. Gu Hai smiled and shook his head. Chaos Element Bead? Do you think I will fall out with Changming for the Chaos Element Bead? Mosquito Daoran raised his eyebrows and then mocked. Humph, why are you pretending in front of me? Everyone in the world wants one of the 16 great treasures of history. You are not moved at all? Do you think I will believe you? Ha, don't impose on others what you don't want done to you. How do you know what I am thinking? Gu Hai sneered. Humph, even if you quibble, I won't believe you. Mosquito Daoran sneered. Let's put it this way. I want to ask Mosquito Daoran why I want the Chaos Element Bead. Can you tell me? Or rather, what do I want the Chaos Element Bead for? Gu Hai said with a smile. The Chaos Element Bead is one of the 16 great treasures of history. Who wouldn't be envious of it? With the Chaos Element Bead, one can protect oneself and defend against enemies in the world. One can roam freely in the world. Don't you want it? Mosquito Daoran sneered. What you say makes sense. However, why do I have to hold on to it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Such a good treasure. Instead of holding on to it, you want to push it away? The Chaos Element Bead is in my hands. I only have one Chaos Element Bead. However, the Chaos Element Bead is in Changming's hands. Changming is my subject, so wouldn't the Chaos Element Bead be used by me as well? In fact, I can even let the Chaos Element Bead leave me to do other things. Defend against enemies in the world? I have Changming. He will naturally help me do that. Protect myself? Changming will naturally protect me. Why do I still need to hold the Chaos Element Bead in my hands? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran was rendered speechless for a moment. Gu Hai actually spoke of the treasure that he desperately wanted so casually. However, it made so much sense that he actually did not know how to refute it. What if Changming does not listen to you? Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. You refine the treasure, and I refine the country. As long as the country exists, Changming will not leave. You are alone, so you can only run when facing Wanshou Taoism. You can only run when facing the Ling Mountain Holy Land. If the Deqian Celestial Empire pursues you with all its might, you can only run, right? However, it is different for me. I have a nation and many officials. I will only grow stronger and stronger. All the outstanding talents in the world will be at my disposal. My strength will easily multiply. On the other hand, you can only slowly improve yourself. Isn't that so? Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Daoran's expression darkened. To those who cultivate and establish a country, external objects are insignificant. Just like Long Zhangguo's heaven-splitting axe, he has lent it out several times. Do you dare to lend out your treasure often? In Long Zhangguo's eyes, even heaven-splitting axe is nothing. What is your 16th Dharma treasure? To us who establish a country, the Chaos Element Bead is really nothing. Only you take it too seriously, Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Mosquito Daoran felt uncomfortable for a moment. Was he mocking him? Then I want the Chaos Element Bead. Are you willing to give it to me? Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. If you promise me one thing, I will immediately ask Changming to give it to you. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Really? What? Mosquito Daoran said in disbelief. Like I said earlier, the Chaos Element Bead is not in my hands, but it is in my group of forces. That is enough. If you join my Han dynasty, I will give you the Chaos Element Bead. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What a joke. You really dare to ask me to submit? Humph. Furthermore, would Chang Ming agree to it? You don't want one of the 16 great Dharma treasures? Mosquito Daoran said with a glare. Of course, Chang Ming won't agree. Gu Hai shook his head. Then what do you say? Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. The Chaos Element bead is not irreplaceable, Gu Hai said indifferently. The Chaos Element bead is only the 16th. There are 15 treasures that are stronger than it. I will take Chang Ming's Chaos Element bead and give him a better one. Won't that be enough? I think Chang Ming will be willing, Gu Hai said. Mosquito Daoran. Easy for you to say. Do you think it is so easy to get the 16 great Dharma treasures? Mosquito Daoran said with a glare. Is it very difficult? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran. Let me give you an example. If I help Long Zhangua get 2 Samsara mystic realms, I can use either one to ask Long Zhangua to help me snatch 10 direction annihilation from Tai Chu. Do you think Long Zhangua can do it? As for me, all I have to do is move my lips. Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Daoran. It was indeed too easy. But why did it feel so strange? There are many things that you think are difficult, but they are actually very easy to solve. Mosquito Daoran, what do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, it seemed easy. But was it really that easy? Mosquito Daoran felt that his brain was not enough. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, join the Han Dynasty, and I will give you the Chaos Element bead. How about it? It may take some time, but it is not difficult. It is very easy to solve. Why do you have to fight? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran was depressed. At the same time, he felt that his self-esteem had been slapped to the ground by Gu Hai. Damn it, was everything I knew wrong? Humph, this Taoist has never submitted to anyone. You want me to join the Han Dynasty? Dream on. Mosquito Daoran said with a ferocious expression. Since he could not get the Chaos Element bead now, he would think of another way in the future. He was not willing to submit to anyone. With a hint of anger, Mosquito Daoran prepared to leave, slowly dispelling the depression in his heart. If you don't want to join the Han Dynasty, then don't join the Han Dynasty. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, there is no need to be so angry. Besides, if you want the Chaos Element bead, it is not like there is no other way, Gu Hai said indifferently. Huh? What did you say? Mosquito Daoran glared at Gu Hai. How about this? How about I make a deal with you? I can't give you the Chaos Element bead for free. There needs to be an exchange. Gu Hai said indifferently. A deal? What deal? I already said that I will not submit to you. Mosquito Daoran said coldly. However, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Of course there is no need. You are you, and I am me. After the deal, we will not owe each other anything. However, is there a need for you to act like you are facing a great enemy? Let's discuss this properly. Even if the deal is not done, we can still be friends, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran looked strangely at Gu Hai. Then, he reached out and withdrew his hand. The surrounding mosquitoes immediately disappeared. Speak. Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. I can give you the Chaos Element bead, but you have to promise me 3 things. Furthermore, you have to help me find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures and give it to Chang Ming in exchange. How about that? Gu Hai said with a smile. Help you find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures? Do you think that it is easy to find? Mosquito Daoran glared. Gu Hai smiled at Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran glared and slowly relaxed. In the end, it turned into depression. Exchange. Naturally, there had to be something. It was impossible to gain something without risking anything. At this point, Gu Hai really seemed to be helping him mediate. Humph. What if you can't find it? Mosquito Daoran asked sullenly. If I really can't find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures in 56 years, I will make the decision to give you the Chaos Element bead directly. Gu Hai said sullenly. 56 years? Mosquito Daoran was slightly stunned. 56 years was not a long time for Mosquito Daoran. However, for Gu Hai, the immortal of the Six Paths would fully revive in 56 years. If he did not die, he would not live either. It did not matter. 56 years. However, what are those three things about? You want me to die and I agree? Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. Three things that are within your ability. They will not restrict your freedom and respect your integrity. How about that? Gu Hai said sullenly. Within my ability? Not restrict my freedom? Respect my integrity? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai. That's right. It's something that I don't want to do. It's something that you can easily do. It's not something that you dislike. You won't reject the three things, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran had a strange expression. After thinking about it, it did not seem to be a problem. All right, I can agree to this. However, how can I guarantee that what you say is true? Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. As the ruler of a country, I do not go back on my words. Have you ever seen me go back on my words? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran still did not believe him. I'll issue an imperial edict and announce it to the world. How about it? If I go back on my words, the fate of the country will be unstable. The loss outweighs the gain. Gu Hai said sullenly. Mosquito Daoran remained silent for a while before finally nodding. All right. All right? If that's the case, Mr. Mosquito Daoran, there's no need for us to be at each other's throats, right? Why don't we have a drink on my deck? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai with uncertainty in his eyes. However, in the end, Mosquito Daoran still landed on Gu Hai's deck. The chameleon demon, Ao Shun, Yi Hua, and Yen Hua at the side widened their eyes. This Gu Hai was too strange, wasn't he? He was at loggerheads with Mosquito Daoran just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had subdued him with just his words? No, he had been persuaded? Ao Shun, let the chameleon demon bring us to Schwanen. I'll have a few drinks with Mr. Mosquito Daoran, Gu Hai said with a smile. Ao Shun looked at Mosquito Daoran with a strange expression and nodded. Oh all right. Chapter 675. Infinite Celestial Capital. The surrounding mountains and rivers were in a complete mess. The ground was in ruins and the sky was filled with sand. You're courting death. A loud roar resounded. Boom! With a loud bang, all of the sand and rocks were instantly compressed by a powerful force and slammed into the ground. With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and countless trenches appeared. Long Zhangua, am I in your way again? Poof! Ancestor Jiang Hoqing gloomily roared. There was a large hole under the ground. Hoqing came to cause trouble for Gu Hai and caused havoc in the infinite celestial capital. Long Wanqing and the unborn man did their best to protect him. However, Hoqing was too strong. Long Wanqing couldn't fully control her power and was almost injured by him. Long Wanyu had the ability to predict and helped Long Wanqing block a palm strike. Long Wanyu was injured and Long Wanqing crazily blocked Hoqing. Before Hoqing could recover from Long Wanqing's power, another person appeared in the flying sand. Hoqing didn't want to see it all. Long Zhangua. Long Wanyu was injured and Long Zhangua quickly rushed over and slapped Hoqing to the ground. He vomited blood and couldn't move. Wanyu, are you okay? Don't scare me. Long Wanqing cried and hugged Long Wanyu. Sister, cough, sister, don't cry, something happened to Demon Spectre, cough, pft. Long Wanyu vomited blood. The unborn man came to grab Long Wanyu and was also very anxious at this moment. Move aside. Long Zhangua coldly shouted and pushed the crowd away. Long Wanyu was covered in blood and seemed to be shattering. Her face was full of cracks and black and yellow energy came out of her head as if she would collapse at any moment. Old man, cough, it seems that I can't help you predict the future. Long Wanyu's eyes were blurred. His Holiness, save Wanyu, I beg you to save Wanyu. Long Wanqing cried. Who? Long Zhanghua grabbed the black and yellow energy above Long Wanyu's head and squeezed it into a ball. Cough, 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 I can't take it anymore. Quick, Wanyu's third soul seems to have been corroded by Hoqing's corpse poison. It's shattered. Quick, save Wanyu, said the Xian Huangqi weakly. Demon ghost spirit, you possessed Wanyu with ill intentions. When you were forced out by Hoqing, I originally wanted to kill you. However, seeing that you blocked most of the power for Wanyu at the last moment, I will spare your life. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Although I want to fuse with her, I watched Wanyu grow up. Cough, cough. The demon ghost said weakly. Humph, you watched her grow up? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't exist. Long Zhanghua said coldly. What do you mean I don't exist? I'm the demon ghost spirit. When I was alive, I was. The demon ghost was unconvinced. When you were alive? 800,000 years ago? Even then, who were you? Wanyu was injured. Her third soul was damaged. Only one person can save her. You know Hutu, right? I'll spare your life. Go to Hutu and wait for her orders. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Ah? Goddess Hutu of the netherworld? She'll kill me. No, I don't want. The demon ghost screamed. That's not up to you. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Long Zhan stretched out his hand and a red light appeared. The red light seemed to form a giant egg that solidified and wrapped around Long Wanyu, who was slowly fainting. Old man, I'm sorry. Long Wanyu said in a daze. You don't have to apologize to me. You didn't do anything wrong. Long Zhanghua said benevolently. I couldn't help you predict the future. Long Wanyu said in a daze. Ha ha ha, you can predict the future. The future can be changed. What does it matter if you predict it or not? Whether you predicted it or not, I'll fight the immortal of 6 paths, don't worry. It'll be fine. Long Zhanghua said benevolently. Long Wanqing looked at Long Zhanghua blankly. Long Zhanghua had been very lenient with Long Wanyu because of her prophecy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated his 2 granddaughters so differently. Then why? Long Wanyu said weakly. You'll know in the future. Take care of yourself. Goddess Hutu will save you. Long Zhanghua sighed. Long Wanyu nodded in a daze. Sister, don't cry. I wanted to wait for brother-in-law to come back with you. Now I can't wait. I can't wait. Long Wanyu closed her eyes with regret. Buzz! Long Zhanghua used the red light in his hand to seal Long Wanyu completely. Wanyu! Long Wanqing cried in grief. Why are you crying? You're not dead yet. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. His Holiness, can we just find Goddess Hutu? I'll go look for it, I'll go look for it. Long Wanqing cried. I'll go. Even if I have to kneel in front of Goddess Hutu, I'll beg her. Unborn Man said in grief. Kneel? There's no need. You can just take this ghost spirit and look for her. By the way, where is Goddess Hutu? Let Hoqing take you there. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Okay. Long Wanqing immediately clenched her fist. Goddess Hutu, will she help us? Unborn Man looked at Long Zhanghua. Yes. When she sees Wanyu, she will definitely save her. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Why? Unborn Man asked in confusion. There's no why. Don't ask why. You just need to know that I'm right. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Okay. We'll leave right away. Unborn Man shouted. I'm not going. The ghost spirit shouted. That's not up to you. However, don't worry. Since you saved Wanyu this time, Goddess Hutu won't take your life. Long Zhanghua said. Then, he squeezed the ghost spirit into a yellow ball and handed it to Unborn Man. Long Zhanghua stood up and turned his head to look at Hoqing, who was in the pit in the distance. Although Hoqing was severely injured, he struggled to climb out of the pit and tried to escape. Walala! Long Zhanghua waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of chains rushed out and pierced through Hoqing's body, locking all his bones. Cough, cough, cough. Long Zhanghua, why do you always go against me? Ho Qing roared as he vomited blood. Long Zhanghua looked coldly at Ho Qing. Humph. Ho Qing? Do you know? Even if Goddess Huda knows about your crimes today, she won't protect you. I don't even need to do anything. Huda can kill you. You. Ho Qing glared at Long Zhanghua. Take them to Hutu. If you save Long Wanyu, I will spare your life. If you don't even think about living. Even if you become an undying zombie, I can still destroy your soul. Do you believe me? Long Zhanghua said with a cold expression. You. Ho Qing showed a trace of fear. Walala. The chains were pulled. Ho Qing immediately cried out in pain. This is for you too, Ho Qing. Long Zhanghua handed one end of the chain to the unborn man. Slap. The unborn man slapped Ho Qing's face. How dare you? Ho Qing glared. The unborn man pulled on the chain. Ah. Ho Qing was in extreme pain. Wan Qing, you stay in the limitless celestial capital. I'm going to the netherworld now. Unborn man said. No, I want to go too. Long Wan Qing said resolutely. But you're the empress of the Han dynasty now. You promised Gu Hai to stay in the limitless celestial capital. Unborn man said anxiously. No, let me go. There can't be any more accidents. I have to go. I'll leave a message for Gu Hai, Long Wanqing said anxiously. Unborn man looked at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Don't worry about the limitless celestial capital. I'll leave a mark and no one will dare to cause trouble. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! The phantom of an axe suddenly appeared in the sky. If there's an attacker, trigger the axe's light. It'll be powerful enough to deter all evildoers. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Yes, thank you for His Holiness. Long Wanqing said gratefully. Thank me? No need. If I didn't ask Gu Hai to help me go to Shenong City, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Speaking of which, I should be the one who owes him, Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Alright, I'm leaving. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. As he spoke, he stepped on the ground. Whoosh! Long Zhanghua disappeared into the horizon in an instant. At this moment, the officials of the Dahan dynasty gathered around. Mother, how's Princess Wanyu? Guqin asked worriedly. There's no time to wait for Gu Hai to come back. We'll go to the netherworld first and find Goddess Hutu to save Wanyu. You're in charge of informing him so he doesn't have to worry. Since Dai Qianxing said that Goddess Hutu would definitely help, it's definitely true. Long Wanqing said. Yes. Guqin nodded. Whoosh! The unborn man pulled at the void. A crack appeared in the void. Let's go. Unborn man said. Long Wanqing nodded and led Long Wanyu, Ho Qing, and Yao Guiling into the netherworld with unborn man, Buzz. Everyone disappeared from the limitless celestial capital. Outside the limitless celestial capital, there was a vast expanse of ruins and a giant axe phantom in the void. The previous battle was too intense. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital were all shocked. They couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Fortunately, Guqin was there to supervise the situation. Soon, all the officials were in their positions. In the palace, in a large hall. Your Highness, we've already used the Guqin figurines to spread the news. As long as the Emperor takes out the Guqin figurines, he'll know what we've done here, an official said respectfully in a low voice. Keep spreading the news, don't stop. Wait for the Emperor's response. Guqin instructed. Yes, the official answered. Guqin looked to the north and muttered to himself, Your Majesty, Long Zhanghua left in a hurry just now. It seems like something big is going to happen? In the sky of Dongfang of the Divine Continent. Gu Hai's flying boat. On the deck of the flying boat, Gu Hai and Mosquito Daoran were drinking. The previous hostility was no longer there. Ever since the deal with Gu Hai, Mosquito Dauren suddenly felt that Gu Hai had become much more amiable. He felt that Gu Hai was stronger than him, but he was still so kind to him. He immediately felt grateful that Gu Hai was a good person. While drinking, Mosquito Dauren kept describing his past achievements to Gu Hai. He talked about how he faced the Tongtian sect master, and how he faced the current Buddha. How awesome he was. Gu Hai just listened to him with a smile. Mosquito Dauren was very carefree. The two of them were talking happily, but Ao Shun, Yi Hua, and Yen Hua were looking at them with strange gazes. The flying boat continued to fly. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind swept over. In the storm was a man with a yellow-skinned gourd on his back. The man's eyes were fierce and cold. He came close in an instant and stopped in front of the flying boat. The strong wind caused the flying boat to shake. "Who is it?" Ao Shun's expression changed and stood in front of him. "Prince Luya." Yen Hua stared. "Prince Luya? Save me, Crown Prince Luya!" Yi Hua suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 676. Luya? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He stood up. Who was Luya? He was the sixth son of the East Emperor and the most powerful crown prince. He was famous for his immortal flying dagger. He never missed. When the dagger was drawn, heads fell to the ground. Even in the Solar Divine Palace, he was a legendary elite. Yi Hua and Yen Hua seemed to have seen their savior and were crying for help. However, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They were obviously afraid of Luya. Luya suddenly appeared. Ao Shun's expression changed and he stood in front of Gu Hai. However, Ao Shun's eyes were also uncertain. This was because Ao Shun knew how powerful Luya was. Luya glanced at the flying boat and ignored Yi Hua and Yen Hua's cries for help. His gaze moved through the crowd and he immediately saw Gu Hai. "Gu Hai? It was easy to find me," Luya said coldly. "Looking for you? You have enemies all over the world." Mosquito Dauren looked at Gu Hai with a trace of surprise. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and turned to look at Luya. "Crown Prince Luya, why are you looking for me?" Gu Hai looked at Luya cautiously. "Come with me," Luya said calmly. "Oh? Why?" Gu Hai said in a low voice. Luya smiled coldly. "There is no why. Come with me now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." Luya was too proud to talk too much to Gu Hai. He just looked at Gu Hai coldly and there was an order in his tone. "Oh? You want to take me away, not kill me?" Gu Hai's tone slowly turned cold. "That's right. I have been chasing you for a long time, since the Solar Divine Palace. Don't think you can get away," Luya said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Are you that confident? Do you want me to kill all of your people first to prove it?" Luya said with a cold gaze. Ao Shun's expression turned ugly as he whispered to Gu Hai, "Hall Master, Luya's strength is hard to fathom. Although he's the sixth prince, he's the head of the East Imperial Continent's 10 great princes. Back then, I chased after a demon king for 10 days and 10 nights. He escaped to where Luya was and angered Luya. He was beheaded by Luya's immortal slaying flying knife." However, Gu Hai's expression sank. Ao Shun's meaning was obvious. In the past, there was a demon king whose strength was about the same as Ao Shun's, but he was not a match for Luya. Luya was extremely strong. "Mr. Mosquito Dauren, can you cut off Luya's head?" Gu Hai suddenly looked at Mosquito Dauren with a smile. Luya suddenly raised his eyebrows. When Ao Shun was describing himself, Luya had a cold and arrogant expression. This was strength, this was his pride. It was good that Ao Shun mentioned it. It allowed Gu Hai to be tactful early on. However, the next moment, Gu Hai actually asked the person beside him if he could cut off his head. He was courting death. Luya narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Mosquito Dauren. Mosquito Dauren immediately spat out the alcohol in his mouth. "Gu Hai, you are not being honest. He came to find trouble with you, but you brought it to me?" Mosquito Dauren said unhappily. You are Mosquito Daoran? Why are you with Gu Hai? Luya narrowed his eyes. I am just asking you. With your strength as Mosquito Daoran, is it easy to cut off Luya's head? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Doran's expression turned ugly. Don't cause trouble for me. This little golden crow is difficult to deal with, but his father is a freak. I don't want to cause trouble for Tai. That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Clearly, he had gotten the answer he wanted. Luya stared at Mosquito Daoran. Clearly, he had heard of Mosquito Doran's notoriety. Humph! He snorted. Although Luya knew of Mosquito Doran's notoriety, he was not afraid. Gu Hai, have you thought it through? Do you want me to start with Ao Shun? Luya said coldly. Ao Shun's expression changed. Crown Prince Luya, is there a misunderstanding between us? Why do you want to take me away? Gu Hai said solemnly. You don't need to know. You will understand when the time comes. Luya said coldly. Oh? It seems that this is a secret. In that case, I will not ask. I am just curious. How did you find me? Gu Hai said solemnly. Luya looked at Gu Hai and smiled coldly. He did not answer. Mosquito Daoran said indifferently, Gu Hai, did you leave something in Luya's hands? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran in confusion. In this world, there are many kinds of demonic arts that can track you based on your hair, blood, skin, and even the aura you left behind. Any Fey king that can track has such abilities. Sun God Palace is a place where thousands of Fey gather. He is the crown prince. It is not difficult for him to have such demonic arts. I can find you based on the smell of your blood. Mosquito Daoran explained. Smell of blood? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran in surprise. Yes. Everyone's blood has a different smell. As long as you pass by, the smell of your blood will remain. I can find you easily unless you are too far away from me. Mosquito Daoran explained. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran in surprise. Is there a way to hide your tracks? Gu Hai asked curiously. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. You are already so powerful. Why do you need to hide? However, since Gu Hai asked, Mosquito Daoran did not hide anything. I have a concealment bead. It can hide your aura within 1 zhang of you. As long as you have it on you, no tracking demonic arts can find you. Humph! Luya snorted coldly. Gu Hai looked at the concealment bead in Mosquito Daoran's hand and asked curiously, Is this rare? Not really. It doesn't have much power. This is something that grew on a type of invisible demon. However, this type of invisible demon is gone now. There are not many concealment beads left in the world. Let me lend it to you. Mosquito Daoran handed over the blue bead. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Gu Hai reached out and received it. 1. Immediately, Gu Hai felt a strange aura on the surface of his body. A layer of blue light enveloped 1 zhang of Gu Hai's body. It is indeed mysterious. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Return it to me after you see it. Mosquito Daoran reached out and asked. No matter what kind of treasure it was, Mosquito Daoran would not selflessly give it to others. Gu Hai swung his right hand and put it into his sleeve. Ka! Suddenly, a shattering sound came from Gu Hai's sleeve. The 1 zhang of blue light on the surface of his body disappeared. Gu Hai, why did you break my concealment bead? Mosquito Daoran said angrily. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, you misunderstood. I didn't. Gu Hai said with a smile. His right hand trembled slightly. Gu Hai extended his hand from his sleeve. Immediately, the 1 zhang of blue light that disappeared enveloped Gu Hai's body again. Gu Hai returned the concealment bead. Mosquito Daoran snatched it and looked at it carefully. Fortunately, nothing happened. Just now. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai suddenly looked at Luya, who was opposite him. Crown Prince Luya, I asked you what's the matter, but you didn't say anything. Let's forget about it. Leave, I won't go with you. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Lu Ye narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Today, it's not up to you. Gu Hai looked at Lu Ye cautiously. Baby, please turn around. Lu Ye shouted coldly. Mosquito Dauren narrowed his eyes and dodged. Although he was not afraid of Lu Ye, he did not want to be involved in the battle between Gu Hai and Lu Ye. Shing! The huge yellow gourd on Lu Ye's back opened and an array of white light shot out. When the white light appeared, it lit up the entire heaven and earth. It slashed towards Ao Shun. Great! Yi Hua shouted in surprise. Immortal slaying flying saber! Ao Shun's expression changed. A long sword appeared in his hand and he slashed forward. However, the immortal slaying flying saber was too powerful. Ao Shun's long sword was cut in half in an instant. Moreover, it did not slow down and slashed towards Ao Shun's neck. Vine, come! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a vine pulled Ao Shun to Gu Hai's side. A green gourd appeared on Gu Hai's back. Hundreds of millions of vines came out of the gourd and wrapped around the immortal slaying flying saber. Rumble! The void was wrapped by hundreds of millions of vines. The immortal slaying flying saber in the middle suddenly stopped. Vine World Gourd? Lu Ye sneered. Indeed, it's the Vine World Gourd that grew on the same vine as the immortal slaying gourd. However, it seems like Gu Hai's Vine World Gourd can't be fully activated. These vines seem. Mosquito Dauren was surprised. It's not that it can't be fully activated. So what if it can be fully activated? The immortal slaying gourd is a golden gourd, while the Vine World Gourd is a wooden gourd. Gold restrains wood. Treasure break! Lu Ye shouted coldly. Boom! The hundreds of millions of Vine World Gourds were cut in half almost instantly. The immortal slaying flying saber shot towards Gu Hai at a faster speed than before. The immortal slaying flying saber never misses. If I don't see the head, I won't turn back. Slash. Lu Ye stared. Boom. The flying saber instantly arrived in front of Gu Hai. Hall leader, be careful! Ao Shun shouted. The flying saber was shot towards Ao Shun. However, Gu Hai suddenly went forward. Lu Ye narrowed his eyes. However, he saw Gu Hai reach out his hand. Whoosh! A red gourd suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. He opened the mouth of the gourd and immediately aimed it at the immortal slaying gourd. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber was immediately sucked into the red gourd. Rolling red flames emerged from the mouth of the red gourd and instantly pressed towards Lu Ye. What is this? It trapped the immortal slaying flying saber? Mosquito Dauren said in surprise. 8 trigrams furnace, true fire gourd? Lu Ye narrowed his eyes. You're right. Gold restrains wood. The Vine World Gourd is restrained by your immortal slaying gourd. However, I still have the true fire gourd. The Samadhi true fire is used to forge the flying saber. Fire restrains metal. Wait for my true fire to refine your flying saber, Gu Hai said coldly. 8 trigrams furnace? Isn't it in Wansho Taoism? Why? Mosquito Dauren's eyes flashed with greed. Boom! Lu Ye reached out and pushed away the Samadhi true fire that was charging towards him. Fire restrains metal? You're thinking too much. My immortal slaying flying saber is no longer metal. I use the sun true fire to temper it every day. Why would I be afraid of your Samadhi true fire? Since you're courting death, I'll bring your head back. Lu Ye glared. Gu Hai's expression darkened, but he felt the true fire gourd in his hand tremble. The immortal slaying flying saber has never missed. If I don't see your head, I won't turn back. Slash. Lu Ye's eyes turned cold. Boom. With a loud sound, the true fire gourd in Gu Hai's hand was torn open from the bottom. The immortal slaying flying saber instantly flew out and shot towards Gu Hai's face. Swoosh. It was as if it was about to cut off Gu Hai's head. Chapter 677. Swoosh. The immortal slaying flying saber broke through the Vine World Gourd and the true fire gourd. It was unstoppable as it slashed towards Gu Hai's head. Without seeing the head, it did not turn back, as though it wanted to take off Gu Hai's head in an instant. "Hall Master!" Ao Shun exclaimed. Mosquito Daoran did not care. Gu Hai was so powerful, how could he not deal with the immortal-slaying flying saber? Yi Hua and Yen Hua's eyes flashed with anticipation. Xing! As expected, when the immortal-slaying flying saber shot over, Gu Hai suddenly spat out a ray of white light. The white light instantly pierced heaven and earth, and a sharp metal elemental saber beam was emitted. The aura of the immortal-slaying gourd? Mosquito Daoran's eyes widened. Opposite him, Luya also stared at the white light that Gu Hai spat out in surprise. Because this white light was the same as the one emitted by his immortal-slaying flying saber? Boom! Gu Hai spat out something that suddenly collided with the immortal-slaying flying saber. No! Mosquito Daoran exhaled. Gu Hai only had so many treasures? True Fire Gourd, Vine World Gourd, it would be strange if another immortal-slaying gourd appeared. The vine of the immortal-slaying gourd? Luya narrowed his eyes. The golden vine blocked the immortal-slaying flying saber, causing it to pause. Humph, so what if it's a vine? The immortal-slaying flying saber has never missed. Without seeing the head, it will not turn back. Break! Luya shouted. Boom! The immortal-slaying flying saber instantly knocked away the golden vine and slashed towards Gu Hai with unstoppable force. Suppress! Gu Hai's eyes widened. Gu Hai's heaven-suppressing divine seal flew out from between his eyebrows. This was the first time he had been forced into such a sorry state. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine seal appeared, a huge suppressive aura was released. On the heaven-suppressing divine seal, 4 words in blood, "By the mandate of heaven, live forever," seemed to instantly carry a heavenly might that pressed on the immortal-slaying flying saber. Hong! With a loud bang, the immortal-slaying flying saber and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal collided, instantly creating a powerful wind storm. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was instantly knocked back into the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, and the immortal-slaying flying saber also instantly shot back to Luya. Pa! Luya reached out and grabbed the immortal-slaying flying saber that was flying back. Turning back? It was actually knocked back. What kind of treasure is that? Luya glared. He saw that there seemed to be a seal on the flying knife. The words were written in blood. Receive the mandate of heaven, live forever and prosper. Luya glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. He was almost beheaded by the immortal-slaying flying saber. Mosquito Daoran, on the other hand, had a natural expression on his face. Ao Shun was also covered in cold sweat. Just now, when the immortal-slaying flying saber flew over, Ao Shun actually felt helpless. He was the dignified dragon prince. He was an expert of heavenly palace. How could he be helpless in front of Luya? Ao Shun looked at Luya in shock. Gu Hai also looked at Luya with his eyelids twitching. Immortal-slaying flying saber, that's all there is to it. Gu Hai also said that to maintain his image. Just now, how was that all there was to it? It almost took his life. Gu Hai looked at Luya with a gloomy expression. Luya asked Gu Hai, but he didn't get an answer. His expression was also cold. Immortal-slaying flying saber was sealed? Good, ha 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 ha. Mosquito Daoran gloated. Mosquito Daoran's gloating made Gu Hai speechless. Do you really think that I'm invincible? What if Luya continues to provoke me? There were words on the immortal-slaying flying saber. To Luya, it was indeed a humiliation. Humph, slashing at the flying saber. You won't turn back until you see the head. You turned back. Luya suddenly looked at the immortal-slaying flying saber in his hand with a gloomy expression. Huh! Everyone was stunned. What did Luya mean? What did he say to the immortal-slaying flying saber? 1. The immortal-slaying flying saber trembled slightly, as if it was begging for mercy. If you turn back, you're useless, Luya said calmly. However, Luya's 3 fingers suddenly turned golden, and he clenched them. Kacha! The immortal slaying flying saber that was like a hot knife through butter was instantly snapped into two by Luya. Snapped? Bam! Before the immortal slaying flying saber broke, it released a dazzling white light, as if it was crying out its last sorrow. You broke the immortal slaying flying saber? Ao Shun's expression changed. Isn't it just that the treasure didn't achieve a satisfactory result? Was there a need to destroy the transcendent artifact? Luya looked coldly at Ao Shun. I still have 108 immortal slaying flying sabers of this level. It lost, so it can only die. Otherwise, it will dirty the immortal slaying gourd. Ao Shun. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. There were still 108 of them? Of this level? How many immortal slaying flying sabers did Luya have? Yihua and Yanhua also looked at Luya with raised eyelids. They knew that this was a freak, but now they realized that they had underestimated him. At this moment, the two of them didn't even dare to ask for help. This Luya was like a lunatic. He could even destroy his flying saber. Would he kill us along the way? Gu Hai, you're really lucky. However, it's okay. Let's play slowly. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Play slowly? Are you kidding? An immortal slaying flying saber almost made my head fall to the ground. You still want to play slowly? Unfortunately, Luya was too stubborn. Gu Hai's previous idea of changing Luya's mind with words obviously didn't work. What should I do now? Suddenly, Gu Hai saw Mosquito Daoran with a satisfied expression. Mosquito Daoran thought that Gu Hai was pretending to be weak again, so he didn't take it seriously and just watched. Luya was powerful, but was Gu Hai weak? What Mosquito Daoran didn't know was that Gu Hai was really not pretending. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, do you still remember our previous deal? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. You're not asking me to kill Luya, right? I don't dare. If his father were to hunt me down with all his might, all the demons in the world would see me as their enemy. Besides, behind Tai is the immortal of 6 paths. Don't trick me. Besides, I have the right to refuse. Mosquito Daoran shook his head immediately. I'm not asking you to kill him. Just stop him for me and let me leave. That's not difficult, right? Gu Hai smiled. Stop him? Mosquito Daoran was slightly taken aback. That was indeed not difficult. Besides, Tai wouldn't care about stopping Luya at all. I didn't do anything to his son. I just blocked his way. Would he chase me all over the world? That's right. Stop him and let me go. Gu Hai said solemnly. But there's no need for that. With your strength, do you want to waste my chance? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at him. Asking you to do 3 things seems to be too much. Let's count this as 1. Gu Hai nodded. Why? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in shock. That shouldn't be. Luya is stronger than you. Why ask me to do it? Are you bored out of your mind? I'll be willful, okay? Will you do it or not? Gu Hai frowned. Willful? Mosquito Daoran was speechless. Indeed, the strong could be willful. Of course, why not? Just stop him. What am I afraid of? Damn it, remember this. This is the first time. Mosquito Daoran immediately shouted. The first thing. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! Mosquito Daoran immediately stood in front of Gu Hai. Mosquito Daoran, get lost. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I won't care where you came from. Luya said coldly. Mosquito Daoran said to Gu Hai, all right, go quickly. I'll catch up with you later. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, take care. Gu Hai said solemnly. Immediately, Ao Shun drove the flying boat away. Whoosh! The flying boat flew into the distance. Stop! Luya's expression changed, and he was about to attack. Hey! Crown Prince Luya, your opponent now is me. Mosquito Daoran suddenly laughed. Boom! Hundreds of millions of mosquitoes suddenly flew out from Mosquito Daoran's surroundings, covering the sky and earth. It seemed to form a huge wall, blocking Luya. Humph, courting death. Treasure, please turn around. Lu Ye slapped the immortal slaying gourd again. Whoosh! Another flying knife shot out from the immortal slaying gourd and instantly shot towards Mosquito Dauren. It's coming? Break! Mosquito Dauren stretched out his hand and struck. Whoosh! This time, the flying knife's speed was several times faster. Mosquito Dauren's palm did not even touch the flying knife. The flying knife instantly flew past Mosquito Dauren's neck. Whoosh! The flying knife instantly flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. Mosquito Dauren's head flew up. Ao Shun, who was escaping in the distance, changed his expression. Mosquito Dauren's head fell to the ground? So fast? Humph, this Crown Prince's flying knife will only become stronger. Do you think you can stop it? Lu Ye snorted coldly. However, he saw Mosquito Dauren's head fly off. Mosquito Dauren's body suddenly shattered, turning into hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. As for the wall of mosquitoes that blotted out the sky, it was still floating in the air. Lu Ye's expression changed as he felt that something was amiss. Ha 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 ha, Crown Prince Lu Ye, your flying knife did not find me. Mosquito Dauren sneered. On the other side of the mosquito wall, a mosquito slowly transformed into Mosquito Dauren. Wasn't that Mosquito Dauren? Ao Shun's expression changed. It was not just one mosquito, but 20 mosquitoes slowly transformed into 20 Mosquito Dauren. Mosquito Dao Avatar? Lu Ye's expression turned cold. That's right. They are my avatars. Do you know which one is my true body? The 20 Mosquito Dauren sneered in 20 different directions. Humph, I don't need to know which one is your true body. Treasure, please turn around. Lu Ye slapped the immortal slaying gourd again. Boom! White Tong Tian light illuminated the ground. Suddenly, 20 immortal slaying flying knives flew out of the gourd and instantly shot through the 20 Mosquito Dauren. Immediately, the heads of the 20 Mosquito Dauren fell to the ground. Swoosh! The 20 immortal slaying flying knives returned to the immortal slaying gourd, but the mosquito wall did not disappear. Hee, it is indeed a powerful gourd. There is more than one flying knife. Another mosquito transformed into Mosquito Dauren. Lu Ye could not tell which was real and which was fake. There were billions of mosquitoes. Ao Shun widened his eyes in the distance. Mosquito Dauren? You live up to your reputation. In the distance, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Luckily, he had stabilized the Mosquito Dauren earlier. Otherwise, he would be in trouble now. Mosquito Dauren, when we get separated, you can go to the place where we first met and wait for me. I will definitely come back. Gu Hai shouted. Don't worry, I will find you. A Mosquito Dauren shouted confidently from the mosquito wall. Lu Ye looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was flying in the distance. Humph, Gu Hai, listen up. I order you to come back immediately. In the distance, Gu Hai sneered. You must be joking. Do you think I am stupid? You will know very soon. You have to come back even if you don't want to. I will wait for you here. Humph! Lu Ye shouted coldly. Swish! Gu Hai's flying boat had reached the horizon and disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 678. On the flying boat, Gu Hai could no longer see Mosquito Dauren and Lu Ye. They had safely evacuated. However, for some reason, Gu Hai had a bad feeling. Leader, that Mosquito Dauren helped us to stop Lu Ye. However, it will only be for a while. What if they come back later? Ao Shun asked worriedly. Humph, you can't run away. Lu Ye will be here soon. Yi Hua glared at them. Gu Hai suddenly took out a blue pearl. Eh? This is... Ao Shun exclaimed. Concealment pearl? How is that possible? Didn't you return it to Mosquito Dauren? Why did you steal it back? Yi Hua exclaimed. Previously, Gu Hai had indeed crushed the concealment pearl when he hid it in his sleeve. However, he used the heaven-mending power to repair the broken pieces. One concealment pearl instantly turned into several. Gu Hai gave Ao Shun one and asked him to guard Yi Hua, Yen Hua, and the chameleon monster. He asked them to stay within 10 feet of the concealment pearl. "Leader, why do you have?" Ao Shun exclaimed. "I have many treasures. I just didn't know how to use them before," Gu Hai said calmly. Ao Shun paused. Could it be that the leader had a concealment pearl before but didn't know how to use it? But that shouldn't be the case. Ao Shun couldn't figure it out. However, Gu Hai had already walked to the other side of the deck. Ao Shun knew that Gu Hai wouldn't tell him. The flying boat quickly flew towards the direction the chameleon monster pointed at. On the other side, Mosquito Dauren versus Luya. Although Luya could not kill Mosquito Dauren, Luya's methods were not limited to the immortal-slaying flying saber. The two of them were in a stalemate for a day and a night. "Alright, it's about time. Haha, Crown Prince Luya, I really have to thank you. Once you came, you made Gu Hai capricious for once. Ha!" Mosquito Dauren laughed loudly. Laughing loudly, he enveloped himself in millions of mosquitoes and flew into the distance. At this moment, Luya did not give chase. "Humph, Mosquito Dauren?" Luya watched coldly as Mosquito Dauren left. The two of them parted ways. However, Luya's face darkened. "Huh? Gu Hai's aura is gone?" The Mosquito Dauren flew quickly and left Luya's line of sight, escaping into the forest. In the forest, Mosquito Dauren sniffed. "Gu Hai doesn't know how to hide. Where's the smell of his blood? It's gone?" Mosquito Dauren exclaimed in surprise. Mosquito Dauren picked up his concealment bead and checked it. "That's not right. The concealment bead was not swapped by Gu Hai. Why is Gu Hai's aura gone? Even the smell of Ao Shun and the rest's blood is gone? Strange, strange." Mosquito Dauren's expression changed. After thinking for a long time, Mosquito Dauren came to a conclusion. Perhaps Gu Hai is powerful and has the ability to conceal himself? Damn, if you have the ability to conceal yourself, why are you pretending to be a delicate girl and tricking Luya again? Is this trick always effective? Mosquito Dauren looked depressed. Indeed, with strength, one can be capricious. I'd better think of a way to get the Chaos Essence bead first. After the first thing is done, I still have to promise Gu Hai 2 things. I hope it's the same as this time. It's a trivial matter. Mosquito Dauren was in a good mood. Gu Hai's matter was indeed simple. After 3 times, Gu Hai would help him obtain the 15th Dharma treasure and exchange it for the 16th Chaos Essence bead. Even if he could not find the 15th Dharma treasure, he would still give him the Chaos Essence bead after 56 years. That's great. Mosquito Dauren stepped forward and flew towards the north. Gu Hai said to meet at the place where they first met. He just had to wait for him at the limitless celestial capital. Mosquito Dauren flew away excitedly. Luya searched for a long time but could not find Gu Hai's aura. His expression was gloomy, but he slowly landed on a mountain peak. Boom! He raised his hand and a saber light appeared. The mountain peak was cut off, revealing a huge balcony. Luya extended his hand and took out a bunch of flags that were drawn with runes. They filled the balcony and seemed to form a camp. In the middle of the camp, there was an altar. On the altar, Luya used grass to form a straw figurine. He erected the straw figurine in the middle of the altar. There was a piece of yellow paper pasted on the straw figurine. On the yellow paper, Luya used cinnabar to write the words Gu Hai. Instead, the straw figurine represented Gu Hai. There was a green lamp above the straw figurine's head and another at its feet. The burning of the green lamp was rather strange. Luya looked at the straw figurine with Gu Hai's name on it and revealed a cold smile. "Gu Hai, I'll see how you run. Let's see how you escape from my grasp." "Humph. Do you think I can't deal with you just because you hid your aura and I can't find you? I've said it before. If you don't come looking for me, you will definitely die." As he spoke, Luya took out a talisman book and burned it. Solemnly, Luya suddenly kowtowed to Gu Hai's straw figurine. 1 kowtow, 2 kowtows, 3 kowtows. After kowtowing to the straw figurine 3 times, Lu Yi stood at the side and revealed a cold smile. With this demonic art of mine, I kowtow 3 times a day. After 21 days, if you don't return, your soul will be scattered by my kowtows. Let's see how long your 3 souls and 7 spirits can last. A cold light flashed in Lu Yi's eyes, but he sat cross-legged at the side. He waited for the next kowtow. Using the demonic art, he wanted to scatter Gu Hai's 3 souls and 7 spirit. A few days later, Dian Dynasty, outside Shenong City, in a small town nearby. At this moment, in the small town, thick fog was rolling, isolating the inside from the outside. At the end of the main street of the small town, a woman covered in blood was playing something non-stop. In the small town, countless civilians had already fainted. At the other end of the main street, including the top of the shops, there were close to 100 white-robed men standing. Among them, there were quite a few who had a Tai Chi symbol embroidered on their chests. At this moment, they were looking coldly at the white-robed woman sitting at the end of the street. The leader was Xuanan of the Taishang sect. At this moment, he was looking coldly at the woman whose legs had been pierced. Zhang Yulian, you are really naive. I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. Ha 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 ha. Xuanan looked coldly at the woman who was covered in blood. The woman was not an outsider. She was the former leader of the Taishang sect, Taishang. However, at this moment, she was forced into such a sorry state by a group of Taishang sect disciples. Zhang Yulian looked coldly at Xuanan. Xuanan, you dare to violate the rules of the Taishang sect. Violate what? Xuanan sneered. The Taishang sect's distress signal is not allowed to be released unless it is a major disaster. You actually released the distress signal and lured me here. Zhang Yulian glared at him. Ha 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 ha, that's why I said you are stupid. You have already escaped. Why are you still thinking about saving the Taishang sect disciples? I thought I would find you when Gu Hai left. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Don't blame me. Come back with me immediately. Xuanan said coldly. Xuandu can't wait? You want me to pass on my position again? Ha 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 ha, dream on. When my cultivation returns, it will be time for him to admit his guilt. Zhang Yulian said coldly. 5 nascent soul realm? Not bad. Your cultivation is increasing. Unfortunately, it is too late. You are still far from it. Xuandu eldest senior brother deserves to be the Taishang sect. You are not qualified. Xuanan said coldly. Ding 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 ding. Zhang Yulian sat on the ground and played the guqin. The Taishang sect's sound of longevity? You want us to fall asleep? Just like the people in this small town? Oh, do you think we are not prepared? We are all disciples of the Taishang sect. How can we not know about the Taishang sect's sound of longevity? You are already at the end of the road. Don't bother. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Hai. He broke your Taoist heart. Xuanan said coldly. No, I understand. Gu Hai didn't break my Taoist heart. He perfected it. The Taishang sect in the past was wrong. I am the most correct one. As long as I have time, I will let the Taishang sect replace the Tongtian sect master's line and reclaim the Wanshou Taoism. You bastards, I should have destroyed you long ago. Zhang Yulian said with grief and indignation. Do you think I will believe you? Xuanan said coldly. The surrounding disciples of the Taishang sect all looked cold. But Zhang Yulian, you have a good tripod body. The earth tripod body, right? You are a good tripod body. When I take you back and let eldest senior brother inherit the Taishang sect, I will ask eldest senior brother to let you be my tripod body. Ha 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 ha, it is not bad. The Taishang sect in the past was pleasuring me under my crotch. What a wonderful thing! Xuanan said with a lecherous expression. Presumptuous. Zhang Yulian glared at Xuanan. Presumptuous? I am presumptuous. So what? No one can save you today. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, then surrender. Schwanen sneered. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Schwanen, I was wrong about you. I should not have saved you back then. Zhang Yulian said with a ferocious expression. Do I need you to save me? Attack! Schwanen shouted. Yes. The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately rushed towards Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian plucked the strings with her fingers. In an instant, a large amount of sword qi shot out from the strings and rushed towards the surrounding people. Taishang sword qi technique? It is useless. We have so many people, and you are only in the 5 nascent soul realm. How long can you play? Attack! Schwanen shouted. Boom! The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately broke through the sword qi with their swords and knives and rushed towards Zhang Yulian. Schwanen took the lead and reached the front. Looking at Zhang Yulian's exquisite face, Schwanen revealed a lecherous smile. Zhang Yulian, haha, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhang Yulian looked at Schwanen rushing towards her. All her methods were useless. For a moment she was disheartened. Even if I self-destruct my nascent soul, I will not let you succeed. Zhang Yulian said with a glare. What? Stop. Schwanen's expression changed. Zhang Yulian's aura erupted as though she was about to self-destruct. However, just before she self-destructed, for some reason, Zhang Yulian suddenly recalled the scene of the yin and yang merging in the human Tao mystic realm. That man suddenly appeared in her mind. Zhang Yulian revealed a sad and bitter smile. Without hesitation, she was about to self-destruct. Boom! At this moment, a flying boat suddenly rushed into the street and sent countless disciples of the Taishang sect flying. Who is it? Schwanen's expression changed as he turned his head. What greeted him was a huge palm. Boom! When the 2 palms collided, Schwanen was instantly sent flying. Poof! Schwanen spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. The disciples of the Taishang sect were also sent flying towards the surrounding buildings by the sudden large number of fists. Rumble! Countless restaurants on the street collapsed instantly. The flying boat slowly stopped not far from Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's crisis was resolved. The self-destruction of her nascent soul also stopped. She opened her mouth and stared at the deck of the flying boat in shock. The only man who had jumped out of her mind before she died was standing there. Gu Hai! Schwanen suddenly exclaimed as he crawled out of the crater while spitting out blood. Chapter 679. In the nick of time, Gu Hai's flying boat arrived. Gu Hai! Schwanen, who was vomiting blood, crawled out of the hole and suddenly exclaimed. On the deck, Gu Hai stared at Schwanen. You know me. Why are you here? Why are you here? Schwanen exclaimed. The last time he was almost killed by Gu Hai was still vivid in his mind. Schwanen feared and hated Gu Hai. Every time he met Gu Hai, nothing good would come out of it. Why was he here? Suddenly, Schwanen saw the chameleon monster beside Gu Hai. Evil creature, it's you! Schwanen exclaimed. Elder, I'm innocent, the chameleon monster said in horror. Gu Hai, however, lowered his head and looked at Zhang Yulian, who was sitting cross-legged. Taishang, long time no see. It seems that you didn't make them feel grateful when you kindly saved them. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian and said. Zhang Yulian's eyes were cold again. Humph, Gu Hai, you still dare to appear in front of me. You have a grudge, but let's talk about it later. Let me deal with this group of ungrateful people first. Gu Hai said indifferently. While speaking, Gu Hai waved his hand lightly. Yes. Ao Shun answered. Boom. Ao Shun rushed out and rushed toward the group of Taishang disciples. Not good, run. Help! No. The expressions of the Taishang disciples changed. They hurriedly fled in all directions. The moment they saw Gu Hai, they knew that they were in trouble. Last time, Gu Hai almost killed them. Now, he was here again. Everyone knew that there was no turning back. They immediately fled. However, Ao Shun ultimately went to the Heavenly Palace. Even if he was not as good as Lu Ye and Mosquito Daoran, he was still in the heavenly palace. Under Gu Hai's order, he immediately turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of a Taishang sect disciple. Shing! Boom! The sword slashed down, and the disciple of the Taishang sect was immediately cut in half. His limbs were shattered and he fell from the sky. No, it wasn't just one Taishang Dao disciple, but 8 Taishang Dao disciples in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the sky was filled with limbs and blood. The expressions of those who were fleeing immediately changed. Heavenly Palace? It really is the Heavenly Palace. Run! The surrounding disciples of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. Xuanan couldn't care less about the injuries he had suffered from Ao Shun's palm strike. He quickly got up and fled into the distance. SSSSSSSSSS. Without the rumbling sky camp, Ao Shun still had destructive combat power. Kill, 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 kill! In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 disciples of the Taishang sect were all killed. Only 8 elders of the Taishang sect were fleeing in 8 directions. When they were far away, they instantly rushed into the forest. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Gu Hai snorted coldly. Whoosh! In an instant, vines that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed straight into the forest, entangling the Grand Supreme Path elders one by one. Oh no! No! Amid the screams, the 8 elders of the Taishang sect were immediately pulled out. SSSS. Ao Shun flew past and instantly killed another one. There were 7 more to go. Wait! Zhang Yulian frowned as if she couldn't bear to see this happen. Help, Juzi! We were wrong. We were wrong. Juzi, I was forced to do this. Don't kill me. Please, Juzi, spare my life. Juzi! The 7 elders of the Middle Celestial Palace were begging for mercy in fear. Zhang Yulian wanted to speak, but Gu Hai sneered. Taishang, don't tell me you still want to save them? Saving them is harming others. Today's humiliation will only bring more humiliation to others in the future. Zhang Yulian's face stiffened, but she sighed slightly. Kill! Ao Shun's body swayed. In an instant, another elder was killed. Gu Hai, Xuandu's eldest senior brother, will not let you go. Xuanan screamed in fear as he stood around the countless vines. You're saying that as long as I don't kill you, he will let bygones be bygones. Gu Hai sneered. Xuanan's face changed, but he didn't know what to say. On the other side, Ao Shun killed another 2 disciples of the Taishang sect. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 left. Ao Shun's eyes turned cold. He twisted his body and slashed at Xuanan. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Xuanan roared in fear. Become a ghost? We are not afraid of you as a human, so why should we be afraid of you as a ghost? Ao Shun said coldly. He slashed at Xuanan, as if he wanted to kill him instantly. Buzz! Suddenly, a breeze blew. In the breeze, there seemed to be a long sword. It instantly arrived in front of Ao Shun. Ao Shun's face darkened. Clang! Ao Shun's long sword collided with the long sword. Ao Shun took a step back and looked at the long sword in surprise. Did someone save Xuanan? A man in a green robe suddenly appeared in front of Xuanan. You have killed so many disciples of the Taishang sect. It should be enough. The man in the green robe said calmly. Heavenly Palace? Who are you? Ao Shun's face darkened. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This man in the green robe seemed familiar. The man in the green robe saved Xuanan. Xuanan's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. Sword Envoy Qing Feng, Sword Envoy Qing Feng, help! Help me! Help me! Sword Envoy Qing Feng is here? Sword Envoy Qing Feng is here. Help! Help! The other 3 elders of the Taishang sect who were still alive shouted in joy. Sword Envoy Qing Feng looked coldly at Xuanan, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at a mountain peak not far away. A young man in white stood at the peak of the mountain. He carried a bronze long sword on his back. He was young, but his eyes were cold and sharp. There was an azure-colored lotus flower on this young man's forehead. It looked very strange. Young master. Sword envoy Qing Feng looked respectfully at the young man in white. The young man in white coldly looked down. Young master Azure Lotus? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Taishang, how have you been? The young man in white replied. After replying, the young man in white suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, long time no see. In just 10 short years, you have already reached the heavenly palace? Congratulations, the young man in white said with a faint smile. Ho? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Ho was a young expert who wandered the world. In order to seek the strongest sword Dao, he challenged everywhere. Back then, Gu Hai had exchanged pointers with him in Dragon Vein City. He was an expert of the 10,000 longevity sect Master Tongtian's lineage. It looks like you have not forgotten me, Ho said indifferently. Why are you here? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Me? I have been standing here for quite some time. It's just that their eyes were filled with desire, so they did not see me, Ho said indifferently. You have been here for a long time? Zhang Yulian said with a glare. Yes, Taishang's branch is in trouble, and Xuandu accused you of betraying the Wanshou Taoism. The Tongtian sect master asked me to investigate, so I asked you to come here. It seems that Xuandu's words are not reliable. You saw the Wanshou Taoism's distress signal, and came to help immediately. You definitely did not betray the Wanshou Taoism, Ho said indifferently. So you have been watching all this while? Zhang Yulian said coldly. This is the internal affairs of the Taishang sect. I should not have interfered. I just need to investigate. However, these disciples of the Taishang sect were indeed ill-mannered, so I let Gu Hai kill them, Ho said indifferently. Xuanan and the others quivered. Ho had been here for a long time? Had he seen through their scheme? Humph! Zhang Yulian snorted. Oh? You let me kill them, so why are you stopping me now? Gu Hai said in a low voice. They deserve to die, but I need to bring them back to report to the Tongtian sect master. It is better to leave one alive than a group of corpses, Ho said indifferently. Yes, I will go back with you. Young Master Qinglian, I will go with you. I will tell you everything when we get back. Xuanan shouted. Let me go back, let me go back. Thank you, young Master Qinglian. The 4 elders cried out anxiously. Gu Hai glanced at Zhang Yulian and turned to Ho. Report? I will leave you alive. However, these 4 people must die. Ao Shun, kill them! Gu Hai shouted. What? Xuanan's expression changed. How dare you? Sword Messenger Qing Feng's expression changed. However, Ao Shun did not care. In an instant, he slashed his sword at another Grand Supreme Dao Elder. How dare you? Boom! Ao Shun slashed at the elder. The 4 elders were in 4 different directions, and Sword Messenger Qing Feng couldn't protect them all. Boom! Sword Messenger Qing Feng released countless sword energies around him, slashing at the vines. However, the vines seemed endless, and with Ao Shun attacking the entangled elders, Sword Messenger Qing Feng couldn't protect them all. Save me, young Master Qinglian, save me! Xuanan shouted in fear. At the peak of the mountain, Ho's white robe fluttered in the wind, but his expression didn't change. He didn't care about the battle between Ao Shun and Qing Feng. In the blink of an eye, Ao Shun took advantage of Qing Feng's lack of protection and killed 3 elders. Then, he rushed toward Xuanan. No, save me! Sword Messenger Qing Feng, save me! I will give you all my treasures! Xuanan shouted. Boom! Qing Feng's sword collided with Ao Shun, but the 2 were evenly matched. Qing Feng couldn't protect the other 3 elders, so he was very angry. How could he let Ao Shun succeed? The 2 instantly started fighting. Good. Sword Messenger Qing Feng, kill him! Xuanan shouted with a ferocious expression. Swish! Suddenly, Xuanan was pulled toward Gu Hai by the vines. Xuanan's expression changed. Oh no! Sword Messenger Qing Feng, save me! Save me! Xuanan shouted in fear. However, Sword Messenger Qing Feng was pinned down by Ao Shun. Xuanan was severely injured by Ao Shun earlier, so how could he resist? In an instant, the entangled Xuanan was pulled in front of Gu Hai. Xuanan opened his mouth and spat out a ray of sword qi, which rushed toward Gu Hai. 5 cycles. Gu Hai stared and slashed with his life-killing saber. The purple light lit up the sky. No. Xian En's desperate roar resounded in the air. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Xian En and the sword qi he spat out exploded. Bastard! Sword Messenger Qing Feng was furious. After colliding with Ao Shun, the two separated and stared at Gu Hai. Alas! Zhang Yulian sighed. On the other side, Ao Shun flew to Gu Hai's side in an instant. He looked warily at Bai on the mountain peak. Zhao had been watching quietly. He did not even frown from the beginning to the end. Gu Hai, did you kill Xuanan for Taishang? Are you appeased now? Bai said calmly. Thank you. Gu Hai looked at Bai and bowed slightly. Bai could have stopped him just now, and Gu Hai believed that Bai had the ability to do so. However, Bai didn't move. He didn't move from the beginning to the end. He had to accept this favor. This chameleon spirit should know everything. Just bring him back. Gu Hai pointed at the chameleon spirit at the side. These people deserve to die. They deserve to be killed. You need to report to the Tongtian sect. I'll leave him for you. At this moment, the chameleon monster was trembling in fear. All the elders of Taishang's sect were dead? Chapter 680. Qing glanced at the chameleon and nodded. Ao Shun waved his hand and removed the seal on the chameleon demon. Greetings, young Master Green Lotus. The chameleon demon immediately flew toward Qing. He didn't want to stay by Gu Hai's side for even a moment longer. Who knew when Gu Hai would kill him? Qing might blame him, but he was still a disciple of Wanshou Taoism. Kneel! Sword Envoy Qing Feng shouted coldly. The chameleon demon immediately knelt down. Qing glanced at the chameleon demon and said indifferently, Do you want to go back to Wanshou Taoism by yourself, or do you want Qing Feng to escort you back? I will go back by myself. The chameleon demon was slightly stunned and immediately said in surprise. Qing pointed at the chameleon demon's forehead, but the chameleon demon didn't dare to resist. 1. A green light shot into the chameleon demon's forehead, and a long sword mark suddenly appeared on the chameleon demon's forehead. This is the sword mark. It won't explode for a year, but after a year it will explode and completely crush you, Qing said indifferently. Young Master Green Lotus, please spare me. The chameleon demon exclaimed. Go back by yourself and see the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master can help you undo it. Otherwise, you only have 1 year. If you go back too late, the Tongtian sect master will leave Wanshou Taoism. You can't blame anyone, Qing said indifferently. Yes, I will go now, I will go now. The chameleon demon was frightened and immediately stood up. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the chameleon demon shot into the distance and disappeared. Qing then looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, your lineage is in chaos now. Do you want to go back with me? I can guarantee that you will be fine. No need. I will go back by myself in the future. Zhang Yulian said coldly. Qing nodded. Then, it's up to you. Qing turned to Gu Hai. Gu Hai, 10 days ago, I went to your boundless celestial capital. Oh? 10 days ago? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at you in surprise. 10 days? He could get here in 10 days? That's right. The Tongtian sect master asked me to investigate Taishang's lineage. I found out that Taishang wanted to find you. At that time, he didn't know you were in Farmer God City, so he went to the limitless celestial capital. Qing nodded. Looking for me? Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. No wonder the chameleon demon had been hiding by his side, waiting for Zhang Yulian. He also knew that Zhang Yulian was looking for him? But why was Zhang Yulian looking for him? Kill me? Gu Hai glanced at Zhang Yulian. 10 days ago, there was a great battle in the limitless celestial capital. I was lucky enough to see it. Your cloud beast and the 4 great sword cultivators were very powerful. They represented 4 different swordsmanship. Qing frowned at Gu Hai. Dongfang Bubi, Duguqiubai, Shimen Chueshue Zhang Sanfeng? Gu Hai looked at Qing with a frown. Zhang Sanfeng, Taiji swordsmanship, the Taiji Dao of Yin and Yang, but the fusion of Yin and Yang, the combination of hardness and gentleness, extraordinary. Shimen Chueshue's sword, emphasizes intent and not strength. When the sword reaches, people will be destroyed. When the heart is invincible, the sword is invincible. Duguqiubai, without a sword in his hand, without a sword in his heart, everything in the world, including grass and wood, can be a sword. Dongfang Bubi, the swordsmanship in the world is invincible, only speed is unbreakable. The shape of the swordsmanship can be condensed into a needle. You really open my eyes, Qing said in a low voice. These are just a few of my guesses, they can't be counted. Gu Hai shook his head. Zhao shook his head. Can't count? No, you're a genius in the way of the sword. You can easily think of 4 powerful sword daos. Many sword cultivators can't even find one in their entire life. Gu Hai was speechless. Gu Hai also read novels and watched TV, so he was a little embarrassed by Yu's praise. Just now, I wanted to protect those elders, but I was killed by you. You don't have to thank me. After all, I also benefited greatly from the sword Dao you thought of. I should be thanking you. I've already learned the 4 types of sword principles. Once I've fused them together, I'll find you for a showdown. Solemnly Ho said. Wait, what did you say? You've learned it? Gu Hai looked at you in astonishment. That's right. I travel the world to find all kinds of sword Dao methods to sharpen my sword Dao. Unfortunately, there are countless sword cultivators in the world, but very few have their own unique style of sword Dao. I've learned 4 from you, but these 4 sword Daos are polar opposite. If I want to fuse them, I might need a month or so. Qing nodded. Gu Hai was speechless. A month or so? You must be joking. All right, I'm honored to meet you today. Let's meet again. I still need to go to Solar Divine Palace. It seems that Long Zhanghua has pointed his sword at Tai and wants to destroy Solar Divine Palace. You took a deep breath. Gu Hai nodded. Although Yu was polite to him, Gu Hai always felt a dangerous aura from him. He was like a divine sword that hadn't been unsheathed. His sword could be unsheathed at any time. By the way, you'd better go back soon. 10 days ago, Ho Qing went to the limitless celestial capital. Although Long Zhanghua came to resolve the crisis, it seems that the limitless celestial capital also suffered great losses. Qing said in a low voice. As he spoke, he took a step and flew into the distance. Sword messenger Qing Feng followed behind like a servant. Ho Qing? Gu Hai's face darkened. He couldn't care less about hiding it now. Gu Hai reached out and took out a Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine vibrated slightly as if it was receiving some kind of frequency. Guqin, Ho Qing, the Emperor, replies that the limitless celestial capital is in great trouble. Angels are attacking. Ho Qing, bring up the rear. The Guqin figurine repeated. It even repeated Guqin's tone. As it repeated, Yanhua and Yihua widened their eyes. What is this? Yanhua asked in surprise. Ao Shun also looked surprised. Obviously, he didn't know much about the Guqin figurine. How could it send news about the limitless celestial capital? If he brought it with him, wouldn't he be able to hear news about other places? Not far away, Zhang Yulian also looked surprised. Impossible. How could the limitless celestial capital's voice reach here? Gu Hai ignored them and listened to the Guqin figurine's voice transmission. Wanyu? Gu Hai's expression changed. When he heard the words, Long Wanyu's three souls shatter, Gu Hai's head buzzed. For some reason, his head was suddenly filled with Long Wanyu's voice. Brother-in-law, I'll wait for you to come back. Brother-in-law, you must save sister. Brother-in-law, look at this flower. Is it as pretty as sister? One by one, Long Wanyu's voice rang in Gu Hai's head. Gu Hai immediately clenched his fist. Ho Qing, you're courting death. Gu Hai lowered his voice and his eyes were bloodshot. However, when he described how Long Zhanggue came and how Long Wanqing and the unborn man brought Long Wanyu to the Lady of Earth to save her, Gu Hai calmed down a little. After all, Long Zhanggue was so sure that the Lady of Earth could save Long Wanyu. Gu Hai was relieved. Although he was relieved, he was still a little anxious. After the Guqin figurine finished narrating everything, Gu Hai calmed down after a long time. Send to Guqin. I understand. I'll return immediately, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Guqin figurine said, Send to Guqin. I understand. I'll return immediately. The Guqin figurine's voice was exactly the same as Gu Hai's voice. It seemed to be transmitted back. Whoosh! Gu Hai flipped his hand and put away the Guqin figurine. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, I'm about to return. I heard Ho mention that you came to Shinnong City to look for me? How did you know I was here? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. If you don't mind, please board the flying boat. We'll talk as we go, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Zhang Yulian nodded and flew onto Gu Hai's flying boat with a trace of coldness. Let's go, Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Ao Shun steered the flying boat and quickly flew into the distance. On the flying boat, Zhang Yulian borrowed a palace and washed up. Then, she walked to the deck. At the deck, Gu Hai looked to the north with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be a little anxious. When Zhang Yulian walked over, Gu Hai seemed to have sensed her and turned his head. Zhang Yulian was wearing an azure gauze dress. Coupled with her slender figure, she looked perfect. Her neck was white and flawless. 2 strands of hair trailed to her neck, making people unconsciously want to taste her for a moment. Her delicate face had a trace of fatigue, but it revealed a mature charm. Fortunately, Gu Hai had experienced too many storms and was not captivated by Zhang Yulian's beauty. Are you looking for me? Or is it because I broke your Dao heart? Although it was an accident in the past, I can't shirk my responsibility. If you still want to pursue the matter, I'll do my best to make up for it. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai coldly. In the past, she really wanted to kill Gu Hai. However, after these days, for some reason, the hatred in her heart seemed to have lessened a lot. In fact, when Gu Hai saved her, Zhang Yulian seemed to have seen a white light on the surface of Gu Hai's body. That white light was like a warm flood, instantly shattering all the hatred in her heart. Looking at Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian bit her lip and took a deep breath. I'm not looking for you for revenge. Oh? Not to kill me? Then why? Gu Hai was puzzled. I want to know what's going on with Taishang's sound of longevity? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai and asked solemnly. Taishang's sound of longevity? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Taishang's Sound of Longevity was the song that Zhang Yulian played at the Thousand Sage Conference. Originally, this song was just to make Gu Hai sleep for 10 days. However, in those 10 days, Gu Hai returned to Earth in his dream. Although he was just a child in the dream, he did go back. He even met Laozi on Earth and learned the Tao Te Ching from him. In the past, the first Taishang was in charge of the Wanshou Taoism. At that time, Taishang was the real Taishang. His strength suppressed everything about the Wanshou Taoism. In order to create this Taishang's Sound of Longevity, he finally died of exhaustion and has not been reincarnated until now. There must be a big secret hidden in this. Taishang's sound of longevity has been passed down for many generations, but no one has been able to understand it. However, I am sure that you understood at the last Thousand Sage Conference. You know the secret of Taishang's sound of longevity. Tell me, what's going on? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Chapter 681. The first Taishang created the Taishang sound of longevity and died of exhaustion? Gu Hai squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Yulian. That's right. About 800,000 years. Zhang Yulian nodded. He experienced the battle of the immortal of six paths? Gu Hai's expression changed. Zhang Yulian nodded. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. The first Taishang? Why did he create the Taishang sound of longevity? In order to connect to the other immortal dome, he did not hesitate to exhaust his energy? Did he want to challenge the immortal of six paths? But, didn't the three holy lands support the immortal of six paths? Why would he want to go against the immortal of six paths? You know what the Taishang sound of longevity means, right? That day I felt it and you understood it. You heard it. Tell me, what is the Taishang sound of longevity? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai and asked expectantly. Looking at Zhang Yulian's anxious eyes, Gu Hai took a deep breath and shook his head. No, I just fell asleep. Impossible! Zhang Yulian exclaimed angrily. Gu Hai shook his head. It was not that Gu Hai did not want to say, but that he could not. This was his biggest secret, and perhaps his biggest asset in the future. He could not tell anyone about Earth. You must know, right? Zhang Yulian said impatiently. I really don't know. I just fell asleep. How about you give me the Taishang sound of longevity? I'll figure it out and tell you what's inside. Gu Hai said solemnly. Zhang Yulian wanted to know the secret of the Taishang longevity sound. Gu Hai also wanted to know the Taishang longevity sound because Gu Hai wanted to go back to Earth and ask Laozi about it. In fact, Gu Hai had heard Taishang's sound of longevity more than once over the years. It was a song that reminded Gaochen of Zhang Yulian's playing in the past. However, after listening to it many times, he didn't feel anything. There must be some secret hidden in it. Zhang Yulian was initially furious, but in the next moment, Zhang Yulian's expression changed. She looked at Gu Hai and said, No, if you were just sleeping, you wouldn't ask me for the Taishang longevity sound. Ha, I told you that I guessed right. Gu Hai, are you trying to trick me? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai. In the distance, Ao Shun and the other two also turned their heads curiously. Just as Ao Shun, Yi Hua, and Yen Hua looked over, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from Gu Hai's mouth. Hall leader! Ao Shun's expression changed. He immediately rushed forward and was about to hit Zhang Yulian with his palm. Stop! This has nothing to do with her! Gu Hai shouted. Huff! Ao Shun's palm stopped in front of Zhang Yulian. Why did you vomit blood? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. They were just talking. Why did he vomit blood all of a sudden? Gu Hai's expression also changed. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Why did he vomit blood? He didn't have any internal injuries. Ao Shun, protect me! Gu Hai shouted anxiously. Quickly, Gu Hai sat down with his legs crossed. He sank his consciousness into his body and started to check. Ao Shun looked anxious, but he still protected Gu Hai behind him. Yen Hua and Yi Hua, who were not far away, looked at each other in surprise. Why did Gu Hai vomit blood? After checking for a while, Gu Hai slowly opened his eyes. He was shocked. I didn't have any internal injuries? Why did I vomit blood just now? If you didn't have any injuries, then why did Hall leader? Ao Shun was also confused. Zhang Yulian, who was beside him, touched Gu Hai's blood with her finger. Her finger trembled slightly. Buzz. There was a trace of green light in the blood. Did you hurt your soul? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. No, I haven't been hurt in a long time. Gu Hai frowned. but your blood contains the power of 3 souls and the power of all souls. You must have hurt your soul. What happened to you recently? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Gu Hai immediately thought of 2 people, Lu Ye and Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran? Impossible. Although this person was also very demonic, he had almost eliminated the conflict between him and him. If it wasn't Mosquito Daoran, it could only be Lu Ye? Gu Hai's expression changed. Prince Lu Ye. Zhang Yulian's face darkened. Lu Ye. Ao Shun was confused. Before Lu Ye left, he said that I would definitely return. I didn't understand then, but I do now. Gu Hai's face darkened. But after the battle between Hall Leader and Lu Ye was thousands of miles away. How could he hurt Hall Leader? It's not the immortal flying dagger. Ao Shun was confused. No, Lu Ye only needs Gu Hai's hair. That's enough. Zhang Yulian said with a frown. Oh. Everyone looked at Zhang Yulian. If I'm not wrong, it should be the demonic art, the Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with shock. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book? Gu Hai's eyes widened. That's right. The Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. He tied your hair to a scarecrow and wrote your name. The scarecrow had a lamp on its head and feet. He followed the demonic art and bowed 3 times a day. After 21 days, your soul would scatter. At that time, he would shoot the scarecrow with arrows. You would spurt out blood and die. Zhang Yulian explained. Demonic art? Ao Shun's expression changed. Demonic art? Nailhead 7 Arrow Book? Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. Gu Hai had read about this demonic art in a novel on Earth. It was also the same demonic art as Lu Ye. What should we do? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Destroy the altar in the camp or kill the person who performed the demonic art. Zhang Yulian explained. Doesn't that mean we have to go back? Ao Shun's expression changed. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. Lu Ye was definitely waiting for him there. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He had escaped. Did that mean he had to go back? Hall Leader, what should we do now? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Vomiting blood was just the beginning. Things would only get worse from now on. If he went back, he would be courting death. Gu Hai paced back and forth on the deck. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Yi Hua suddenly laughed excitedly. Yi Hua laughed. Gu Hai, who was pacing back and forth, turned his head to look at Yi Hua. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ha! Yi Hua's smile froze. Gu Hai wouldn't kill him to silence him, right? Watch your mouth. If you piss me off, I'll kill one of you. Anyway, I only need one of you alive to restrain Tai Chu. The rarer you are, the more precious you are. Gu Hai said coldly. Yi Hua's expression froze. He did not dare to offend Gu Hai anymore. Gu Hai was silent for a while. He took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang. I'm not Taishang anymore. Zhang Yulian corrected him. Alright, I'll call you Zhang Yulian too. I'm going to Lu Ye's place to be captured. My life and death are uncertain. Let's part ways here. Gu Hai said solemnly. You're going to walk right into the trap? Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with worry. Zhang Yulian bit her lip and said, You haven't told me. Taishang's voice of longevity. I really don't know. I'm sorry. Please. Gu Hai waved his hand as if he was sending her off. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with an ugly expression. Her eyes were dark and uncertain. Humph. Zhang Yulian snorted and flew out of Gu Hai's flying ship. She flew to the horizon and disappeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai then looked at Ao Shun. Hall Master, you must have a way, right? Ao Shun said anxiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. No way. We have to face it. Ao Shun, I'll have to trouble you with one thing. Hall Master, tell me. I'll do it. I'm going to see Lu Ye now. You take Yi Hua and Yen Hua to boundless celestial capital. Don't let Tai Chu take them back. Help me hide them and wait for my return, Gu Hai said solemnly. I'm fine. But what about you? Ao Shun said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. Why don't I ask my father? No need. He must be busy now. You better not disturb him. Also, you better not go back to the Deqian celestial capital. Don't go back for now, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Why? Ao Shun was shocked. Deqian? The world is going to change. Gu Hai looked into the distance, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Ao Shun was confused. However, thinking of his father's words before he left, Ao Shun knew that Gu Hai was right. Nodding, Ao Shun said firmly, Hall Master, I'm useless. I can't share your burden. I'll take Yi Hua and Yen Hua to boundless celestial capital now. Take care of yourself. Gu Hai nodded. Let's go, Ao Shun shouted. With one in each hand, he pulled Yi Hua and Yen Hua and flew towards the boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai watched Ao Shun leave and clenched his fists. Lu Ya's demonic skill, Nailhead's 7-arrow book? Gu Hai had a solution. He only needed to ask for Long Zhanggua's help to solve this problem. After all, Long Zhanggua owed him a favor, so the favor was cancelled out. However, Gu Hai did not plan to do that. It was best not to use Long Zhanggua's favor. Once he used it, it would be gone. Moreover, it was too strange that Lu Ya came to capture him this time. Gu Hai also wanted to find out what was going on. Gu Hai had a feeling that this had something to do with Bingheim. Whoosh! Gu Hai took out the Guqin figurine again. Inform Mo Yike. Mo Yike, I am about to face a great crisis and need to take risk. Stay in heavenly courts and wait for my orders. If I am in danger, I will send you a message immediately. Ask for Long Zhanggua's help immediately. Remember, do not fail, Gu Hai said to the Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine buzzed and transmitted its voice into the distance. On the flying boat, Gu Hai transmitted his voice a few more times. After packing up, Gu Hai steered the flying boat alone and headed towards Lu Ya. It was the same place where they fought in the past. When Lu Ya was about to worship the straw figurine again, he saw a flying boat slowly approaching from afar. Lu Ya stopped worshipping the straw figurine and looked at Gu Hai on the flying boat. Ha, I said that you can't escape from me. Now you know to come back? Lu Ya's tone was cold. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Prince Lu Ya, you are always right. I was ignorant. Lu Ya revealed a satisfied sneer. 2 hours later, Lu Ya escorted Gu Hai, whose cultivation was sealed, and steered the flying boat in the direction of Solar Divine Palace. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. After Lu Ya's flying boat left, another flying boat appeared in the horizon. The one steering the flying boat was Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai. He was captured by Lu Ya just like that? Humph. Zhang Yulian snorted and steered the flying boat into the distance. Chapter 682. Following the birth of the Qin figurines, Gu Hai began to look for the most reliable people to set up a network around the world. He spread the Qin figurines all over the world so that they could transmit information quickly. Although the area was still small, there were Qin figurines stationed in places that Gu Hai could use. Deqian's Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. As Gu Hai achieved great results again and again, Mo Yike's status in Deqian also rose. Long Zhanggua even specially arranged a residence for Mo Yike at the entrance of the palace. Mo Yike's residence, in a large hall. A Qin figurine stood in front of Mo Yike. The Qin figurine transmitted Gu Hai's voice from afar. Inform Mo Yike. Mo Yike, I am about to face a great crisis and need to take risk. Stay in Heavenly Court City and wait for my orders. If I am in mortal danger, I will immediately send you a message. Ask Long Zhanggua for help immediately. Remember, do not fail. The Qin figurine transmitted its voice. Mo Yike's expression changed. The Emperor was about to face a great crisis? Your Majesty, you are about to face a great crisis? You better go find Dai Qianxing immediately? Because Daqiansheng will not be able to leave soon. Mo Yike said bitterly. The Qin figurine quickly transmitted its voice to Gu Hai. Oh? Immediately? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes, set the time 5 days later. We will send troops to Solar Divine Palace. Mo Yike said respectfully. Send troops to Solar Divine Palace? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Yes, I've been collecting news in the Heavenly Court all these years, and I've gradually realized that the experts of Deqian have all gathered in the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, and the main forces have all arrived as well. Something big seems to have happened. Just 3 days ago, Daqiansheng informed me that he is going to attack Solar God Palace, Mo Yike said solemnly. It has been planned for a long time. I have studied the history of the Deqian all these years. The relationship between the Deqian and the Solar Divine Hall has been too peaceful. There would come a day when they would explode, and Solar Divine Palace had a transcendent status among the 3 great holy lands. But, Gu Hai frowned and pondered. Daqiansheng said that the Eastern Emperor Tai is in charge of guarding the Heaven Realm. Guarding the Heaven Realm. Therefore, all the forces in the world stay at a respectful distance. Heavenly Realm? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, the so-called Heaven Realm is actually a small space. It is the world where the heavens stored the body. It is called the Heaven Realm. Every part of the Immortal of 6 Paths body is sleeping in it. The Immortal of 6 Paths eyes have awakened, his right arm has awakened, but the rest of his body is still sleeping in the Heaven Realm. I have a guess. Could this Heaven Realm be the world formed by the Immortal of 6 Paths body? Mo Yike asked curiously. The Eastern Emperor Tai is actually protecting the Immortal of 6 Paths? After Long Zhanghua destroyed the Eastern Emperor Tai, he found the body of the Immortal of 6 Paths. Without waiting for the Immortal of 6 Paths to wake up, he can completely destroy him? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, I think so too. Mo Yike said solemnly. 5 days later? The Deqian Celestial Empire's army is going to attack Solar God Palace? Gu Hai confirmed again. Yes, not only the Deqian Celestial Empire's army, but the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court will all fly to Solar God Palace. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh? 33 cities will go south? The place with the Heavenly Court is the Deqian Celestial Empire? Long Zhanghua is really well prepared. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. What should we do now? Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry. I shouldn't be in any danger. Long Zhanghua is going to attack Solar God Palace. That's good. I'm also going to Solar God Palace this time. Solar God Palace? Looks like it's going to be interesting this time. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a solemn look. Right, Your Majesty, Daqiansheng has issued an imperial edict, granting the former Daewon Imperial Empire's territory to the Han Dynasty to show Your Majesty's merit. Mo Yike said solemnly. Daqiansheng is indeed a man of his word. Gu Hai said. Since the imperial edict has been issued, the Deqian army should be withdrawing from the former Daewon Imperial Empire's territory soon. Mo Yike said. Mo Yike. Gu Hai said. This subject is here. I bestow upon you the title of Daewon Marshal. You will be in charge of taking back all the cities in the Daewon Imperial Empire's territory. Get ready to move immediately. Gu Hai ordered. Your Majesty, you are in danger. Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry about me. I will turn the danger into safety. Although Long Zhanghua has given the Daewon Imperial Empire to me, it is not that easy to take back. The 3 princes, the Deqian officials, and all the other major powers are jealous. Right now, the Deqian Celestial Empire is attacking Apollo Palace. You were once in charge of the Daewon Imperial Empire's territory. How can you let go of such a good opportunity? I will return to the infinite celestial capital. You will be the Marshal Daewon Marshal, and Gao Xianji will be the Deputy Marshal. You will lead my celestial demon army and take back all the cities as quickly as possible, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Mo Yike replied. Send a reliable person to Long Zhanggua so that I can contact Long Zhanggua. Prepare to return immediately, Gu Hai said. Yes. Mo Yike was invisible. 5 days later. Sky Palace's Lingshao Palace entrance. All the officials stood respectfully in the square. Above the 33 cities, there were countless soldiers standing there. Long Zhanggua wore a flat imperial crown and a white dragon robe with golden threads. He stood at the entrance of the Lingshao Palace and looked up at the sky. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless officials bowed respectfully. Long Zhanggua took a deep breath. I, the Long Zhanggua, have the heart to tell the world. Rumble. In the sky above the sky palaces, the sea of destiny clouds churned. As it churned, Long Zhanggua's god form suddenly transformed into a huge dragon head. The dragon head was ferocious, tens of thousands of zhang long. The dragon body was hidden in the sea of destiny clouds, churning violently. Long Zhanggua opened his mouth. The golden dragon of destiny roared. Instantly, Long Zhanggua's voice was transmitted to all parts of the Deqian Empire. Not only that, but his voice was also transmitted to all parts of the Divine Continent. I, the Long Zhanggua, have the heart to tell the world. His voice reverberated, shaking the world. Shenong City. Jiang Lianshan stepped out of the infernal divine hall. He led all the officials and looked to the north. Wanshou Taoism. In the south, a man in a black brocade robe stepped out of a grand hall in a purple-black aura. Sect leader, is that Long Zhanggua's voice? His subordinates looked at the black-robed man in surprise. In the southwest there was a place filled with destiny. It was the Great Yellow Dynasty. At the entrance of the court, a burly man stepped out of the hall and looked to the north. Emperor Kong was standing beside him. He said in shock, His Holiness, is Long Zhanggua really going to start as you predicted? West, spiritual mountain sacred ground. Countless monks walked out of a hall and looked to the north. Buddha, it's Long Zhanggua's voice. All over the world, Long Zhanggua's voice was heard. All the experts looked in the direction of the heavenly courts in shock. Long Zhanggua's voice reverberated throughout the world. He continued, The heavens are destroyed and the 6 paths are in chaos. All living things are slaves, unable to leave their cages. They live as slaves of the immortal dome, and die as food for the 6 paths. I, the Long Zhanggua, am unwilling to accept this. Sun God Palace, Eastern Emperor Tai, aids the 6 paths in their evil deeds. He subjugates all demons and spirits, protects the 6 paths body, and eats the hearts of all living things. I, the Long Zhanggua, wish to open the cage and see the heavens. I will first destroy Tai, then kill the 6 paths. All living things will regain their freedom. Today, I declare that I will fight to the death tomorrow. I will attack Sun God Palace. Yes. In the 33 levels of heaven, everyone shouted in unison. Rumble. The 33 cities, with heavenly courts at the center, suddenly trembled. As they trembled, they slowly moved to the south, toward Sun God Palace. Rumble. The 33 levels of heaven moved faster and faster. The protective arrays above the cities had been activated to prevent the wind from attacking. All the soldiers were inexplicably excited. All the officials clenched their fists. Destroy Sun God Palace? The heavenly courts moved forward and the world fought. The golden dragon of destiny announced Long Zhanggua's declaration to the world. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. A battle between the heavenly courts and the sacred grounds? This was a world-class battle. The Great Yellow Dynasty. Emperor Kong looked at His Holiness and said anxiously, His Holiness, Long Zhanggua has really made a move. What should we do? The sacred ground of spiritual mountain. Buddha, Long Zhanggua is arrogant and wants to bring chaos to the world. He wants to start a world war. Please help us. The future Buddha solemnly said. Wansho Taoism. Sect Master, Long Zhanghua is attacking Tai. What should we do? The black-robed Tongtian sect master said, wait for Tai's response. Yes. Dian Dynasty. Jiang Lianshan looked to the north and narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanghua, so you've already prepared? Just waiting for me to agree? Ha, forget it. Murong Yen didn't choose me in the past. It seems that I'm not qualified. Go, I hope you succeed. Where Gu Hai was. At this moment, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed by Lu Ya, and he landed on the flying boat. The two of them flew toward Sun God Palace. During the flight, Long Zhanggua's voice suddenly sounded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. 5 days ago, Gu Hai already knew what Long Zhanghua was going to do. But Lu Ya didn't know. Gu Hai turned to look at Lu Ya's expression. When Lu Ya heard Long Zhanggua's words, he also narrowed his eyes and sneered. Ha, Long Zhanghua? He destroyed one of the eyes of the deity of 6 paths. Does he really think he's invincible? Lu Ya sneered with disdain. Crown Prince Lu Ya, do you think that Long Zhanghua is arrogant and ignorant and is not a match for Sun God Palace? Gu Hai looked at Lu Ya in confusion. Lu Ya looked coldly at Gu Hai. What do you know? Long Zhanghua was just lucky. Sun God Palace has a heritage of 800,000 years. How can Long Zhanghua, who is only a few thousand years old, compare to us? Is that so? Gu Hai was confused. Lu Ya ignored Gu Hai and steered the flying boat slowly toward Sun God Palace. The flying boat was not fast, and Lu Ya didn't seem to be in a hurry. Every noon, Lu Ya would cultivate for 30 minutes. At this moment, Lu Ya's body seemed to have become a black hole. All the sunlight within 1,000 miles was strangely sucked into the black hole on the surface of Lu Ya's body. It was dark within 1,000 miles. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. After 3 months, the two's flying boat slowly flew to the boundary of Solar God Palace. We're back. Lu Ya's eyes flashed with anticipation. Chapter 683. At the infinite celestial capital, at the Crown Prince's residence, Guqin summoned Mo Yike, Montez, Chun Tianshan, and Gao Xianji. Mo Yike, Imperial Father, is in danger. Is he involved in the dispute at Solar Divine Hall? Are you sure that Imperial Father said that he is in danger? Guqin asked with a sullen expression. Yes, His Majesty did not want me to worry. However, I feel that His Majesty is comforting me. He should be in great danger. Mo Yike nodded. Then why are we still taking in day one? We should go to Solar Divine Hall immediately. Saving His Majesty is our top priority. Gao Xianji said anxiously. But His Majesty already gave us an order. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. When a general is outside, he cannot obey the orders of the Emperor. I feel that saving His Majesty is more important. Gao Xianji said anxiously. I agree too. Chen Tianshan said firmly. If His Majesty was not around, what was the point of conquering more territory? As long as His Majesty was not in danger, wouldn't it be fine to take back the territory they conquered today? I feel that there is no need. Montez suddenly said with a frown. Huh. Everyone looked at Montez with a frown. I know that everyone is loyal to His Majesty, but don't you have confidence in His Majesty? Who is His Majesty? How many dangers has he faced in the past? When did he not manage to avert the danger? Furthermore, His Majesty has the Guqin statue. If he is in danger, he can just inform Long Zhanghua. Furthermore, is His Majesty not as thorough as us in his consideration of whether he can survive this crisis? Montez said seriously. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, everyone trusted Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai was in danger now. How could they not worry? All right, Lord Mo, Lord Gao, follow Imperial Father's orders and prepare the army to reclaim Daewon's former territories. This is Imperial Father's order. You cannot do anything. Guqin instructed. Yes. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji frowned and nodded. As for Solar Divine Palace, this consort is still worried. This consort will personally lead a group of people there, Guqin said solemnly. Crown Prince. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Guqin. Don't worry, the enemy is out in the open while I'm in the dark. Nothing will happen. Guqin shook his head. I will go with the Crown Prince. Montez immediately shouted. Guqin looked at Montez. Crown Prince, this subject is also loyal to the Emperor. Previously, a large number of embroidered uniform guards followed into the Azura Path secret realm. Although their numbers are not as great as Lord Chen's demon god army, there are still many of them. This time, they will definitely be able to help the Crown Prince. Montez requested. Guqin was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. I am also willing to follow the Crown Prince to Solar Divine Palace. Chen Tianshan shouted. Guqin shook his head. Lord Chen, you cannot go. Why? Lord Mo and Lord Gao are going to lead troops to subdue Daewon's territory. Montez and I are going to Solar Divine Palace. Imperial Mother also left Limitless Celestial Capital. Someone needs to manage Limitless Celestial Capital. Right now, in the Han Dynasty, aside from us, you have the highest seniority. You will be in charge of Limitless Celestial Capital. Only then can it be peaceful. Guqin instructed solemnly. Chen Tianshan remained silent for a while before nodding in the end. By the way, Lord Chen, His Majesty has decreed that Lord Mo will be the Daewon Marshal, and I will be the Vice Marshal. We will lead the Immortal Demon Army to subdue Daewon's territory. However, the 500,000 Immortal Demon Army will be under your command. Can you hand them over to Lord Mo and me for now? Once we subdue Daewon, we will return them to you? Gao Xianji looked at Chen Tianshan. However, Chen Tianshan frowned slightly as he looked at Gao Xianji. Back then, when we entered the Azura Path's secret realm, we had 600,000 soldiers, of which we already gave 100,000 to Lord Gao. Lord Gao, do you still think that is not enough? It is not that it is not enough. Just in case, Gao Xianji said with a smile. The 500,000 Immortal Demon Army is the strongest army of the Han Dynasty. It is an important weapon of the nation. His Majesty handed it to this subject. Lord Gao, please forgive me. I can only return it to His Majesty. I absolutely cannot hand it to a second person, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. Huh! Gao Xianji's expression froze. Unexpectedly, Chen Tianshan rejected her directly. Speaking of which, although Gao Xianji did not look down on Chen Tianshan, she felt that Chen Tianshan was not very capable. He was mediocre at governing a country, leading troops, and diplomacy. In any case, he was mediocre at everything. However, she could not understand why the Emperor valued Chen Tianshan so much, even handing the Immortal Demon Army to Chen Tianshan. She would be lying if she said that she was not jealous. However, now, the Emperor personally said that she should lead the Immortal Demon Army. Shouldn't she hand it to me? Lord Chen, His Majesty said that Lord Mo and I should lead the Immortal Demon Army. Gao Xianji said with a frown. Mo Yike, Guqin, and Montez also frowned at Chen Tianshan's attitude. If you feel that you need the Immortal Demon Army, you can send me a message through the Zither figurine. I will be in the Limitless Celestial Capital. I will order the Immortal Demon Army to do what you cannot do, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. If we want to command the Immortal Demon Army, we need to go through you? Lord Chen, you should know that speed is crucial in war. On the battlefield, many things change in an instant. If we inform you and you arrange the Immortal Demon Army, how much time will that waste? How many opportunities will that delay? Gao Xianji said anxiously. Mo Yike also frowned as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Sorry, Lord Gao. I have to be responsible for His Majesty. I have to do this. Chen Tianshan said stubbornly. Gao Xianji goggled, feeling speechless. This Chen Tianshan is too pedantic. Mo Yike, Guqin, and Montez also gave Chen Tianshan strange expressions. In the past, they felt that Chen Tianshan was not capable and did not have the qualifications to be the Han Dynasty's Second Army's commander. Now, they finally saw Chen Tianshan's capabilities. Pedantic, how pedantic! His Majesty already let Gao Xianji lead the immortal demon army. Yet, you are still pedantic and not willing? You want them to mobilize the immortal demon army through you? How pedantic is this? Chen Tianshan persisted. Everyone could only feel helpless. No matter what, the Han Dynasty started to move. Long Zhanggua's imperial edict completely opened the gates to the cities in the Dayuan's territory. Guqin and Montez led a group of people and silently left the boundless celestial capital. Chen Tianshan managed the boundless celestial capital, Solar Divine Palace's territory. Early in the morning, they are back. Luya looked at the distant sky with anticipation flashing in his eyes. The flying ship flew 500,000 kilometers upward. Gu Hai seemed to see many gigantic stars. Each star was at least 10 times the size of Earth in the past. Furthermore, Gu Hai seemed to see many mountains and pavilions on these stars. He even saw many spirit beasts walking on them. These are stars? Gu Hai said in shock. Stars? The words that come out of your mouth are really funny. Luya revealed a cold smile. Aren't they? Gu Hai said in shock. These are called stars. In Solar Divine Palace, they are also called demon stars. They are the residences of various spirit beasts. They are just subsidiary cities of Solar Divine Palace. Luya sneered. Demon stars? 361? Number of cycles? Gu Hai counted the number of stars that were inhabited by spirit beasts. You have good eyesight. Luya revealed a cold smile. Number of cycles? Gu Hai felt that the stars seemed to be surrounding him and also seemed to be revolving around a certain point. Gu Hai searched carefully according to the direction that the stars were revolving. Soon, he found the place. There was a vast sea in the distance. However, there was nothing on the sea. 1. At this moment, the first ray of sunlight shone down. It seemed like endless sun fire poured into the sea. Golden flames poured in and lit up the sea. The sea emitted a large amount of golden light. The golden light condensed and seemed to form a giant tree the size of a tongtian. It was a fusang tree the size of a tongtian. The fusang tree shone brightly and had a large number of branches. On each branch there was a city. There were as many as 49 cities. They were divided into 3 main groups. In the center was the peak of the main branch. In the distance, at the highest point, there was a main palace wrapped in flames. There was a plaque on it. There were 3 large words written on it: Emperor Dong Palace. At the peak of the left main branch, at the highest point, there was a purple aura. The plaque on the largest palace had 3 large words written on it: Taiwa Palace. At the peak of the right main branch, at the highest point, there was a white aura. The plaque on the largest palace had 3 large words written on it: Absolute Beginning Palace. Eastern Monarch Tai Palace? Taiwa Palace? Absolute Beginning Palace? It turns out that they are all on this giant fusang tree. This is Solar Divine Palace? Gu Hai said in shock as he looked up at the sky. 361 demon stars surrounded the huge fusang tree, forming the number of cycles in the sky. After the first ray of sunlight, the giant fusang tree slowly disappeared. However, Gu Hai knew that it was still there. It just became transparent and couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was there. Those palaces and cities were still on the tree. Ignorant. You don't even know this? Luya looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Whoosh. At this moment, a beam of azure light suddenly shot down from one of the demon stars and landed in front of Luya's flying ship. Boom. The azure light stopped in front of Luya. It was Gu Hai's old acquaintance, the great Myojin, Kong Xian. Kong Xian flew closer and looked at Gu Hai before turning to Luya. Prince Luya. Oh? The great Myojin? Didn't you dislike demon stars and stay in your peacock sea? Why did you come from a demon star to stop me? Luya frowned and looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian shook his head. There are 361 demon stars. Each demon star has a demon king. I was appointed by the master to guard the peacock star. The peacock star is my star. Why can't I come from there? The peacock star is your star. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that. However, Great Myojin, why did you stop me? Luya asked in a low voice. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai. Prince Luya, why did you capture Gu Hai? This person is a disaster. Wherever he goes, there will be disasters. Now, the Long Zhonghua army is about to arrive. Prince Luya, bringing him back will bring a lot of variables. Why don't you hand him over to me so that I can eliminate him before the battle? Huh! Gu Hai's face darkened. Luya's eyes turned cold. So, Great Myojin, you have been waiting here for a long time? You stood on the peacock star just to wait for my return. Kong Xian looked at Luya and bowed slightly. However, he looked at Gu Hai with a murderous look. There was even a strong obsession in this murderous look. From the first time he saw Gu Hai, he knew that Gu Hai was not someone to be trifled with. At that time, Gu Hai was only in the innate realm. How long had it been since he was in the innate realm? Had he opened the Sky Palace? Time and time again, he could escape? This time, even if he had to offend Prince Luya and everyone else, he had to kill Gu Hai. Luya did not care about Gu Hai's life or death. However, he cared about his authority. Even if Gu Hai was his prisoner, no one else could interfere with his things. I am also very curious. Great Myojin, how did you know my whereabouts? Luya looked coldly at Kong Xian. Kong Xian turned his head and looked in another direction. They told me. Oh! Luya turned his head. Yihua, Yanhua? Gu Hai suddenly widened his eyes. There was a group of angels standing on a flying ship in the distance. Yihua and Yanhua were standing among them. There was also a group of black angels beside them. At this moment, the black angels were escorting Ao Shun, who was covered in wounds. Several chains passed through Ao Shun's body and locked Ao Shun's bones. His back was dripping with blood. Hall Master, I am useless. I was ambushed on the way. Ao Shun knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. Chapter 684. Hall Leader, I am useless. I was ambushed on the way. Ao Shun knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. Why are you crying? No one is blaming you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. In the distance, Ao Shun looked up and the grief on his face disappeared. During the time he was captured, Ao Shun felt the most guilty because he had messed up Gu Hai's orders. Humph, Gu Hai, you didn't expect this, did you? Ha 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 ha. Yihua suddenly laughed sinisterly. Do you want to die? Gu Hai said coldly. Although Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed, there was still a murderous look in his eyes. Yihua shuddered when the murderous look appeared. Yihua's arrogant words were stuck in his throat. Yanhua looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, your cultivation should be sealed by Crown Prince Luya, right? What are you so proud of? Gu Hai looked at Yanhua and said coldly, If Ao Shun dies, I will let you die with him. Do you believe me? Die with him? Ha! What can you do now? If the Great Myojin wants you dead, do you think you can live past today? Yanhua said coldly. So, you think Crown Prince Luya is easy to bully? Gu Hai smiled. Yanhua's face darkened. At this moment, Crown Prince Luya also looked coldly at Yanhua. Do you think I can't kill Gu Hai, or do you think I won't kill Gu Hai? Crown Prince Luya, I didn't mean that, but… Yanhua's expression changed. Humph! Crown Prince Luya snorted and turned to look at Kong Xian. At this moment, Kong Xian still looked very determined, as if he would only be satisfied when Gu Hai was completely killed. Crown Prince Luya, I am doing this for the good of Solar God Palace. This Gu Hai is Long Zhonggua's spy. You should know what he has done all these years. If we don't get rid of him now, there will be trouble in the future. Kong Xian said coldly. Future trouble? Humph, it's not your turn to interfere in my matters. Lu Ya's eyes turned cold. Although Lu Ya scolded Kong Xian coldly, Gu Hai knew that Lu Ya was not trying to protect him. He did not care about his life at all. He only cared about his reputation. Therefore, he definitely could not place his hopes on Lu Ya. Long Zhanggua's spy? Great Myojin, are you talking about me or yourself? Gu Hai glared at him. Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Gu Hai ferociously. Lu Ya and Yan Hua also narrowed their eyes and looked at Kong Xian in surprise. Gu Hai, you want to slander me too? Ha 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 ha. Kong Xian laughed coldly. Lu Ya also looked at Gu Hai coldly. After all, no one believed that Kong Xian was Long Zhanggua's spy. Gu Hai's framing was too clumsy, wasn't it? Gu Hai also understood that this could not be done. At this moment, no one would believe that Kong Xian was Long Zhanggua's spy. However, it did not matter. It was enough to plant a seed in everyone's heart today. Great Myojin, you know very well whether I am slandering you or not. Now you want to silence me? You are using Crown Prince Lu Ya's hand. It was Crown Prince Lu Ya who sealed my cultivation so that you could get away with it. At that time, you can push the blame to Crown Prince Lu Ya. Yan Hua is a cover, and Crown Prince Lu Ya is your knife? Great Myojin, you are really scheming. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha, Crown Prince Lu Ya, did you hear that? I said that Gu Hai is a scourge. How long has it been? He has already started sowing discord? Crown Prince Lu Ya, please do not tolerate this scoundrel. I am using Crown Prince Lu Ya to kill him? What a joke. Kong Xian said coldly. Not far away, Yan Hua nodded. Crown Prince Lu Ya, this Gu Hai does like to distort right and wrong. Not long ago, Mosquito Daoran also wanted to assassinate him. In the end, he became a thug because of his sharp tongue. Crown Prince Lu Ya, be careful. Crown Prince Lu Ya naturally did not believe Gu Hai's nonsense. Instead, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. You said that I am Kong Xian's knife? Crown Prince Lu Ya, if you think that I have gone overboard, you can release my seal. I will kill Kong Xian in front of you. Do you believe me? Gu Hai said extremely solemnly. Lu Ya narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Kong Xian's battle power was one of the best in Apollo Palace. He was definitely in the top 10 of the 361 demon stars on the Peacock planet. Even if he was not as good as Lu Ya, he should not be too far behind. Gu Hai actually said that he would kill Kong Xian in front of him? Crown Prince Lu Ya, what are you worried about? I was not your opponent that day, so I willingly accepted the title. Now, I am much weaker than that day, am I not? Didn't you confiscate the Vine World Gourd, True Fire Gourd, Life-Punishing Saber, and Immortal-Slaying Gourd? What are you worried about? Gu Hai sneered. Lu Ya's face darkened. That day, when he sealed his cultivation, Lu Ya had indeed forced Gu Hai to hand over the Vine World Gourd, True Fire Gourd, Life-Punishing Saber, and even the Immortal-Slaying Gourd. As for the other things on Gu Hai, Lu Ya did not search him, nor did he bother to do so. He was the crown prince of the demon race. But why was Gu Hai so confident? Crown Prince Lu Ya, don't listen to his flowery words. Let me kill you and end it all. Kong Xian said coldly. Seal my cultivation. Even if I die, I will only die in the hands of Crown Prince Lu Ya. You? It is a pity that Crown Prince Lu Ya did not let me kill you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Lu Ya reached out and tapped Gu Hai's dantian. A ray of golden light exploded from Gu Hai's dantian. Gu Hai released a powerful aura around him. Crown Prince Lu Ya, why did you release his seal? Kong Xian's face changed. Thank you, Crown Prince Lu Ya. Gu Hai sneered. I would like to see how you are going to kill Kong Xian. Lu Ya said coldly. After that, Lu Ya looked at Kong Xian coldly. Kong Xian, you are my father's most loyal subordinate. I will give you face this time. However, I want Gu Hai's corpse intact. Yes, thank you, Crown Prince Luya. Kong Xian was overjoyed. It was impossible for Gu Hai to deal with Kong Xian. He was courting death. Moreover, Luya had confiscated his weapons and treasures? Kong Xian sneered at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also revealed a confident sneer. This trace of a cold smile caused Luya and Kong Xian to frown. At this moment, Gu Hai could still fight with Kong Xian? Where did his confidence come from? Gu Hai's confidence? This was just a facade for the two of them. He had just entered the lower heavenly palace. How could he deal with Kong Xian? Gu Hai sent a thought into the storage ring on his finger. There was a Guqin figurine in the ring. As long as the Guqin figurine informed Long Zhanghua would come to save him. This was one of Gu Hai's greatest trump cards. Inform Long Zhanghua and use his contribution to exchange for Long Zhanggua's help. Great Myojin, I hope you won't regret it later. Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, his finger gently moved the ring. Suddenly, a wave of magic power entered the ring. Just as he was about to inform the Guqin figurine. Ha! Little peacock, you are truly unforgiving. Not to mention that this palace master does not have any attachment to Gu Hai, you keep using Xiaorou's attachment as an excuse to kill Gu Hai time and time again. Are you trying to humiliate this palace master? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in the surroundings. Boom! A strong aura suddenly descended from the sky. Taiwa. Yan Hua's expression changed. Luya also narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Oh no! Kong Xian's expression changed. The next moment, he stood up ferociously. He stretched out his hand and hit Gu Hai with his palm. Boom! A five-colored palm struck towards Gu Hai, as if he wanted to kill Gu Hai immediately. How dare you! Taiwa's voice rang out again. The void trembled. Suddenly, a huge snake tail emerged from the void. The snake tail swung out, causing the void to tremble. A vast purple storm instantly appeared in front of Kong Xian's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, a monstrous storm suddenly swept up in the surroundings. The five-colored palm exploded and the snake tail shook, disappearing into the void. Kong Xian also instantly retreated a distance of 300 meters. Taiwa, weren't you in seclusion? Kong Xian exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Gu Hai looked up and saw countless purple clouds surrounding a purple cloud. On top of the purple cloud stood a woman with a human body and a snake tail. The woman was none other than Taiwa. The instant Gu Hai saw Taiwa, he fell into a daze. Xiao Rou, who had been in the innate realm in Tianyuan Island and the innate puzzle world, looked exactly like this. At that time, his heart was filled with obsession with Chen Xianer, so he ignored Xiao Rou's love. At that time, Gu Hai's heart was sealed in ice. Because of Xiao Rou, a crack finally appeared in the ice in his heart at the moment of Xiao Rou's death. Because of Xiao Rou, Gu Hai no longer rejected the entry of other feelings. Long Wanqing, Lin Wanner, and even Bingheim. When Gu Hai saw Taiwa, he thought of Xiao Rou. When he thought of Xiao Rou, his heart felt strangely stifled. Xiao Rou's earthly soul was Taiwa's earthly soul. The heavenly soul and the human soul merged with Taiwa's earthly soul. It was not wrong to say that Taiwa was Xiao Rou. However, Xiao Rou was not Taiwa. After all, after Xiao Rou merged with Taiwa, Taiwa dominated her will. Closed-door cultivation? Humph! Kong Xian, this palace master did not care about this Gu Hai at first. However, it is you who keeps stirring up trouble again and again. Since when is it your turn to meddle in my, Taiwa's, matters? Taiwa's eyes turned cold as murderous intent surged out. Kong Xian also showed a ferocious expression. Queen Hua? Since you do not care about Gu Hai, what's wrong with letting me kill him? Humph! You say that you do not care? However, you and Xiao Rou share the same earthly soul. Your will is superior to hers, but she is you. Your three souls are fusing and your feelings are fusing. Do you dare to say that Xiao Rou's feelings for Gu Hai did not affect you? If not, how could you carve Xiao Rou's miserable state outside Taiwa Palace that day? Humph! Kong Xian, you are meddling too much. Do you want to die? Taiwa's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Ha 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 ha. You want to die? I am meddling too much. However, Queen Hua, do you know why Master allowed you to enter Solar Divine Palace? Do you know why Master gave you authority that is below Master's? In our hearts, you are already Queen Hua, Master's woman. Humph! Are you pretending not to know? Is it useful? In the past, if Master did not plead with the heavens, you would have died 800,000 years ago. No, your body and soul would have been destroyed. It was Master who pleaded with the immortal of 6 paths that you have today, Kong Xian said with a glare. Impudent? Taiwa glared. Impudent? Humph! Today, even if Queen Hua stops me, this Gu Hai must die, Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. With a ferocious expression, Kong Xian looked up at the sky and roared, Fiend kings of the 300 fiend stars, this time, Kong Xian invites all of you to work together and lay the heavenly cycle star formation to destroy Luo Gu Hai and restore Queen Hua's heart. Chapter 685. Kong Xian's rallying power was still very strong. With a shout, the 360 demon stars suddenly shone with dazzling light. It was as if Kong Xian had already planned this beforehand. 1. The starlight was dazzling. In the early hours of the morning, the originally dazzling sunlight suddenly dimmed, and only the demon stars could be seen. They seemed to have connected into a line, forming a super-huge net. As soon as the net appeared, a starlight palm suddenly formed. The palm was 10,000 feet long, and it went straight for Gu Hai. Kong Xian? You actually bewitched all the demon kings for Gu Hai. Set up the cosmic cycle star array? Did you get any orders from Father? Lu Ye suddenly glared. Crown Prince Lu Ye, this is an emergency. Please forgive me. Later, I will bring a bramble and ask for punishment from Master. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Palm of the stars? Humph! Taiwa's face turned cold. Queen Hua, you better not move. This palm of the stars is the condensation of the cosmic cycle star array. Its power is no weaker than Long Zhangguo's eye of heaven. Kong Xian looked at Taiwa with a cold smile. Boom! As expected, the giant palm of the stars pressed down, and a heavenly aura instantly rushed into the hearts of everyone below. Not far away, a group of angels was immediately suppressed by this aura and knelt down. Even the Black Angel, Yan Hua, and Yi Hua also knelt down in shock. Gu Hai's expression also changed. This aura was too strong. It was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for his huge human soul, he would have been forced to kneel down. Palm of the stars? Don't move? When Fuxi created the cosmic cycle star array, I was right beside him. Don't move? Humph! Taiwa's expression was ferocious as he waved his hand. 1. A huge bronze cauldron suddenly appeared in Taiwa's palm. On the surface of the cauldron, the connate 8 trigrams diagram was engraved, but inside, countless demon beasts were engraved. Taiwa activated it. Boom! The huge cauldron suddenly enlarged and an extremely thick aura suddenly erupted. The surrounding flying boats were immediately blown away by a wave of qi. Even the flying boat that Lu Ye was suppressing was pushed back. Cauldron of Heaven and Earth? The third Dharma treasure in history? Lu Ye's eyelids suddenly twitched as excitement flashed across his eyes. Cauldron of Heaven and Earth? You are really in your hands? Kong Xian's expression changed. Boom! On the surface of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, the 8 trigrams instantly emitted a dazzling golden light. The 10,000 fiend diagram inside instantly emitted the roars of billions of fiends as it sucked fiercely. Boom! The astral palm was sucked into the cauldron. Within the cauldron, hundreds of millions of demons were madly gnawing away at the astral palm. It was as if it wanted to completely refine the astral palm. Screech! Kong Xian's figure flashed and soared into the sky. In the starry sky, the cluster of demon stars seemed to form a huge light pillar that rushed towards Kong Xian's body. Kong Xian reached out his right palm and instantly merged it with the astral palm. Astral palm, listen to my command. Chaotic heavenly cycle, tear apart the heavens and earth, break for me. Kong Xian shouted. Boom. Kong Xian merged with the astral palm that was sucked into the cauldron of heaven and earth. The parts that were torn apart by the thousands of demons in the cauldron immediately recovered rapidly. Moreover, with a strong force, it struck the cauldron of heaven and earth, as if it wanted to completely shatter the cauldron. Humph, cosmic cycle star array? I don't have that kind of power, Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Boom. Taiwa activated the cauldron of heaven and earth again. In an instant, the void where the astral palm merged with the cauldron of heaven and earth was torn apart. Fragments of the void were torn apart, forming a huge black hole that crazily sucked in everything around it. Ah, help! No, Elder, save me! The surrounding angels were sucked into the black hole in horror. As soon as they entered the black hole, their physical bodies were instantly shredded into pieces and completely disappeared. The powerful force was not any weaker than when Long Zhanghua fought against the Eye of Heaven. The transparent Fusang tree suddenly shook violently. As it shook, the sea below rose up, and then the endless sea water was quickly sucked into the black hole. Above the stars, there were 361 powerful demon kings controlling the array. Below, Taiwa controlled the cauldron of heaven and earth with all his strength. Fortunately, with Luya in front, the pressure around Gu Hai was reduced by a lot. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Hai was shocked. Back when Long Zhanghua fought the deity of six paths, he thought that it was the most intense battle. No matter how strong Solar Divine Shrine was, it should be within a certain range. However, the scene in front of him subverted Gu Hai's thoughts. The astral palm and the cauldron of heaven and earth. The power of the collision between the two was actually similar to when Long Zhanghua fought the deity of six paths. This was not even the strongest of Solar Divine Shrine, Donghuang Tai. Could Long Zhanghua succeed in attacking Solar Divine Shrine this time? While Gu Hai was anxious, Kong Xian's body expanded as if he was struggling with the powerful astral power. At this moment, Taiwa's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He looked ferocious. Neither of them gave in. One wanted Gu Hai to die, and the other wanted to protect Gu Hai. The two forces collided, and the black hole in the void became bigger and bigger. Just as both sides were about to suffer, dang! Suddenly, a loud bell rang from the top of the swaying Fusang giant tree. When the bell rang, Gu Hai and everyone in the surroundings suddenly felt their minds buzzing. All that was left was the deep and resounding sound of the bell. Many people seemed to be in a daze and forgot everything. As the bell rang, a yellow ripple rushed down from the void. Hong! The yellow ripple collided, and the astral palm and the cauldron of heaven and earth were suddenly pushed away. Kong Xian and Taiwa instantly retreated 1,000 feet before stopping. Buzz, 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 buzz. Everyone's mind was still buzzing, and it was a blur. After a while, they woke up one after another. This bell sound? Gu Hai looked up. It was the bell sound coming from Emperor Dong's palace at the top of the Fusang tree. The bell of chaos? Tai, you didn't enter the heaven realm? Taiwa looked at the sky with a cold expression. The bell of chaos? The second Dharma treasure in the world? Gu Hai's face darkened. Greetings, Father. Luya bowed to solemnly in the sky. Greetings, Master. Kong Xian and the demon kings on the 360 demon stars bowed respectfully. Rumble. The surrounding seawater was sucked into the black hole, and the black hole slowly recovered. The torn void also slowly repaired itself. Aside from bowing respectfully, there was silence. However, under this silence, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Although Tai did not show up, he imperceptibly gave everyone a heart-wrenching pressure. Taiwa, You're finally willing to use the cauldron of heaven and earth? Tai's voice came from Emperor Dong's palace. So, you've been waiting in Emperor Dong's palace. Humph. Were you waiting for my cauldron of heaven and earth? Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Waiting? You underestimate me too much. I just came out. Tai's voice came. Just came out? You went in and came out? Taiwa said with a frown. Not everyone. Only Tai Chu and I came out. Tai said calmly. Humph. Taiwa snorted coldly. Before I left, I told you that Solar Divine Palace is not allowed to kill each other. Did you take my words for granted? Tai said coldly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Master, the culprit is Gu Hai. Crown Prince Lu Ye brought Gu Hai back. We wanted to kill Gu Hai, but Empress Hua stopped us. That's why the battle just now happened. Kong Xian said gravely. Kong Xian, I'll say it one more time. If you call me Empress Hua again, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian bowed respectfully to Emperor Dong's palace. There was no response. Taiwa, is this true? A cold snort came from Emperor Dong's palace. I want to protect him. As long as I'm here, no one can kill him. Taiwa said coldly. Master, Gu Hai is Long Zhanggua's right-hand man. This time, the Long Zhanggua is attacking Solar Divine Palace. In less than 10 days, he'll arrive at Solar Divine Palace. He's a scourge. Moreover, Master said that this Gu Hai might be a spirit cultivator. No, he has a wisp of spirit light with the attribute of disaster. The battle with the Long Zhanggua is imminent. The calamity spirit light can't come to Solar Divine Palace. We must kill it as soon as possible. Kong Xian shouted. Calamity spirit light? Humph, Kong Xian, you're really good at ting. Taiwa said with a glare. Humph. It doesn't matter whether he is involved or not. As long as Gu Hai has the slightest chance, he must be killed. My lord, please grant Gu Hai death. Kong Xian shouted. You dare? Taiwa glared at Emperor Dong's palace in the sky. Lu Ye frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. However, he discovered that with his father's interference, everything was out of his control. He could only stand aside and not say anything. If this monarch wants Gu Hai to die, Taiwa, what will you do? Tai Yi's cold voice rang out. Back then, when I joined Solar Divine Palace, you said that you would not restrict my freedom. I am grateful for your protection over the years. However, if I cannot even do what I want to do, without freedom, what can I do even if I am safe? Hence, back then, I wanted to find a place where no one would disturb me and properly experience a different life. I went to the innate puzzle world that old man Guanxi left behind before he died to reincarnate. There, I was not disturbed by Solar Divine Palace. I discovered that although my life was difficult, there was always hope in life. After my older brother, Fuxi, died, I felt like the entire world was black and white. That was until I met someone who showed me that the world had other colors besides black and white. This time, even if you stop me, I will insist on what I want. If he dies, I will draw a clear line between myself and Solar Divine Palace. From then on, I will have nothing to do with it. Taiwa said resolutely. You! Kong Xian exclaimed, glaring. Lu Ye's expression also changed. At this juncture, Taiwa wanted to betray Solar Divine Palace? Everyone looked anxiously at Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace remained silent for a long time. After a while, Tai Yi's voice rang out. This monarch does not believe in the calamity's spiritual light. This monarch can let Gu Hai live. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the punishment cannot be forgiven. Back then, Tai Yi captured and killed Tai Yi's bloodline and handed him over to Tai Yi for now. After this monarch deals with Long Zhanggua, I will deal with Gu Hai. My lord. Kong Xian's expression changed drastically. The prerequisite is that you, Taiwa, enter the heaven realm with me. You are needed there, Tai Yi said coldly. Taiwa looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also looked at Taiwa in confusion. Was this Taiwa or... Okay, but when I come out, if Gu Hai... Taiwa bit his lip. If I say not to let him die, he will not die. Tai Yi said firmly. Taiwa, don't worry. I will only watch him. I will not kill him. Tai Yi's voice rang out from Emperor Dong's palace. Okay. Taiwa answered. Chapter 686. Taiwa had gotten the news from Tai that Gu Hai wasn't dead. He had accepted Tai's invitation and gone to the heaven realm. Gu Hai sighed softly. He extended his hand and stopped informing Zhan Long. At this moment, with Tai's help, even if Long Zhanghua came immediately, he wouldn't be able to save him. Secondly, when he was dealing with Lu Ye, Long Zhanghua might come to save him. Now that he was in Tai's hands, it was hard to say whether Long Zhanghua would come or not. Taiwa flew into the sky, and Taichu also flew out of Emperor Dong's palace. Taichu Palace Lord. Countless demons, the demon kings on the demon star, and Kong Xian also bowed slightly. Taichu instantly flew in front of Gu Hai. He emitted a holy light as he looked coldly at Gu Hai. Greetings, Taichu Palace Lord. Gu Hai smiled. Ha, Gu Hai, you're really lucky. Taiwa is so desperate for you. Taichu sneered. Thank you for your kindness, Palace Lord Taiwa. Gu Hai nodded. Taichu sneered and turned to look around. All around, monsters heard the commotion and quickly gathered. The Dragon Warring Kingdom has raised an army to attack the Solar Divine Palace. They have overestimated themselves. From today onwards, I will lead the disciples of the Solar Divine Palace to defend against the invasion and destroy the dragon demons. Absolute Beginning shouted coldly. Yes. Countless monster kings answered. Kong Xian looked up at Emperor Dong's palace. Tai seemed to have acquiesced to Taichu's order. Yes. Kong Xian nodded with a trace of reluctance. Crown Prince Lu Ye, let me deal with Gu Hai for now. What do you think? Taichu smiled at Lu Ye. Since it's father's order, I have nothing to say. Lu Ye narrowed his eyes and nodded. Lu Ye wanted to hand Gu Hai over to Taichu, but Gu Hai suddenly looked at Lu Ye. Crown Prince Lu Ye, I obtained your trust and unsealed my seal. I was prepared to kill Kong Xian. However, things have changed. With Taichu watching, I can't kill Kong Xian anymore. I'll have to trouble you to reseal the seal that you unsealed. Gu Hai suddenly said to Lu Ye. Lu Ye, Kong Xian, Taichu. The demon kings, angels, Yan Hua, and Yi Hua all had strange expressions on their faces. If it wasn't for Taiwa saving you, you would have been killed by Kong Xian 100 times. Now you're boasting that you can kill Kong Xian? Are you kidding me? Humph, you overestimate yourself. This is what you asked for. Only this crown prince can undo this crown prince's seal. Lu Ye gave a cold snort. Bam, bam, bam. Just like when he sealed Gu Hai in the past, Lu Ye tapped a few more times on Gu Hai's body. Buzz! It was as if a golden net had locked Gu Hai and entered Gu Hai's body. Humph, if it wasn't for Master, would you still be alive? Kong Xian looked coldly at Gu Hai. Taichu reached out and grabbed Gu Hai. He checked. Buzz! A golden net appeared on Gu Hai's body. Crown Prince Lu Ye, your sealing technique is really unique. Taichu frowned. Lu Ye nodded and rushed into the sky. He rushed to the branches of the Fusang giant tree. There was a floating city there, and Crown Prince Lu Ye flew into it. Yan Hua, bring Gu Hai back to Heaven City, Taichu said in a deep voice. Yes. Yan Hua immediately stepped forward. Father, I'll do it, I'll do it. Yi Hua also shouted excitedly. Gu Hai was immediately escorted by a group of angels and flew to a huge city in the sky. There were a total of 49 cities on the branches of the Fusang giant tree. At this moment there was no first ray of sunlight in the morning, so they couldn't see the Fusang giant tree. Similarly, every city seemed to be covered by a large amount of clouds and mist. Other than the people nearby, they couldn't tell where the city was at all. So, Heaven City isn't a floating city, But a city supported by a branch of the Fusang giant tree? And it's at the bottom of the city? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai, you've already become a prisoner, and you still have the mind to care about Heaven City? Yan Hua sneered. Humph, you also have a day like this. Along the way, you made us wear shackles every day. Today, you also have a taste of shackles. Yi Hua sneered. Immediately, he took out a very heavy shackle and forced Gu Hai to wear it. The shackle was heavy. If his cultivation wasn't sealed, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed by Crown Prince Luya and he was like a mortal, so the shackle was as heavy as a mountain. Gu Hai put on the shackle and sat aside extremely quietly. He didn't say anything to the two of them, as if he couldn't be bothered to speak to them. Humph, there are many demons here. When we reach Heaven City, we'll teach you a lesson. Yi Hua said coldly. The Fusang giant tree was too big. With the speed of the flying boat, it would take a long time to reach it. Gu Hai closed his eyes and leaned against the railing of the deck, ignoring everyone. Hall leader, it's all Ao Shun's fault. Ao Shun was imprisoned on the other side, looking guilty. Unfortunately, Gu Hai ignored everyone. Gu Hai's mind sank into his body. Everyone thought that Gu Hai was disheartened, but they didn't know that Gu Hai had found a hope to escape. When Luya first sealed him, he set up a golden net restriction that Gu Hai couldn't undo. But when Luya undid it, a strange, unsealing energy instantly undid Gu Hai's golden net restriction. The moment it was undone, there was a slight remnant of the unsealing energy. Gu Hai didn't disperse it. Instead, he forced it into his dantian and into the heaven-mending pool. The heaven-mending pool instantly repaired it. Soon, Gu Hai had repaired a portion of the unsealing energy. This was also the reason why Gu Hai asked Luya to seal him again. It was because Luya's seal could already be undone by Gu Hai himself. Also, absolute beginning wouldn't make the unnecessary move of sealing it again. Ordinary energy couldn't break Luya's seal, but this unsealing energy could. Gu Hai instantly released it. Bam! A muffled sound came from Gu Hai's body. The seal was undone. However, Gu Hai restrained his aura so that no one could see that the seal was undone. Gu Hai continued to sit there with his eyes closed. Yi Hua continued to threaten Gu Hai along the way. Heaven City. Go in. The escorting angel escorted Gu Hai into a rainy valley. This is a prison? Where's Ao Shun? Gu Hai frowned as he looked around. Ao Shun? He's locked up somewhere else. This is where you're locked up. Go in. The escorting angel shouted. Once he entered the valley, Gu Hai immediately felt waves of killing intent coming from all directions. Around the valley, there was a group of prisoners curled up. There were all kinds of demon beasts, and they seemed to have sealed their cultivation. All of them had a large number of wounds on their bodies. They were different from Gu Hai in that they didn't have the shackles on Gu Hai. Gu Hai walked step by step into the depths of the valley. Countless prisoners looked at Gu Hai coldly. Yi Hua Manor. Gu Hai has been locked up? Yi Hua sneered. Yes. They are already locked in Ferocious Evil Valley. Inside are the most ferocious animal spirits prisoners of the fiend race. Although their cultivations are sealed, their physical bodies are definitely not something a human like Gu Hai can compare to, the angel who escorted Gu Hai earlier said with a smile. That's good. You've told them everything? Yi Hua said coldly. Don't worry, second young master. This subordinate has already explained. This group of prisoners will properly bully Gu Hai tonight. Oh right, there are also a few ferocious demons who like men. I have also explained to them. They will definitely properly pamper Gu Hai. The angel said fawningly. Ha 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 ha, good good good. I knew you've done a good job. Such a disgusting thing should only be done to Gu Hai. That's the only way to vent my hatred. Yi Hua said with a ferocious expression. Second young master, I say, you are still too benevolent. For Gu Hai's crimes, it would not be enough even if he were to die 10,000 times. Die? It's not that easy. I'll make him beg for death, Yi Hua said with a ferocious expression. Yes. Big Brother went to Father's place to discuss how to deal with the Long Zhanghua. Leave Gu Hai to me. We'll play with him slowly. However, the Evil Valley tonight is too disgusting. I'm not going to watch it. Ha 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 ha, remember to remind me to visit Gu Hai tomorrow morning. Yi Hua laughed. Yes. On the second day, Yeha led the 5 angels to the Evil Valley. Go, ask someone to bring me to see Gu Hai, Yi Hua said with a cold smile. Where are they? Where are the guards in the Evil Valley? One of the angels asked in surprise. What? The guards are gone? Where's Gu Hai? Yi Hua's expression changed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 angels flew into the Evil Valley. Second young master, Gu Hai is still here. He's still here, the angel exclaimed. Gu Hai is still here? These guards are neglecting their duties. How dare they slack off in front of me? They don't know what's good for them, Yi Hua said angrily. He stepped into the sky. He looked down at the Evil Valley. It had been raining in this prison. Gu Hai was sitting cross-legged under a big rock in the Evil Valley. He seemed to be sheltering himself from the rain. Where are they? Didn't you say that there are many prisoners here? Where are the prisoners? Yi Hua asked coldly. I don't know, the angel said blankly. The prisoners are gone. The guards are gone. Where are they? Good, you dare to go against this young master? Yi Hua said with a ferocious expression. No, I really didn't. There were many prisoners here. The angel said anxiously. Bang. Yi Hua kicked him into the Evil Valley. A bunch of trash. How dare you lie to me? Yi Hua slowly flew toward Gu Hai. Under the big rock, Gu Hai opened his eyes slowly. Gu Hai, you're so lucky. Your first night in Heaven City is so quiet. No prisoners to play with? No problem, I'll play with you today. Yi Hua walked slowly to Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Looking down from above, Gu Hai was like a piece of meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. Yi Hua, only a few of you came? Gu Hai suddenly said with a cold smile. What? Yi Hua raised an eyebrow. I mean, only a few of you came to die? Gu Hai's face suddenly turned cold. Yi Hua shivered when he saw this. However, in the next moment, Yi Hua flew into a rage out of humiliation. How dare you scare me? Luya took all your Dharma treasures and weapons, sealed your cultivation, and shackled by me. Are you trying to scare me? Come and kill me then. Kill me if you can. Yi Hua kicked Gu Hai, wanting to vent the hatred in his heart. Shing! Suddenly, the sound of a saber rang out, and Yi Hua's head was instantly sent flying. Yi Hua's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. He had broken free from the shackles and stood up with a bone knife in his hand. Just now, it was this bone saber that had instantly chopped off his head. A gust of black gas flew out of the bone knife. The black gas rushed toward Yi Hua's body and head. There seemed to be countless skeletons in the black gas gnawing at Yi Hua's flesh. No! Yi Hua screamed. The life-extinguishing saber is gone, but I still have the life-ender saber. Gu Hai looked at the other 5 angels with a cold smile. Chapter 687. Luya flew up the Fusang tree. In a huge city. It was Bingheim's prison. Your Highness, the Taichu Palace Master said that no one is allowed to see Bingheim. Aye. A few men who looked like guards stopped Luya. Oh? I won't allow it either. Luya's tone suddenly turned cold. The few guards immediately quivered. Aye. A guard still wanted to argue. Luya glared. It was as if a ray of saber energy shot out from his eyes. Boom! The guard's body suddenly exploded from the saber energy in Luya's eyes. Your Highness, please forgive us. The other guards immediately knelt down. Luya didn't even look at the others and walked toward the prison. The guards knelt on the ground, trembling. But no one dared to stop him. In the prison, Bingheim sat cross-legged. Luya walked over and Bingheim opened her eyes slightly. "Did you hear the sound outside?" Luya said in a deep voice. The sound outside was naturally the sound of Taiwa protecting Gu Hai. At that time, the loud sound of the battle shook the entire Fusang tree. How could she not hear it? Bingheim looked at Luya with a gloomy face. But she didn't expect Luya to really capture Gu Hai. Back then, when Luya wanted to kill Gu Hai, Bingheim said that she wanted Luya to capture Gu Hai and follow Luya because this could remind Gu Hai and let Gu Hai deal with Luya. But she didn't expect Luya to be so powerful. "It's time for you to fulfill your promise. In the future, you will follow me. Now you can go out with me," Luya said coldly. After a moment of silence, Bingheim shook her head. "Huh." Luya's face turned cold. "Mother is dead. I don't care anymore. Now, there's the Emperor. You captured him but he ran away," Bingheim said in a deep voice. "Run? How?" "He is imprisoned in Heaven City," Luya said solemnly. "That's not because you captured His Majesty. In my heart, as long as His Majesty is fine, I will listen to you. But now, His Majesty's life and death is not up to you to decide." Bingheim looked at Luya coldly. "What do you want?" Luya asked in a deep voice. "Bring His Majesty with me, I can follow you," Bingheim said in a deep voice. Luya stared at Bingheim. After a while, Luya sneered. "All right, I'll listen to you this time." Bingheim's eyes lit up. "Come with me. You don't have to stay in this prison anymore," Luya said solemnly. "Leave. Of course, let's go to Heaven City and pick up Gu Hai," Luya said solemnly. Bingheim's eyes lit up and she nodded. Luya walked in front and Bingheim walked behind. "Crown Prince, don't, Bingheim can't be taken away, we can't explain it to her." Suddenly, a large number of prison guards ran out in horror. "Treasure, please turn around," Luya snorted coldly. From the immortal slaying gourd, an immortal slaying flying knife suddenly flew out. As soon as the immortal slaying flying knife came out, the light suddenly illuminated the entire prison canyon. Swoosh! The immortal slaying flying knife flew out and soon flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. The knife light converged and immediately, nearly 100 heads flew out. The 100 prison guards who came forward to stop all had their heads fall to the ground. When the prison guards who came from all directions saw this scene, they instantly quivered. No one dared to interrupt and they all knelt down. "This Crown Prince doesn't like to talk too much. All right, the road is clear, let's go," Luya said coldly. Bingheim and Luya stepped on the corpses and slowly walked out of the prison. Heaven City. Evil Valley Prison. The bone knife slashed out. Bang! Yihua's head flew out in an instant. The life ender saber carried with it a black aura. In the black aura, countless small skeletons crazily gnawed at Yihua's flesh. "No!" Yihua screamed. "The life ender saber is gone, but I still have the life ender saber." Gu Hai smiled coldly and looked at the other 5 angels. The 5 angels were instantly stunned. Only when Gu Hai charged at the 5 angels did the 5 angels manage to react. "He killed the second young master?" "No, save the second young master." "Someone!" All the angels screamed. However, Gu Hai was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of 2 angels who were leaning against each other. Screech! The life ender saber slashed through the 2 of them, leaving behind a black aura. Gu Hai immediately rushed toward the remaining 3 angels who were scattered. Screech! When another angel's head was slashed open, the remaining 2 angels realized that something was wrong. "Oh no, let's go and find the second young master. Gu Hai is rebelling. Someone, help!" The 2 angels fled in fear. However, Gu Hai was faster. He caught up with one of the 2 winged angels in an instant. Boom! With one slash, Gu Hai killed the 2-winged angel. Only 1 angel was left. The angel seemed to know that there was no way to escape. he screamed in fear. Someone, help! Gu Hai is escaping! The angel roared with all his strength, but strangely, his voice did not travel out of the room. What's wrong? The angel's expression changed. It's been one night. Do you think I haven't done anything? Call for the others? If you could, the prisoners and guards last night would have been able to do the same. What a pity! I've already set up a sound barrier array here, Gu Hai said coldly. Screech! He stabbed the angel between his eyebrows. Buzz! The black aura quickly gnawed at the angel's and Yi Hua's corpses. Very soon, all the angels and Yi Hua's corpses were eaten until only their bones were left. The black aura returned to the life ender saber. Gu Hai walked to where Yi Hua's bones were. Crack! Gu Hai broke off one of Yi Hua's bony little fingers. Then, he gently took out a few peacock feathers and stuck them in the gap between the bony fingers. Bang! Gu Hai instantly crushed the remaining Yehua white bones and the angel white bones into powder. Then, he gently scattered the powder into the surrounding soil. When the rain fell on them, the bone powder merged with the soil and disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. The only thing that could prove it was Yi Hua's bony finger with a few peacock feathers stuck between it. Heh, I don't need you to prove anything. I just need Tai Chu to suspect something. I just need to escape and disappear. Then Yi Hua's death will be pointed at Kong Xian, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. As he sneered, he threw the bony finger into the forest. He kept the spiritual stones that were used to set up the array and was about to leave. Just as Gu Hai was about to leave, beams of holy light came from afar. Eldest young master, it's over there. Prince Lu Ye, Gu Hai is being held in the evil valley. A series of hurried voices came from afar. Damn it! Gu Hai's face darkened. He was about to escape when Lu Ye and the others came. While Gu Hai was frustrated, he could only put the shackles on himself again. He activated the heaven-mending power. Instantly, the broken shackles were repaired. There's still Lu Ye's golden net seal. Luckily, I have some of the golden net seal. Gu Hai took a deep breath. The heaven-mending power repaired the golden net seal. Buzz! Gu Hai immediately used the energy of the golden net to seal his cultivation and curled up under the big rock. Gu Hai closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Boom! A beam of holy light descended on the evil valley. The surrounding dark rain was instantly dispersed by the holy light. A flying boat appeared in midair. Yanhua, Lu Ye, Bingheim, and a group of angels stood on the flying boat. Where's the guardian? Yanhua glared. No, we don't know. A few angels said in fear. Go, call Yi Hua to see me. If Gu Hai runs away, who's going to be responsible? Yanhua glared. Looking at the valley, Yanhua was completely enraged. Gu Hai was the only one in this huge prison valley? He could have run away so easily. Lu Ye narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai was asleep? What happened here? Your Majesty! Bingheim suddenly cried out with heartache. Gu Hai's current appearance did not have any of his usual aura. His clothes were tattered, his cultivation was sealed, and he was still wearing shackles. Was he curled up in a corner and asleep? Boom! A large number of angels rushed into the valley. At the same time, many angels flew in all directions. Haha Yanhua, Father asked Tai Chu to guard Gu Hai. He's really guarding him well. Lu Ye said coldly. Crown Prince Lu Ye, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Yanhua said anxiously. Everyone was also puzzled at this moment. Why did the prison become like this? Lu Ye was one step faster and went to Gu Hai. He reached out and pinched Gu Hai. Buzz! A golden net appeared on Gu Hai's body. Oh? My seal is still there. Gu Hai is only unconscious? Lu Ye's expression darkened. With a start, Gu Hai suddenly sobered up. What's going on? Gu Hai stared at Lu Ye. Lu Ye also narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai, as if he wanted to see the truth from Gu Hai's eyes. However, it was not so easy to see through Gu Hai's eyes. Gu Hai, what happened here? Where are the prisoners? And where are the guards? Yen Hua stared and shouted. Gu Hai stood up blankly and looked around. How would I know? I just came here and a black gas covered the valley. After that, I don't know. Gu Hai shook his head. Black gas? What black gas? Yen Hua stared. Gu Hai looked at Yen Hua coldly, as if he was unwilling to say. Your Majesty, how are you? Bingheim quickly went forward and looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Bingheim, are you okay? Gu Hai looked happy. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Bingheim cried and looked at Gu Hai. Why are you crying? It's not your fault. Gu Hai comforted her. Young master, we can't find second young master. An angel flew over. Look again. I just went to father's place and he's gone? Yen Hua glared. Yes. All the angels flew away. Yen Hua stared at Gu Hai, as if she wanted to see something in Gu Hai's eyes. Even Lu Ye could not see it, let alone Yen Hua. All right, Yen Hua, I've already told Tai Chu that Gu Hai will be under my watch for now. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Lu Ye said. Father said so, but what exactly happened here? Only Gu Hai is still here, I think. Yen Hua said with a frown. There's nothing for you to think about. Gu Hai was sealed by me. Who can undo his seal? He must have fainted. You can investigate the rest yourself. Lu Ye said coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Hai and Bingheim were swept up and flew out of Heaven City. Looking at the light that Lu Ye left, Yen Hua's expression was dark. Find. Get Yi Hua to see me. Yes. All the angels answered. Chapter 688. 50 million miles north of the Solar Divine Palace, the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court were flying quickly. In the Lingshao Palace, Long Zhanguo wore a crown and a white dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and tapped his fingers on the armrest as he looked down at the officials. The three princes, the dragon race's supremes and Sima Zongheng stood at the front of the two rows while the officials stood respectfully behind them. Long Zhanguo, the Solar Divine Palace sent news that Ao Shun has been captured by Tai Chu. Tai Chu seems to want to use Ao Shun to threaten you? Long Zhanguo looked at the dragon race's supremes, Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang stepped forward and took a deep breath. His Holiness Ao Shun's luck is bad. He can't blame others. His Holiness, don't worry. The North Sea Dragon Palace is leading the dragons this time. We've already given up on life and death. We'll share honor and disgrace with the Deqian. Long Zhanguo stared at Ao Tianhuang for a while and nodded. All right. If that's the case, I'll appoint Ao Tianhuang as the vanguard commander. Ao Tianhuang will lead the dragons to attack Tai Chu. I, Ao Tianhuang, accept the decree. Ao Tianhuang immediately roared. Tai Chu didn't perform well in the Heavenly Court, but this is his home ground after all. He has luck. Moreover, he has the 10th Dharma treasure in the world, 10 Direction Annihilation. Ao Tianhuang, don't let your guard down. Long Zhanguo said. His Holiness, don't worry. Ao Tianhuang replied. Long Zhanguo nodded. Solar Divine Palace's 361 Heavenly Palace Monster Kings are all extraordinary. They're the strongest monster kings that Tai Yi chose to subdue. They're given 361 monster stars and can set up the heavenly cycle star formation. They're powerful and are one of Tai Yi's arms. Long Zhanguo said. At this moment, Sima Zongheng stepped out from the crowd. I, Sima Zongheng, request to be the vanguard and lead the Deqian army. Dozhan Heavenly Star Formation. Sima Zongheng said in a deep voice. This subject is willing to follow Grand Preceptor Sima. This subject is willing to be the vanguard to destroy the stars for His Holiness. For a time, a large number of valiant generals in the imperial court asked for battle. Solar Divine Palace had a strong foundation, and the Deqian celestial dynasty was not weak either. Although the Deqian celestial dynasty had been established for thousands of years, the Deqian celestial dynasty was a place where all the strong cultivators in the world could gather. At this moment, all of them were filled with fighting spirit. Appoint Sima Zongheng as the vanguard of the left path, Commander Daewon. He will lead the Heavenly Court's 33rd Army and immediately battle the 361 demon kings of the Solar God Palace. He will break the Heavenly Cycle Star formation, Long Zhanghua instructed. Yes, we will definitely not disappoint you. Sima Zongheng and a large number of officials responded. Reporting to His Holiness. First Crown Prince Long Xin-ing stepped forward. Long Zhanghua looked at Long Xin-ing. Eastern Sovereign Tai has two arms besides Tai Chu and Taiwa. One is the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, and the other is the 10 Golden Crow Princes. The 10 Golden Crow Princes can set up the 10 Sun Sky Traversing Formation with overwhelming power. This subject, Long Xin-ing, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Long Xin-ing said. This subject, Long Shunwen, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Second Crown Prince Long Xinwen also said. This subject, Takashi Ryushin, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Third Crown Prince also said. Long Xin-ing will be the vanguard of the right path, Commander Daewon. Long Xinwen and Takashi Ryushin will be the vice marshals of the right path. From today onwards, lead your respective troops and kill the Golden Crow Princes. Long Zhanghua said. Yes. The 3 Crown Princes responded. As they approached Sun God Shrine, Long Zhanghua continued to issue military orders. In an instant, all 33 cities in the Heavenly Court were mobilized. Long Zhanghua had to stay in the Heavenly Court, and Long Zhanghua's target was Eastern Sovereign Tai. The army quickly gathered and prepared to attack Sun God Shrine. Heavenly Stellar City, Long Chen Hall. Ao Tianhuang sat in the center of the hall as a group of Dragon Tribe members respectfully reported the news from Sun God Shrine. Ao Shun? Was he accidentally captured? Ao Tianhuang said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai was also captured. Not long ago there was a huge battle under the Fusang tree. Tai. Crown Prince Ao Shun is being closely guarded. A Dragon Tribe member said worriedly. Sovereign, that's Crown Prince Ao Shun. If we rush in like this, Tai Chu will definitely kill him. Sovereign, if we go now, what about the Crown Prince? The elders of the Dragon Tribe were anxious. Ao Tianhuang also frowned. Ao Tianhuang had said resolutely in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, but how could he not care about his son, who he cared about the most? After a moment of silence, Ao Tianhuang sighed. Perhaps this is fate. Shun-er is unlucky. I can only hope that I can find Shun-er's soul in the future. What? Sovereign, you're giving up on Crown Prince Ao Shun? The elders asked anxiously. Remember, don't have any other thoughts this time. If His Holiness succeeds, even if you die in battle, His Holiness can control the reincarnation of heaven and earth and revive you. Ao Shun is dead? He will be revived soon. Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Yes. The elders were helpless. Report. A guard rushed into the Long Chen Hall. Sovereign, there is the Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty, Guqin, outside. He said that he has a way to save Crown Prince Ao Shun. The guard said respectfully. Let him in. Ao Tianhuang's eyes lit up. Soon, Guqin and Montez stepped into the Long Chen Hall. The Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty, Guqin, greets Sovereign Ao Shun. Guqin solemnly bowed to Ao Shun. Meng Tai followed suit and bowed. Guqin, why are you looking for me? Ao Tianhuang asked in a deep voice. Time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush with supremacy Ao. My great Han Dynasty's experts have also come to assist Supremacy Ao in rescuing Crown Prince Ao Shun and my imperial father. Gu Qin solemnly declared. Gu Hai. You are well informed. You know about the Solar God Shrine. Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Yes, although the Dahan dynasty has many experts, they are not as strong as the Solar God Shrine. Ao Shun and my father are in the heavenly city. I have a plan to save them. I only ask for your cooperation, Guqin solemnly said. Ao Tianhuang squinted his eyes and said, How can I trust you? Sovereign Ao, this is my plan. Please take a look. Guqin took out a bamboo scroll and handed it to Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang took it doubtfully and opened it gently. It was filled with small words. Ao Tianhuang's pupils shrank when he saw the words. He then squinted his eyes and thought about the possibility of the words on the bamboo scroll. Sovereign Ao, time is of the essence. Once the two armies fight, there will be no more chance. Guqin said anxiously. Good. Gu Hai's son is not to be trifled with. I have underestimated you. Ao Tianhuang stared at Guqin. You want to save Ao Shun, and we want to save our father. We will each take what we need. Guqin smiled. We will do as you say. Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Heavenly City. Evil Valley. A large number of angels were guarding this place. Holy light soared into the sky. Yan Hua was standing respectfully behind Tai Chu. Tai Chu waved his hand, and countless white powder suddenly appeared from the ground. The powder quickly gathered, and gradually, the powder gathered to form 500 skeletons. Skeletons? These skeletons? Father, those prisoners and guards who disappeared were killed? And Yi Hua? Yan Hua's expression changed. Tai Chu's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not refute, but silently agreed with what Yan Hua said. Slap! Suddenly, a small finger flew out from the forest and landed on one of the skeletons. Yi Hua is not inside, right? Father, Yi Hua is not dead? Yan Hua said anxiously. This is Yi Hua. Tai Chu looked coldly at the skeleton in front of him. This is Yi Hua? Yan Hua gasped and his expression changed. Second young master. Suddenly, countless angels knelt down. Yi Hua? He has been resurrected once. He can't be resurrected again. Is he dead? Yan Hua's expression also turned cold. Are you sure that Gu Hai was the only one left in the valley? Tai Chu said coldly. Yes, only Gu Hai was there. It was him. He killed Yi Hua. Yan Hua said angrily. Tai Chu suddenly turned and looked coldly at Yan Hua. Ridiculous! What? Yan Hua's expression froze. I've checked Lu Ya's seal. Even I can't break it. Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed and shackled. How could he kill so many prisoners and angels? How could he kill Yi Hua? Tai Chu said coldly. Yan Hua's expression froze. Moreover, if Gu Hai killed Yi Hua, why would he stay in the valley and wait for you? Tai Chu said coldly. I don't know. Yan Hua's expression changed. If they came to save Gu Hai, they would naturally take Gu Hai away. But Gu Hai did not leave. Are they trying to frame Gu Hai? Is the person who killed Yi Hua Gu Hai's enemy? Tai Chu's expression darkened. But how could Gu Hai's enemy enter Heaven City? The four directions black angels are always guarding the four directions. Yan Hua said anxiously. Gu Hai's enemy? Tai Chu looked at Yi Hua's white bones and suddenly saw a strand of green hair between the gaps of the bones. The hair was very thin. Tai Chu pinched it gently and narrowed his eyes at the green hair. Is this a peacock's feather? Yan Hua's expression darkened. Peacock? Impossible. The great Myojin would not kill Yi Hua to frame Gu Hai. It's not Kong Xian, Tai Chu said solemnly. Father, Heaven City is heavily guarded. Other than Kong Xian, who else could sneak in? Yan Hua shouted angrily. Allah, I remember that when Gu Hai confronted Kong Xian that day, he said that Kong Xian was the spy of the Long Zhanghua. Yes, Allah, I heard it too. The surrounding angels shouted. Shut up. Remember, it's not Kong Xian. It's someone else. Tai Chu shouted coldly. Yes. Yan Hua and the rest of the angels replied. Although Tai Chu repeatedly emphasized that it was not Kong Xian, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kong Xian was Tai Yi's most trusted person. That was why Tai Yi gave Kong Xian the right to control the cosmic cycle star formation. What if Kong Xian betrayed them? Tai Chu's hair stood on end in an instant. A thought suddenly sprouted in his heart. Luya brought Gu Hai and Bingheim to the sky above the Fusang tree, where a huge city was. This is Luya's city? Crown Prince Luya, your own city? Bingheim said solemnly. Luya did not say anything. He just led the two of them into the city. There was a large amount of fog outside the city, making it difficult to see inside. In the center of the city was a huge palace called Temple of the Gods. Outside the Temple of the Gods, there were countless demon guards. Temple of the Gods? How arrogant! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Temple of the Gods? The most mysterious palace in Solar God Palace. No one has ever entered it? Even Tai Yi has never entered your Temple of the Gods? Bingheim narrowed her eyes. Today, I'll bring you in to take a look. Luya sneered. Bring us in to take a look? I remember that the reason why the Temple of the Gods is so mysterious is because anyone who enters the Temple of the Gods never comes out again. Including one of your sisters. Ha, you want to kill us? Bingheim looked coldly at Luya. Luya brought the two of them to the entrance of the Temple of the Gods. Greetings, Master. Countless Yao clan guards bowed respectfully. Luya ignored the guards. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and Bingheim. Do I have to wait until now to kill you? The Temple of the Gods is my world. Let's go. Chapter 689. The shackles on Gu Hai's body were removed by Bingheim. Because his cultivation was sealed by himself, Luya did not take it seriously. The door of the Temple of Gods opened, but the interior was dark like a black hole. Under Luya's urging, Gu Hai was the first to step in. As soon as he stepped in, Gu Hai immediately felt the world spin. The dark hall lit up instantly. After standing firm, Gu Hai realized that he had arrived at a new small world. Behind him was a huge black void hole. It looked extremely strange. The Temple of Gods is the entrance to a small world? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, when he looked up at the sky, it was an extremely strange world. There was a sun in the sky, but it was not dazzling enough. There were layers of mountains all around, and it was extremely vast. In the distance, there seemed to be a strange light shining. Most importantly, when Gu Hai entered, his soul suddenly trembled, as if it was about to leave his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. What world is this? My soul is trembling? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Just as Gu Hai was puzzled. Boom! With a loud bang, the black hole behind him suddenly disappeared. Huh! Gu Hai's expression changed. The entrance was gone? He couldn't get out? Luya was deliberately playing tricks? Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the forest in the distance. The roar shook the sky, and the earth trembled. Humph, Luya! Gu Hai snorted coldly. With a bang, he undid Luya's seal. Gu Hai instantly rushed into the forest. After a while, where Gu Hai had landed previously, a huge creature landed with a bang. Boom! The huge creature landed, and the earth shook violently. In the forest, Gu Hai stared at the monster. It was a 30 feet tall pig demon? However, this pig demon was very strange. Its entire body was blood-red, and it emitted waves of scarlet aura. Evil karma? Evil karma floating on the surface of the body? Gu Hai's eyes widened, revealing a trace of astonishment. He had the heaven-mending karma pool, and the karma pool was used to refine evil karma. Evil karma had always been formless, but why did this pig demon seem to be surrounded by evil karma? Where is he? I smelled someone's aura just now. Where is he? The pig demon looked around. Gu Hai took a closer look and saw that there seemed to be a white light spot in between the pig demon's eyebrows. That light spot seemed to allow the pig demon to connect with the heavens and earth. With every step he took, a strong wind blew. Over here. The pig demon's eyes suddenly widened as he looked in the direction of Gu Hai. Have we been discovered? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Roar! The pig demon roared and instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai didn't accept the challenge. Instead, he retreated and carefully observed the pig demon. However, this pig demon was extremely strange. Its body seemed to be illusory yet corporeal. Oh? An expert is here. Ha 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 ha, I like to eat experts. The pig demon's body swayed and charged toward Gu Hai again. Boom! A huge mountain was trampled down with a loud bang. The power of the peak of the lower celestial palace? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Screech! Gu Hai took out the life ender saber. He looked coldly at the pig demon. Ha ha, you overestimate yourself. Watch me eat you. The pig demon instantly pounced on Gu Hai. Gu Hai also slashed with his saber. You are the world of the monster gods. Do you think you can defeat me with that saber? The pig demon sneered. Boom! There was a loud sound. The life ender saber suddenly stopped on the pig demon's skin. The pig demon was pushed back by the huge force, but the life ender saber didn't cut through the pig demon's skin. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. It couldn't cut through the pig demon's skin? It was not difficult for him to cut through an ordinary middle celestial palace in the outside world, but he couldn't even cut through the skin of a lower celestial palace here? Do you feel that your power has become weaker? Ha 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 ha! Did you just come to this world? The pig demon walked forward with a cold smile. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Did his power become weaker? But he didn't seem to have changed. The pig demon looked at Gu Hai with a cold gaze, as if he was determined to win. He was drooling. In this world, even if I am the weakest monster god, I am much better than you humans. Humans will only be eaten when they come here. The pig demon suddenly pounced on Gu Hai with a cold smile. Boom! Gu Hai slashed again, but he still couldn't cut through the pig demon's skin. Gu Hai retreated. At the same time, Gu Hai's body felt very uncomfortable. It felt like his mortal soul was about to leave his body. Gu Hai continued to flee while suppressing the human soul from his body. Ha 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 ha, run, 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 let's see where you can run to. 8 feet of human soul, it is enough for me to replenish my godly power. Ha! The pig demon followed closely behind, getting closer and closer to Gu Hai. The pig demon was as tall as a 3-story building. Gu Hai could only weave through the forest. Flying? Flying in the sky would only make him a target. If he weaved through the forest, the pig demon would not be able to find him. After running for a while, Gu Hai was forced into a huge valley. Ha 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 ha, come on, you're the 10th human war god that I've eaten this month. After eating you, I can gain another portion of godly power. Ha 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 ha, this world is so good. As long as I eat people, I can refine their soul power into godly power. One day, I will reach the level of Loch God. The pig demon closed in on Gu Hai. Gu Hai's head was about to explode, and his human soul was about to leave his body. As time passed, his human soul grew bigger and bigger, and his brain was about to burst. Forget it, let it come out, Gu Hai said gloomily. 1. The human soul instantly left his body. The moment the human soul left his body, Gu Hai felt as if his body had become secondary, and his human soul had become the main body. As soon as the human soul left his body, a strange energy surged from heaven and earth, filling the human soul. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the human soul turned blood-red like the pig demon, and turned into a solid body, surrounded by a scarlet aura. His body merged with the human soul's huge body. Human soul, 490 feet. Burp! The ferocious expression of the pig demon suddenly stopped, and he looked at Gu Hai in shock. You were not a human soul before? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? Why is your human soul so big? The pig demon suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai suddenly looked at his own body, and his eyelids twitched. He seemed to have experienced this scene before. In the Azura Dao's secret realm, his soul had appeared, and the Azura Dao's secret realm's energy surged into his soul, giving him an Azura incarnation. Now, this world also gave him an incarnation? How big was the body and soul? The life ender saber in his hand also grew bigger. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the ferocious pig demon in the valley. Previously, the pig demon was a giant in front of Gu Hai, but now, the pig demon was smaller than one of Gu Hai's feet. Boom! Gu Hai stepped on the pig demon's body. Don't eat me, I'm innocent, I didn't know, great God, I didn't know you were so powerful. The pig demon screamed in fear. Where is this? Gu Hai asked solemnly. I don't know, I only know that in this place, the human soul and divine body decide the size and power. The pig demon said in fear. Human soul? Divine body? Divine body? Gu Hai stared at the pig demon. I'm a pig demon king from the outskirts of the holy land of Mount Spirit Mountain, the pig demon said. I was lucky enough to cultivate a god and subjugate a bunch of pig demons. I ate a small town, and was wiped out by the holy land of Mount Spirit Mountain. At first, I thought I was dead. But then, somehow, my mortal soul and the god I cultivated arrived here. My god and mortal soul fused together, and I became about 5 meters tall. Then some power in heaven and earth remolded my demon body. How big was your human soul in the past? Gu Hai asked solemnly. My human soul used to be only 5 inches tall. It took me 300 years to grow to 3 feet tall. My pig deity allowed me to grow to 3 feet tall. But why are you so big? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? The pig demon asked in fear. You eat people? Gu Hai stared at the pig demon. No, it has nothing to do with me. All the demon gods here eat humans. Every once in a while, someone will come into this world for no reason. We can only grow by eating humans and their souls. The pig demon said in horror. Hiss! Gu Hai slashed at the pig demon. The pig demon's skin was still tough, but at this moment, Gu Hai's knife could already cut a hole in it. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, black gas gushed out from the bone knife, and it opened its mouth to eat the pig demon. Ah! The pig demon was in pain, and in the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the skeleton in the black gas. However, the bone knife didn't seem to eat anything for a long time. The pig demon's human soul and his negative karma were swallowed by the pool of karma. The bone knife only ate the white spot between the pig demon's eyebrows. The white spot looked like the pig demon, and it wanted to escape in fear. However, it was digested by the bone knife in the blink of an eye. This small white spot had a strange energy, and it was like a great supplement, making the bone knife tremble excitedly. This time, the bone knife slightly refined the energy of the white spot and fed back 1/1000th of it to Gu Hai. Buzz! Gu Hai suddenly felt his body shake, and a warm current flowed into his body. Divine power? Divine power? That white spot just now was the pig demon's divine. The monster race cultivates the divine and can command an entire race. There are different kinds of divinities in the divine body. The life ender saber swallowed the divinity and also refined 1/1000th of the human soul that was fed back to me. The human soul's power increased again? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. He walked to the side of a small lake and looked at himself in the lake. His body was blood-red, and there was a green halo behind his head. This was the second level of the lower celestial palace that he reached when he killed the Qing Emperor. Killing a pig demon just now actually caused a red dot of light to appear behind the green light circle. Killing demons to refine the divine and increase my cultivation? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Roar! Roar! Standing at a high point, Gu Hai looked around. In the distance there seemed to be countless monster gods killing and killing everywhere. Gu Hai even saw some humans fleeing. Swish! Gu Hai quickly ran in front of a human. Boom! With one slash, Gu Hai killed a 50-foot-tall ox demon god. He saved a group of humans. We are saved. We are saved. Brother, we are saved. The group of humans trembled in fear. The ox demon god was killed. The group of humans looked at Gu Hai with excitement and fear. You are so big? Which tribe's war god are you from? One of them looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. Why are you here? Where is this? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Ah? You don't know? The group of people were stunned. Senior, are you from the divine continent? The leader of the group, a green-robed man, asked in surprise. Who are you? Where is this? Gu Hai frowned. My ancestors were also people of the divine continent. Legend has it that since 800,000 years ago, the heavens would randomly grab a few people from the divine continent every 100 years to become food for the demon immortals. We hid here and there and formed our own tribes. That was how we survived. Generation after generation, each tribe had its own war god who fought against the demon immortals here to protect us and keep us alive. You were also thrown here by the heavens? That shouldn't be. It hasn't even been 100 years. The green-robed man exclaimed. 800,000 years ago? All of this was done by the immortal of the six paths? Gu Hai frowned. I heard from my grandfather that when the demon gods fought, they would strengthen their own spirit. Loch God's spirit was the strongest. He even commanded a third of the demon gods. Another person exclaimed, Demon gods? This is a farm of the immortal of the six paths? Raising this group of demon gods? And the food for this group of demon gods is the human race? The demon gods eat humans, and the demon gods eat each other? Gu Hai frowned. Maybe. Everyone's face suddenly revealed a sorrowful expression. Then is there a name here? Gu Hai stared at the group. I heard from a battle god in the tribe that it was called the Mystery Realm of the Way of the Beast. The green-robed leader frowned. Mystery Realm of the Way of the Beast? Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Chapter 690. Gu Hai stepped into the Temple of the Gods, and Luya followed behind. However, before Luya entered the Temple of the Gods, he reached out and squeezed. The Temple of the Gods trembled slightly. Let's go. Luya smiled faintly. Bingheim did not understand and followed Luya in. The moment they entered, they appeared at the entrance of a huge palace. This palace was also called the Temple of the God. However, their surroundings were no longer a city. Instead, they were surrounded by a vast sun. A mini-world? Bingheim was taken aback. In the next instant, Bingheim's expression changed. Where's the Emperor? Luya, where is the Emperor? When Gu Hai entered this world, he was teleported to Mudfish's side. However, don't worry, he's still alive. Luya sneered. Why, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Bingheim glared. Luya sneered. Yes, I did it on purpose. Gu Hai is here now. Don't you care about him? Every day he stays in this world reduces his chances of survival. Only by working with me and defeating Mudfish can you save him. You! Bingheim glared. This is a star that I refined. If you want to save Gu Hai, lend me the power of the jackdaw. Let me complete the great yin-yang three-legged crow and cultivate the power of chaos. Come with me to kill demons and steal gods. When I can kill Mudfish, no one in this world can stop me. Luya said coldly. Humph. Bingheim glared. On the ground below, Gu Hai shrunk his human soul to the size of an ordinary person. He came to the same tribe as that group. The tribe's living conditions were very simple and crude. They all lived in caves because this was the world of the demon god. If they wanted to survive, they had to hide. A large number of humans were gathered in the cave. The leader was a white-haired elder. Senior, you can call me Old Shaman. Your human soul is 490 zhang tall? Senior, you must be an extraordinary existence in the divine continent. The white-haired old shaman said respectfully. It's just a coincidence. But now I'm also in prison. I wonder if you have a way to get out? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Get out, there's no other way. Our land is under the control of Loch God. Loch God is 1,000 meters tall and possesses unparalleled might. We don't dare to show our faces at all. The old witch sighed. Then have you heard of Luya? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Great God Luya? Of course I have heard of it. Senior, do you see the sun in the sky? It was brought by the great god Luya. That is the residence of the great god Luya, the temple of all gods. The old witch explained. The sun? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Luya only appeared 80,000 years ago. He was extremely powerful, and the moment he appeared, he kept on killing to seize the Yao god's divine power. He also stole countless Yao arts. He was also one of the few powerhouses in this world. Only when he met the Loch god did he stop his path of slaughter. The old shaman explained. Yao arts? Gu Hai stilled slightly. Today, the demon immortals that Senior encountered were actually the lowest level of demon immortals. They only had some strength and physical strength. However, there are too many demon immortals here. Those powerful demon immortals don't even need to know where you are to kill you. Our human race did our best to cultivate some powerful war gods, but when they showed themselves, they all died under Yao arts. One of the Yao arts was called the Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. It was really eerie. The old witch recalled. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book? Gu Hai said in surprise. Yes, it was a rusty nail that became a Yao and formed a Yao god. When the Nailhead 7 Arrow Book was released, countless war gods of our human race died. That Yao god took human form and was 50 zhang tall. His divine body was strong, and his divine power was boundless. He used his divine power to cast Yao arts. Whoever he worshipped would die. In the past, he was a loyal subordinate of the Loch god. Later, he was killed by the Loch god and refined by the Loch god. He also obtained the Yao arts of the Nailhead 7 Arrow Book, the old witch explained. 50 zhang tall? The bigger the Yao god's body, the stronger they are? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. That's basically the case for Yao gods. But to us humans, we can't compete with them in terms of size. We can only compete with soul power. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to increase soul power. The old witch explained. Increase soul power? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The old witch nodded. The tallest soul body in the human race is only 30 zhang tall. The soul power they can store is limited. Senior, your soul body is so big. After a few thousand years, you will definitely be able to store more soul power. You will be comparable to normal Yao gods. Just as the two were talking, a scream came from outside the cave. Look, Yao god Luya is back. Gu Hai quickly walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the somewhat dim sun in the sky suddenly gave off a dazzling golden light, becoming very bright. What? A crow's cry came from the sun. Luya has come out of seclusion. Is he declaring war? Roar. Suddenly, the roars of powerful Yao gods came from all directions. In an instant, a large number of Yao gods rushed into the sky and pounced on the sun. Boom! A beam of light shot down from the sun, revealing the three-legged golden crow. It was 1,000 zhang tall. On the head of the golden crow, Gu Hai saw a white ball of light. Within the ball of light was a white three-legged jackdaw. Bingheim? Gu Hai showed a hint of worry. Roar! 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 Countless Yao gods rushed out. Treasure! Lu Ya's three-legged golden crow roared. Be careful of his immortal slaying flying saber. Spread out. The immortal slaying flying saber won't turn back until you see your head. Spread out. Water-type Yao gods attack. You don't have heads. Go. Wood-type Yao gods attack. You won't die even if your heads are chopped off. Hurry! Suddenly, a large number of Yao gods rushed into the sky. At this moment, Luya opened his mouth and spat out 3 gourds. Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and True Fire Gourd. A large number of flying sabers flew out of the immortal slaying gourd. Boom! A large amount of true samadhi fire flew out of the true fire gourd. Whoosh! Billions of vines suddenly emerged from the vine world gourd. My gourd? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He saw the Yao gods in the sky suddenly suffer a destructive blow. The three gourds were activated by Luya, and their power was even stronger than when Gu Hai used them in the past. Immediately, an overwhelming fire rushed out, destroying all the wood-type and water-type Yao gods. The Yao gods that rushed past the true Samadhi fire were immediately wrapped up by the Vine World Gourd. The Yao gods that broke through the vines were suddenly beheaded by the immortal slaying gourd. Instantly, the three-legged golden crow opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, the gods on the heads of the slaughtered Yao gods were swallowed by the golden crow. The golden crow grew larger, and its body emitted an even stronger heat. Luya, you have a new treasure? How dare you act so presumptuously in my territory? Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. They saw a giant loach that was 3,000 feet long suddenly soar into the sky. It broke through the true Samadhi fire zone, the vines, and the immortal slaying flying saber zone to reach Luya. Luya was only 1,000 feet long, but the loach was 3,000 feet long. The loach demon deity opened his mouth and spat out a black hole towards Luya. Old loach, this isn't the last time. The three-legged golden crow shouted coldly and grabbed with its claw. Boom! The huge black hole suddenly wrapped around the three-legged golden crow's huge claw. Loser, your claw was broken by my black hole once. Now it's healed? The loach demon god sneered. Rumble! As expected, Luya's golden crow claw seemed to be unable to hold on. Bingheim, it's your turn. Don't worry, you won't die. Luya said ferociously. Wah! Luya roared and opened his mouth. In the sky above, the white jackdaw hesitated. Luya, if I die, please let His Majesty leave, the white three-legged jackdaw shouted. Sure, Luya shouted. Wah! His mouth opened even wider. Whoosh! The white three-legged jackdaw instantly flew into the three-legged golden crow's mouth, as if it had been swallowed. Bingheim! Gu Hai, who was on the ground, shouted in shock. Eaten? Luya had eaten Bingheim? Release the power of frost. Yin and Yang coexisting technique. Luya roared. Buzz! Suddenly, the flames on the three-legged golden crow's body surged. The three-legged golden crow instantly grew to 3,000 feet long, but most of it was illusory. It was the effect of the flames. Boom! The golden crow clawed and shattered the black hole under its claw. What? Lord Loach's expression changed. The Loach demon god was 3,000 feet long, and the three-legged golden crow was also 3,000 feet long. Immediately, the two demon gods tore at each other. Rumble! For a moment, the sky darkened. The two experts were surrounded by storms of energy. The energy wreaked havoc, and the ground trembled. For a moment, no one could see what was inside. Bingheim was eaten by Luya? Gu Hai's expression suddenly twisted. However, at this moment, in the sky, it was not something he could interfere with. Boom! 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 After a day and night of fighting, the battle suddenly stopped. Luya couldn't do anything to the Loach demon god and fled into the sky. Ha 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 ha, old Loach, what do you think? You can't do anything to me, right? I just devoured 368 gods. Just wait until I refine this group of gods and you die. Ha 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 ha. The golden crow laughed heartily as he flew up into the sun. Loach looked at the sky with a cold expression. You swallowed those gods, but the wills of the gods aren't that easy to refine. Forcefully refining them will only make you go crazy. You want to become stronger? It's still early. You can't swallow too much either, right? Let's see who's faster. I have the great yin-yang coexisting technique now. You're not as fast as me. Just wait for your death. Ha 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 ha. Luya's laughter came from the sun. Roar. Loach roared. He suddenly opened his mouth and sucked, sucking close to 400 huge demon gods in front of him. "Loach demon god, spare us, spare us!" the 400 demon gods cried out. Loach demon god opened his mouth and spat out a black hole, crushing the 400 demon gods. Once the demon gods died, their gods were swallowed into Loach demon god's stomach. "Humph!" Loach demon god snorted coldly and rushed into the mountains, disappearing. The entire world suddenly returned to its calm. "Loach demon god has become so strong?" the old shaman said in shock. "Lu Yi can only eat 300 gods at once?" Gu Hai frowned slightly. The old shaman looked at Gu Hai in surprise. "Yes, it's a miracle that he can eat so many this time. In the past, he could only eat 30 gods at once. He has become stronger." "Wait, if Loach demon god is so strong, he can eat as many gods as he wants. Why did he only eat 400? It's the same for Lu Yi. Why did he only eat 300? Gu Hai was puzzled. "Senior, you don't know? Oh right, you just came. Refining other gods is easy, but every god has their own will. It's easy to swallow divinity, but it's extremely difficult to wear down the will of every god. If you meet a strong god and don't absorb well, your own will be twisted by the other party. Then, you are no longer yourself. The more gods there are, the more will there is. It's not easy to wear down the will. The strongest war god of the human race can only wear down the weakest god at most. There are a few times when he can't wear down the will of a god and went crazy himself," the old shaman said worriedly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of the Azura Dao secret realm. Back then, when killing Azuras and obtaining their soul power, one had to digest the will of the Azura. At that time, one had to stop every 3 months to use the Book of Dao De to digest. Otherwise, one would become violent and even become a killing machine. Was the will of devouring gods the same? Needed to be digested? Hard to digest? The immortal of the 6 paths also wanted this god? Therefore, the demon gods in the beast Dao mystic realm had to kill each other and slowly refine the strongest demon god. All the immortal 6 paths had to do was to devour the demon god's soul and refine its will. Others needed to slowly wear down the will of a god, but he didn't. He had the life ender saber. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. After killing a god, the life ender saber could absorb its godly power and refine it. Then, it would give him 1,000th of the refined godly power. What was the origin of the life ender saber? "Old shaman, I have something to ask of you," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Ah? Senior, please tell me. I want Fey gods. I want countless Fey gods. Please contact all the humans and lure the Fey gods to me. I want to kill them. I want to become stronger too. The next time Loach god and Lu Yi fight, I want to be stronger than them." Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a light. The old shaman said in shock. Chapter 691. In Dragon God Ying's camp, the 3 princes, Dragon God Ying, Long Shunwen, and Takashi Ryushin were all reading a letter. At this moment, the Deqian Celestial Empire shared a common enemy, sharing all news. Gu Hai has broken through to the lower Celestial Palace? That's really fast. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. 490 zhang? Even Sage Father is only 490 zhang, right? Long Shunwen exclaimed. 490 zhang, that's the limit of the lower Celestial Palace. I thought that only Sage Father could reach it, but who would have thought that this Gu Hai is so lucky? If I'm not wrong, he must have broken through from the Azura Path's secret realm. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. Azura Path's secret realm? Gu Hai is really lucky, haha, his starting point is so high. A trace of jealousy flashed across Long Shunwen's eyes. But Dragon Godding shook his head. No, Gu Hai is considered a cripple. Big brother, you're saying that Gu Hai is imprisoned? Will Tai Chu kill him? Takashi Ryushin asked solemnly. Dragon Godding shook his head. I'm saying that he has broken through to the lower celestial palace and his human soul has reached 490 zhang. Isn't he a cripple? Why? Takashi Ryushin was puzzled. Long Shunwen, who was at the side, narrowed his eyes and said, "That's right. Big brother is right. Gu Hai is finished. Father did not reach 496 meters in one go. Instead, he slowly matured through his later cultivation." Is there a difference? Takashi Ryushin asked with a frown. Third brother, you're not the main body. This clone is much more foolish. When will your main body return? Dragon God Ing asked solemnly. Takashi Ryushin's face stiffened. Three souls, also known as divine soul. What is the divine soul? How do you cultivate the lower celestial palace? Long Shunwen asked. The soul is the vessel, and the power of divinity is the foundation of cultivation. The bigger the soul, the more divinity it can store. This is a good thing, but it is a bad thing for Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying said solemnly. For example, when an ordinary person enters the celestial palace, the human soul is like a dried-up pond. As long as the pond is filled with the power of divinity, it will be filled, and one will be able to enter the celestial palace. But Gu Hai was different. Gu Hai's mortal soul was like a dried-up sea. It needed to be filled with a sea of divinity before it could be filled. Tell me, with Gu Hai's current cultivation speed, how long do you think he'll need to fill up this ocean? Long Shunwen sneered. Oh! Takashi Ryushin's pupils shrank. Sacred Father's mortal soul is also like an ocean. It was not expanded to this size in the lower celestial palace, but in the middle celestial palace or even the upper celestial palace. With the help of the earth soul and heavenly soul, this ocean will be filled with divinity, and with the help of the immortal dome. Gu Hai will not be able to fill up this ocean in this lifetime. If this ocean is not filled, he will not be able to enter the middle celestial palace. Therefore, I said that he is crippled. He can only stay in the lower celestial palace for the rest of his life. Dragon Shenying sneered. What a pity! Takashi Ryushin sighed softly. There is no need to feel pity. In 2 days we will reach the Fusang tree. Our people have already sent the battle invitation to the Golden Crow Crown Prince Palace. I believe that the Golden Crow Crown Princes are already waiting for us. Dragon Shenying said solemnly. 10 Golden Crow Crown Princes? Heh, only that Luya is worth mentioning, the others are nothing. Long Shunwen sneered. Don't underestimate them. Only victory is allowed in this battle. Dragon Shenying said coldly. Yes. The two answered. Beast Path Mystic Realm. With the old shaman in charge of gathering, countless humans were very cooperative. At the very least, Gu Hai had brought a huge hope. He even promised that as long as they succeeded, all humans would return to the divine continent and lure the demon gods. The location was chosen in an extremely deep mountain. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds and miasma. Gu Hai had even set up a large number of sound barriers, in case the sound was too loud. Senior Gu, can you do it? At the peak of a mountain, the old shaman asked worriedly. Don't worry. I only want more, the more the better. Gu Hai said solemnly. Senior, don't worry. I have already informed all the tribes and all the war gods. They are fully responsible for luring the demon gods here. Just as he finished speaking, roar! A loud roar suddenly sounded from afar. A group of humans fled in front, followed by a huge wolf demon god. They are here. The old shaman's eyes lit up. Roar! A loud roar sounded from the other side. Another group of humans had attracted a leopard demon god. Oh no, there are two. What should we do? The old shaman's expression changed. Then, he saw Gu Hai taking a step forward and flying out. When Gu Hai flew out, his human soul came out of his body. As soon as his human soul came out, a boundless blood-colored aura suddenly rolled over. In the blink of an eye, it reformed Gu Hai's human soul into a huge blood-colored body. Ha 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 ha! You human war gods dare to provoke me now? You are courting death. The 5-feet-long wolf demon god sneered. Oh? You even provoked the wolf demon god. You are really courting death. Another 6-feet-long leopard demon god laughed. Boom. The 2 human war gods were instantly knocked to the ground by the demon god's aura. Ah! The war gods fell, and were about to be eaten by the demon gods. Senior! The war gods exclaimed. Senior? No one can save you. Where is the senior? Ha 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 ha. The wolf demon god sneered. The wolf demon god opened his mouth, and was about to swallow. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded them. The 5-feet-long wolf demon god was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look and suddenly saw a 49-feet-tall giant. I am their senior, Gu Hai said coolly. Shing. The life ender saber suddenly slashed down. Ah! The wolf demon god cried out in shock. A huge wound was immediately cut open. Rumble! Rolling black energy flew out of the life ender saber. A large number of skeletons quickly gnawed at the wolf demon god. No, no, ah! In the blink of an eye, the wolf demon god was gnawed clean. Perhaps it was too weak and did not have any bones left. Humans, when did the humans have such a huge human soul? Loach god, something happened. The leopard demon god cried out in shock. Shing. The saber passed, and the leopard demon god's head was instantly cut open. In the blink of an eye, he was shrouded by rolling black energy and gnawed clean by the skeletons. It's useless to shout. There is a soundproof array formation here. Sound can't spread out. Gu Hai said coldly. The humans who were nearly eaten earlier immediately rejoiced. Senior, long live Senior. I'll go and lure the beast demon gods again. I'll go again. I'll go too. Ha 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 ha. If I can really save the humans, even if I die, it will be worth it. I'll go and lure the beast demon gods. The various human war gods rushed in all directions excitedly. The old witch also showed wild joy. There was finally hope for the humans. Roar! 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 Loud roars came continuously from all directions. Many beast demon gods were lured over. Gu Hai discovered that this human soul condensed the scarlet energy of the world, and was not very strong. However, as the life ender saber continuously refined the divine nature for him, the divine nature filled the halo behind his head. Gu Hai's strength seemed to grow increasingly stronger. As more beast demon gods were lured over, Gu Hai's saber slashed faster and faster. Kill! 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 This was the weakest batch of beast demon gods. After the life ender saber slaughtered them, not a single one was left. This continued until a 20-zhang tall ox beast demon god arrived. However, Gu Hai fought with the ox demon for a long time before he pierced the ox demon's eye with his saber. Billowing black gas instantly entered the ox demon's eye and devoured the ox demon's eye, leaving behind a pile of bones. The old witch and the other human war gods were on tenterhooks earlier. That 20-zhang tall ox beast demon god was extremely lucky. In the past, it was the despair of the human race. However, it was killed by Senior Gu. Senior Gu was also fine. That's the 60th beast demon god. Although most of them are small beast demon gods, it's still the 60th. Senior, do you feel uncomfortable? The old witch asked worriedly. Don't worry. The wills of these gods can't hurt me. Lure more beast demon gods to me. If you know where they are, you can bring me there. Gu Hai said seriously. Ah, Senior, just you wait. Just you wait. Our war gods will soon attract more beast demon gods. Just you wait. Just you wait. The human war gods shouted excitedly. Behind the cyan light circle behind Gu Hai's head, a red light circle appeared. Once again, a hazy red halo appeared, but it was not complete. However, it had already appeared. Cultivating in the lower, heavenly palaces is really difficult. Previously, I thought that there was no way to break through. Now, it looks like this is an excellent opportunity. Gu Hai held the life ender saber and took a deep breath. As the red light circle slowly formed, Gu Hai's strength grew increasingly stronger. However, this human soul's body was determined by divinity. The more divinity one had, the stronger one would be. It was the same for the beast demon gods. They killed each other and consumed the divinity to grow stronger. Fortunately, I cultivated to the lower heavenly palaces this time. Otherwise, even if I could consume the divinity, there would be no place to store it, Gu Hai said with a sigh. A 49 zhang tall soul was like a fish in water here. It could store more divinity. Humans could not cultivate to become gods. However, humans were gods themselves. The size of the 49 zhang tall soul did not change. Gu Hai continued to kill and grow stronger. At the same time, he looked up at the huge sun in the sky. Bingheim, thank you for your love. You did not forget to plead for me even when you died. I will use Lu Ya's head as a sacrifice for you. Gu Hai looked at the sun with a ferocious expression. That day Lu Ya swallowed Bingheim. It was still vivid in his mind. Gu Hai's heart was filled with rage. Kill, 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 kill. Gu Hai continued to kill. The red light circle behind his head had already condensed. It slowly condensed into the third layer of light circle, a purple light circle. The third layer of the lower heavenly palaces? It's not enough. Gu Hai's eyes were red. Just like that, he continued to kill for 10 days and 10 nights. Senior, you have already killed 3,200 Fey gods, the old witch said excitedly. In the valley, the ground was covered with white bones. They were all left behind after the Fey gods were killed. After 10 days, the purple light circle behind Gu Hai's head also condensed. The fourth layer of the lower heavenly palaces. Gu Hai's human soul body became more and more solid. The surroundings were filled with bloody evil karma. However, this evil karma was not a problem for Gu Hai. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked into the transformation pool. Wah! Suddenly, Lu Ya's crow cry came from the sun. Old Loach, this prince has the great yin-yang coexisting technique. I have already refined the gods of 380 Fey god. What about you? It's still early, right? Ha 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 ha, today is the day you die. Lu Ya's roar reverberated throughout the world. Roar! In the distant forest, Loach god's roar suddenly came. All Fey gods come out. Follow this great god and tear Lu Ya apart. Loach god roared. Roar! 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 In an instant, in the entire small world, countless Fey gods roared and jumped out. Gu Hai looked up at the sky, but his eyes narrowed. Lu Ya is here. It's about time. Next, it's time for you to die. Chapter 692. Wah! The three-legged golden crow suddenly flew down from the sun. When it flew down, it was 600 feet tall, and golden light radiated from its body. Gu Hai understood that the golden light was Lu Ya's divine power. However, there was a white jackdaw above Lu Ya's head. Bingheim, you're still alive? Gu Hai's eyes widened in ecstasy. Bingheim, hurry up and come again. Lu Ya shouted. You said you'd let the emperor go, the white jackdaw said unwillingly. Gu Hai is down there. I don't know where he is. Only by killing Loach God can we find him. Besides, didn't your cultivation increase this time? You've reached the peak of the middle celestial palace in such a short time, haven't you? Lu Ya said coldly. Ha ha ha, my cultivation did increase, and you gave me a portion of that surging divinity. But why am I still alive? Isn't it because I haven't opened my celestial palace yet? Once I open my celestial palace, it'll be time for you to eat me, the white jackdaw said unwillingly. Oh, you guessed it? Lu Ya said coldly. Great yin and yang coexisting technique. Ha, do you think I can't see through it? You can only get this bit of power from me by force. I haven't opened my celestial palace yet, and you're still unwilling to eat me. Once I open my celestial palace, it'll be my death. Borrowing power from me every time is better than using your own power. Bingheim sneered. Humph, what? You still want to resist? Luya said coldly. Resist? I can resist, but if I self-destruct, you'll lose more than you gain. Do you believe me? Bingheim said resolutely. You dare. Luya glared. Bingheim stared at Luya. Don't worry. As long as I find Gu-hai, I'll definitely let Gu-hai go. I'll do as I say. Luya compromised in a low voice. Bingheim stared at Luya for a while, then let out a crow's cry and flew toward him. Awoo! Luya swallowed Bingheim again. Boom! The flames around Luya's body suddenly soared into the sky. His 600 feet figure instantly grew to 320 feet. Below, Gu-hai felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Bingheim, you don't have to do this. Gu-hai's eyes were slightly moist as he said bitterly. Old Loach, are you out? Luya roared. Boom! Amidst the rolling bloodlight, Loach God flew out again. At this moment, Loach Great God had reached a size of 310 feet. Although it was not as big as Luya's, Loach Great God's body was solid. All Yao gods, come out! Loach God roared. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 demonic deities soared into the sky. They were of varying sizes, some dozens of meters tall, some hundreds of meters tall, and some nearly 600 meters tall. They all followed Grand God Loach into the sky. Demon God, this is not a competition of numbers. Please, treasure! Luya shouted. Boom! Suddenly, Luya spat out 3 gourds. They were the Immortal Slaying Gourd, the Vine Realm Gourd, and the True Fire Gourd. In an instant, the overwhelming Samadhi True Fire, Vines, and Immortal Slaying Flying Daggers rushed toward the demon gods in all directions. Boom! Loach God and Luya also instantly tore at each other. Rumble! The sky was filled with energy storms. The battle was chaotic. Senior Gu, why don't you wait a little longer? We can slowly accumulate in the future. One day, you will become the strongest, the old shaman advised. No, today. Gu-hai's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and soared into the sky. Senior, be careful. The old shaman and countless human war gods prayed. At the same time, they clenched their fists, waiting for a miracle. With 100,000 demonic deities in the sky, Gu-hai immediately charged toward the group of demonic deities at the back with the Life Ender Saber. Boom! 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 In an instant, 7 or 8 demonic deities' skin were cut open by the Life Ender Saber. The rolling skeletons crazily gnawed at the group of demonic deities. Ah, ah! The group of demonic deities screamed in pain. The demonic deities nearby were shocked by the screams. A human! Bastard! Human, quick, kill him! Since when did the human race have such a powerful war god? Humph, humans are the lowest beings. They are just our food. We eat humans. Humans don't have divinity or the will of gods. Eating them is very nutritious. Immediately, a large number of demonic deities pounced on Gu-hai. However, the current Gu-hai was no longer the same person as 10 days ago. The current Gu-hai could already compete with ordinary demonic deities. Kill, kill, kill! Although Gu-hai was seriously injured by the demonic deities, the Life Ender Saber would fill his body with surging divinity as long as it devoured a demonic deity. The injury just now healed instantly. Ah, skeleton, save me! Loach God, save me, save me! As Gu-hai killed, he collected more and more divinity. At first, in the eyes of the demonic deities, Gu-hai was a great tonic. However, as Gu-hai killed hundreds of demonic deities, Gu-hai became a dangerous person. When Gu-hai killed 2,000 demonic deities at an extremely fast speed, not many demonic deities dared to find trouble with Gu-hai. A group of top-notch demonic deities were hunting Luya. Screams continued. When Gu-hai killed 3,000 demonic deities, no demonic deity dared to approach Gu-hai anymore. Surging blood-red fog surrounded Gu-hai. That was the sin of killing. The powerful sin of killing made the demonic deities flee in fear like a demon. Below, the old witch and the other war gods were so excited that they were trembling all over. He is a human. Senior Gu is a human. That's great, that's great. Senior Gu, nothing must happen to you. The humans prayed excitedly. At that moment, Gu Hai was extremely depressed. Wherever he went, the demonic deities fled. How was he going to kill them? In the distance, Loch God and Lu Yu were fighting when they noticed the abnormality in the distance. However, Gu Hai was shrouded in the bloody fog of killing and couldn't see his figure clearly. Lu Yu couldn't guess that the 49-foot-tall figure was Gu Hai. In Lu Yu's eyes, Gu Hai was already a dead man. Who was this? You are Lu Yu's helper? Loch God suddenly exclaimed. After all, this group of demonic deities was here to kill Lu Yu. Now, this humanoid demonic deity shrouded in bloody fog was killing demonic deities? In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately lowered his voice. God Lu Yu, I'm here to help you. Let's work together to kill old Loch. Gu Hai's roar made all the demonic deities' expressions change. Is he really Lu Yu's helper? Loch God's expression changed. Lu Yu was at a loss. Could it be another demonic deity of this world? Has he always been lurking in the past? Ha 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 ha, good, this crown prince will give you a chance to follow. Come, kill old Loch with me. Lu Yu said with a big laugh. Lu Yu, I'll stay here. You guys go and tear that blind thing apart for me. Loch God roared. Roar! Immediately, large swathes of demonic deities swarmed toward Gu Hai. Previously, Gu Hai was still fighting some ordinary demonic deities, but now it was powerful demonic deities. Gu Hai was only 49 foot tall, while these great demonic deities were hundreds of feet, even 1,000 feet or even bigger. They quickly surrounded Gu Hai. Boom! The battle continued. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's chest was torn apart by a 1,000-foot demonic deity. However, the Life Ender Saber quickly killed a group of 300-foot demonic deities. In the blink of an eye, surging divine power filled his body, repairing his human soul and restoring his human soul body. Rumble! Gu Hai was surrounded in the center by countless demonic deities. At this moment, it was a fierce battle for Gu Hai. He was injured again and again, hovering on the edge of life and death. However, it was also a feast. As the Life Ender Saber continued to kill, Gu Hai obtained 1,000th of the divine power, while the Life Ender Saber obtained 9,000th of the divine power. With this huge amount of divine power, the cracks on the Life Ender Saber slowly recovered. The cracks on the Life Ender Saber recovered, and the Life Ender Saber also slowly recovered its former glory. It kept getting stronger, and the surrounding black fog became bigger and bigger. There were also more and more skeletons inside. Kill, 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 kill. Gu Hai was already surrounded by countless demonic deities, but Gu Hai seemed to be unkillable. He kept fighting. The humans below could no longer see the battle situation clearly. They could only see the eerie bones of demonic deities falling from the sky. More and more. Wherever Gu Hai went, white bones were everywhere. The demonic deities attacked like moths to a flame, killing countless. Old witch, there are already 8,000 demonic deity bones falling, a demonic deity said excitedly. Senior Gu, can you take it? 8,000 bones. Those are powerful demonic deities. Ordinary demonic deities don't even have bones. Senior Gu, how many have you killed? The group of demonic deities was excited and worried. There is hope for the human race. Perhaps we can really be saved by Mr. Good and return to the divine continent. The old witch said excitedly. We can go back? A strong longing flashed across the demonic deity's eyes. If we can really go out, and if Senior Gu doesn't mind, I will follow Senior Gu. A demonic deity said excitedly. Me too. The humans below were excited. The killing in the air was also getting more intense. Lu Yu's pressure was lessening, while Gu Hai's pressure was increasing. However, the greater the pressure, the more intense the battle on Gu Hai's side. Gu Hai's human soul was extremely huge. It was like a dry sea. No matter how much water there was, it could hold it. There were no bottlenecks. He constantly absorbed divinity, constantly absorbed, and constantly grew stronger. After a day and a night, Gu Hai had already killed more than 40,000 demonic deities. And most of them were great demonic deities. This crazy battle left the distant Loch god and Luya god astounded. They saw demonic deity bones falling one after another. The demonic deity in the blood mist was growing at a terrifying speed. At first, the 1,000-foot demonic deities had him fleeing. Now, he was slaughtering them as if they were pigs. The demonic deities in the blood mist were growing too fast. So fast that even God Loch and God Luya were a little scared. Where did this monster come from? Tens of thousands of demonic deities had surrounded him. In just a day and a night, he had become the one hunting them down? Chapter 693. Heaven's City. On a huge square, Yanhua led a large number of angels and looked coldly at the people who were tied up. The people who were tied up were none other than Guqin, Montez and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards. A group of Golden Core Realm warriors? Golden Core Realm? Only a dozen from the Yuanying state and you dare to barge into Heaven City? Yanhua looked coldly at Guqin and the others who were tied up. Young Master Yanhua, please forgive us. We have gone the wrong way. Guqin pleaded. Wrong way? Haha, do you really think I don't know you? Guqin. Yanhua said coldly. Guqin's expression changed as he looked at Yanhua. How would I not know the people from the Han dynasty? You are Guqin and this is Montez, right? The commander of the Han dynasty's embroidered uniform guards? These 3,000 people are the Han dynasty's embroidered uniform guards? Am I right? Yanhua laughed coldly. You, how do you know? Guqin's expression changed. How do I know? Not only do I know who you are, I also know that you went to beg the Dragon Tribe's leader, Ao Tianhuang, to help you save Gu Hai. Ao Tianhuang has no time to help you when the two armies are fighting. You caused a huge ruckus at Ao Tianhuang's Dragon Tribe camp and then disappeared. Then, you sneaked into my territory. Ha ha. Yanhua laughed coldly. You know everything? Guqin's expression changed. The Deqian invasion, the Dahan Gu Hai? Ha, how could I not investigate you? But I didn't expect you to be so daring. A group of Golden Core Realm warriors? Oh, you dare to look for Gu Hai? Yanhua said coldly. How is my father? Guqin asked anxiously. Your father? Ha, he is in Heaven City. But I won't let you see him. Take them to the prison. Yanhua said coldly. Yes. A group of angels responded and led Guqin and the others away. Eldest young master, why did you keep them? An angel asked in confusion as he watched Guqin being escorted away. A bunch of Golden Core Realm warriors. Killing them will only dirty my hands. Wouldn't it be better to kill them in front of Gu Hai in the future? Yanhua sneered. Eldest young master is wise. That Gu Hai will definitely be in so much pain that he'll wish he was dead. The angel beside him laughed loudly. In the Heavenly City's prison, Guqin, Montez, and the others were imprisoned in an ordinary valley. Everyone's cultivation was sealed, and they were no different from mortals. The group of embroidered uniform guards surrounded Guqin and Montez in the center, making it impossible for the guards to see them clearly. Crown Prince, we're in? Montez revealed a hint of excitement. That's right. Why don't we ask Ao Tianhuang to seal our cultivation and make us look harmless? The Heavenly City is heavily guarded, and it's impossible to sneak in. We let Yanhua capture us. Yanhua is in charge of the Heavenly City. If he wanted to kill us, we could have escaped with the help of the Dragon Tribe's elders. If he didn't kill us, he would have brought us into the Heavenly City. We're in. Montez's eyes flashed with satisfaction. If we're in, then we'll be sealed by the angels again. Montez frowned. It's okay, we're in, Guqin said.
Oh!
Supreme Elder Ao, we've brought in a strand of your divine consciousness. Shouldn't you unseal our cultivation first? Guqin said. Buzz. A dragon whisker suddenly flew out from Guqin's arms. The dragon whisker condensed into a transparent figure that looked exactly like Ao Tianhuang. A projection? Montez narrowed his eyes. Guqin's crown prince, good move. Ao Tianhuang's projection laughed. Whoosh. Ao Tianhuang's projection immediately unsealed the seals on everyone. Boom. Suddenly, waves of air surged out from everyone's bodies. Conceal your aura, Guqin shouted. Buzz. The 3,000 embroidered uniform guards concealed their aura, and no one would be able to tell that the seals had been unsealed. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the heavenly prison. Oh no, Tai Chu has set up an array in the city to prevent my projection from sneaking in. I can't show myself. Guqin's crown prince, it's up to you now. Ao Tianhuang's projection shouted. Supreme Elder Ao, please follow our agreement and begin. Don't make any mistakes, please. Guqin said solemnly. Don't worry. Ao Tianhuang nodded. Buzz. Ao Tianhuang's projection instantly turned into a dragon whisker and fell to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky also disappeared. Guqin carefully kept the dragon whisker and led to hands 3,000 embroidered uniform guards to the entrance of the heavenly prison. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? The guardian angels glared at them. Guqin narrowed his eyes. Puss, 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 puss. The group of embroidered uniform guards exploded and beheaded a large number of angels in an instant. Only 3 of them were left alive. Their mouths were covered and their bodies were restrained. Aren't you in the Golden Core realm? Why, a 2-winged angel exclaimed. Where are Gu Hai and Ao Shun locked up? Guqin looked at the angel coldly. The power of the heavenly palace? How is that possible? Aren't you in the Golden Core realm? All of you are in the power of the heavenly palace? The angel looked at the group of people in horror. Speak. Guqin's eyes were cold. I don't know, the angel exclaimed. Puss. Guqin raised his blade and killed one of them instantly. The remaining 2 were still in shock. However, the angels were indeed unaware. Montez also killed the remaining 2 angels. It seems that we have to go out and look for them. Half of the embroidered uniform guards will continue to look for the Emperor and Ao Shun with me. Montez, you will lead the other half of the embroidered uniform guards and be in charge of setting up the array nearby. Let's move quickly, Guqin said in a low voice. Yes. Montez replied. Whoosh. The 3,000 embroidered uniform guards moved quickly. In the secret realm of the Way of Beast, surging blood mist encased Gu Hai's body. After killing 40,000 Fey immortals, although his figure did not change, remaining 490 meter tall, his divine might was overwhelming. Wherever his saber pointed, the Fey immortals fled in all directions. Mudfish God and Lu Ye's expressions changed drastically at the sight of the massacre. Where did this monster come from? The more he killed, the stronger he became? Moreover, he could not be killed? The Life Ender Saber only gave Gu Hai 1,000th of its divine power. However, this 1,000th helped Gu Hai to refine the divine power. It was also the purest divine power. Although the other demon deities fought and devoured each other's deities, most of the divine power was wasted. However, Gu Hai did not. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Gu Hai felt that his entire body was filled with power. Below, the old witch and the human race's war god clenched their fists in excitement. The ordinary humans even cupped their fists and prayed that Gu Hai would be fine. Lu Ye, have you not killed old Mudfish yet? I'll help you. Gu Hai lowered his voice and shouted. Boom. Gu Hai, surrounded by blood mist, charged toward Mudfish God. Mudfish God's eyelids twitched wildly. Luya's eyelids also twitched wildly. Is he here to help me? Mud Fish God and Luya both felt that the person surrounded by blood mist was getting stronger as he killed. It was as though he was devouring the demon deity's divine power as he killed. This is impossible. Even the immortal of the six paths could not do it. How could he? Has he been hiding his strength? Luya narrowed his eyes. However, it was fortunate that this monster had a grudge against Mud Fish God. He could ally with him. Are you all dead? Why aren't you killing him? Mud Fish God roared angrily. I. Patriarch, he's a devil. He's a devil. We're no match for him. The demon deities screamed in terror. The demon deities did not dare to step forward, but if none of them dared to go, would they want them to fight Luya and this monster at the same time? If none of you go, I'll chant the curse. Mud Fish God said coldly. A demon art? A curse? Luya's face fell. I've put a curse on all of you. If you don't want to die, go and kill him. Mud Fish God roared. As he roared, Loach God began to mutter to himself, as if he was chanting some sort of bizarre incantation. Yes! At #yen%. And asterisk, as soon as the incantation was uttered. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen demon deities suddenly exploded. The other demon deities also began to swell in pain. Ah! Don't. I'll go. Chanting the curse will definitely kill you. If we fight that monster, we won't necessarily die. Kill him. He must be tired after fighting for so long. Kill him. All of the demon deities lunged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile when he saw the overwhelming number of demon immortals charging at him. If it was before, he might not be a match for this group of ferocious demon immortals. But now, he had already killed 40,000 demon immortals and was incomparably strong. Only now did he come? Courting death. Boom. He swung his saber, and a black mist surged into the air. Countless skulls erupted from the black mist and began to gnaw at the demon deities. Kill! Don't eat me! God Loach, save me! The chaotic slaughter continued. The bloody mist around Gu Hai grew thicker and thicker, and the slaughter sped up. At this moment, it was not the countless bones that fell. Instead, Gu Hai shattered them in midair, sending them flying in all directions like a rain of bones. Kill! Of the 60,000 demonic immortals, it didn't take long before half were gone. After another 20,000 were killed, there were still several thousand demonic immortals left, and they began to flee in terror. The monster in the bloody mist was even more terrifying than the curse. God Loach and Luya's eyes widened. God Luya, I'll help you! Gu Hai lowered his voice and rushed forward. Luya's eyelids twitched. That was close to 100,000 demon deities. Although he was confident that he was stronger than all of them, he was not so exaggerating that he could kill them all in such a short time. Who was this monster? The Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine World Gourd, and True Fire Gourd faced Gu Hai. Luya hesitated. God Loach's eyes were bloodshot. How is this possible? I've been in this world for so many years, but I've never seen a demon deity like you. Who are you? God Loach pounced at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Luya narrowed his eyes and stopped attacking. He watched as God Loach charged at Gu Hai. Instead, he was more wary of the monster in the bloody mist. For some reason, Luya suddenly felt a sense of danger. The danger did not come from God Loach, but from the monster in the bloody mist. Chapter 694. Luya was on guard against the monster in the blood fog, his expression terrifyingly dark. The Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and True Fire Gourd were all facing the blood fog monster. Although this monster kept saying that it was helping him, for some reason, Luya felt an extremely dangerous aura from the monster. This danger was even more terrifying than the danger from Loach God. Who exactly was he? Roar! Loach God charged straight at Gu Hai. As he charged, streaks of blue light appeared around him, as if forming a huge net, crashing toward Gu Hai in the blood fog. Demonic arts again? Not enough. Gu Hai slashed with his saber with a ferocious expression. With a slash of the saber, countless skeletons rushed into the sky. Boom! The huge net was completely devoured by countless skeletons. Loach God spat out a longsword. Boom! The bone saber and longsword collided. The longsword trembled and a gap appeared. In the blink of an eye, rolling skeletons gnawed at it. Loach God's tail whipped toward Gu Hai. As it whipped, it seemed to cause the whole void to tremble. Loach God's tail collided with the bone saber. Hong! Gu Hai was thrown 300 meters away by the huge force, but Loach God's tail was unaffected. Ha 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 ha, I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out that you're just something strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Humph, you can't even break my skin, and you want to kill me? Loach God roared with a ferocious expression. Below, the old shaman and countless commoners had already knelt and prayed, chanting. It was unknown what they were saying, but they were all praying that Gu Hai was unharmed. Humph, can't even break the skin? When the skin breaks, it will be the time of your death. Gu Hai said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Loach God swung his tail again, and indeed beat Gu Hai back repeatedly, but the difference was not big. Gu Hai just could not break Loach God's skin. In the distance, Luya narrowed his eyes. Did I see wrongly? In the distance, after Gu Hai was knocked away again, he paused. All right, it's time to end this. And you're the one who's finished, aren't you? Roar. Loach God opened his mouth and swallowed Gu Hai. Loach God was extremely confident in his own defense. Everything that had happened just now had proven that the blood mist monster in front of him couldn't break through his defense at all. It could only be continuously chased by him. He had to be killed. It opened its mouth and roared, as if it wanted to swallow the monster in front of it. Zhou Tian. Gu Hai raised the life ender saber again. However, this time, when Gu Hai swung his saber, countless saber beams appeared around him. They arranged themselves like a chessboard, instantly forming a chessboard. As Gu Hai swung his saber, the countless saber beams quickly gathered at the astral saber and headed for Loach deity. What? High in the sky, Luya's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. 5. The energy saber gathered and a surging force shot out. This time, the saber's force was many times stronger than before. When the saber slashed down, a black hole as big as the sky seemed to tear open as it shot toward Loach God. Under the saber force, Loach God couldn't resist at all. All he could do was cry out in shock. No, no. Hong! A huge air current swept out in all directions. All the humans and fey gods who were watching the battle suddenly shuddered. They saw Loach God, who used to be the strongest in this world, being sliced in half. The two halves of Loach God seemed to be alive. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who are you?" Boom! The life ender saber emitted billowing black gas that instantly transformed into billions of skulls. They charged at the two halves of Loach God's body and started gnawing at them. The powerful air current formed by the huge explosion dispersed some of the blood mist around Gu Hai, revealing a face in the blood mist. Gu Hai! Luya suddenly cried out. When Gu Hai slashed out with Cycle 5, Luya had a bad feeling. He seemed to have heard of Gu Hai's move, the Cycle Saber technique, but he didn't think much of it. Even when Gu Hai slashed out, Luya didn't believe that it was Gu Hai. After all, how could the extremely weak Gu Hai be so strong? Furthermore, Gu Hai's cultivation had been sealed by him. He was basically doomed after entering this world. How could it be? How could it be him? Luya couldn't believe it until he saw Gu Hai's face. Luya had no choice but to believe it. Was it really him? Was it really him? A sense of grievance flashed through Luya's heart. It's me, Crown Prince Luya. It's my turn now. Gu Hai sneered. Luya suddenly realized that Gu Hai had been forced back by Loch God time and time again, not because he was weaker than Loch God, but because he was finding excuses to get closer to him. Now Gu Hai and Luya were very close. 5 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai slashed down again. Treasure, please turn around. Luya suddenly exclaimed. Boom! 108 white immortal slaying flying sabers suddenly flew out of the immortal slaying gourd. They instantly shot towards Gu Hai. Immortal slaying flying sabers? Hee, in the Beast Tao mystic realm, the body that I condensed is different from the outside world, Gu Hai said coldly. Under the Cycle 5 saber technique, Gu Hai's saber aura domain surrounded him. Immediately, 108 saber auras collided with the immortal slaying flying sabers. Boom! The 108 white immortal slaying flying sabers were instantly sliced in half. What? Luya's face sank. At that moment, another golden flying saber suddenly appeared from the immortal slaying gourd. In front of the golden flying saber, there seemed to be a pair of sharp eyes as it charged towards Gu Hai. Boom! After breaking into Gu Hai's saber aura domain, it immediately shattered a large number of saber auras and charged towards Gu Hai. Its power was several times stronger than the previous white immortal slaying flying saber. Slash! Gu Hai glared. Boom! The life ender saber slashed down and the golden immortal slaying flying saber was instantly knocked back. A crack even appeared on the golden immortal slaying flying saber. In an instant, rolling skeletons wrapped around it. Buzz! The golden immortal slaying flying saber turned around and fled in pain. However, the little skeletons stared at it and kept gnawing at it. Swish! Instantly, the immortal slaying flying saber flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. Everything was over. Slash! Gu Hai's attack that broke the golden immortal slaying flying saber did not weaken. He continued slashing towards Luya. A large number of vines rushed out of the vine world gourd. Boom! It was instantly slashed into pieces by the heavenly Cycle 5 saber force. A large amount of true Samadhi fire rushed out of the true fire gourd. Boom! The heavenly Cycle 5 saber force broke through the fire and charged towards Luya. What? Luya's expression changed. He opened his mouth and spat out Gu Hai's life ender saber. When the life ender saber appeared, purple light shot into the sky. A huge explosive force charged towards the life ender saber. Hong! With a loud sound, Luya was instantly thrown back 1,000 feet. The life ender saber was also blasted away. Luya was in a sorry state. Gu Hai took a step forward and approached him again. No, impossible. How are you so strong? How can you have such a saber? Luya exclaimed. You took my life ender saber. Unfortunately, you don't know my saber technique. If you don't know how to use it, what's the use of a powerful treasure? Gu Hai sneered. Rumble. The black energy that had just devoured Loch God quickly returned to the life ender saber. Waves of energy entered Gu Hai's body, and he became even stronger. The life ender saber flew far away, and the 3 bottle gourds exploded. However, Gu Hai did not care. He only had one target in his eyes. Luya. Gu Hai stepped forward and slashed again. What? Luya let out a ferocious roar, and a myriad of flames immediately burst out from his body. In an instant, he was like a sun, enveloping the surrounding sky like a large furnace. Then, he opened his mouth and charged at Gu Hai. A powerful aura surged over like a long river. Heavenly Cycle 5 saber force. Gu Hai slashed again. Surging saber chi went against the flow and charged at Luya. Boom! The surrounding flames exploded. The saber force landed on Luya's body, forming a spherical shield that looked like the sun. Blazing sun in the sky. 10 suns crossing the sky. Luya roared. Luya seemed to have circulated all the divine energy in his body and infused it into this spherical shield. When the surrounding Fey immortals accidentally approached and touched this shield, they were instantly incinerated, not even leaving behind ashes. Chop! Gu Hai glared. The Life Ender Saber force actually failed to break Lu Ya's secret technique. Lu Ya showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Gu Hai. Heavenly Cycle 6. Gu Hai shouted. When Lu Ya swung his saber, his heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. Boom. Indeed, when Lu Ya swung his saber, that blazing sun shield exploded. Blarg. Lu Ya vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back 3 kilometers. Die. Gu Hai slashed with a ferocious expression. At this moment, Lu Ya looked like he was severely injured. He could not resist at all. When Lu Ya saw Gu Hai's saber slash at him, his expression changed. Ha 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 ha. Kill me! Kill me! If you kill me, Bingheim will die as well. Lu Ya shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! The Life Ender Saber force stopped before Lu Ya, kicking up a strong wind. However, Gu Hai's saber could not continue. Ha 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 ha. You don't dare to kill me, right? In that case, you will never have the chance. Lu Ya sneered. As Lu Ya spoke, he flapped his wings. Whoosh! Lu Ya instantly flew into the distance. Humph! You are strong, but you might not be as fast as me. Gu Hai, I hate that I did not kill you back then. Lu Ya showed a ferocious expression as he fled. Gu Hai looked at the fleeing Lu Ya but did not give chase. Instead, he stepped forward and soared into the sky. Whoosh! Gu Hai quickly flew towards the sun, the fixed star in the sky. From afar, Gu Hai already saw a large hall in the sky above the fixed star. Deity's Palace. Deity's Palace? Once I cross this deity's palace, I will be able to leave, right? Anticipation flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. When Lu Ya, who was fleeing earlier, saw that Gu Hai was not chasing after him, he was slightly stunned. Gu Hai is not chasing after me? Lu Ya turned his head and happened to see Gu Hai charging towards the deity's palace. When Lu Ya saw that Gu Hai was about to enter the deity's palace, his face lit up with joy. Then, he showed a ferocious expression. You want to go out? If you go out, you will not have this divine power. Your cultivation will return to the lower heavenly palaces. If you go out, you will die. Lu Ya soared into the sky in excitement. This was why Gu Hai was so strong in this world. Once he left this world, he would no longer be in a world where divine power reigned supreme. After returning to the divine continent, Gu Hai would return to the lower heavenly palaces. It would be easy for Lu Ya to kill him. Thinking of this, hatred flashed in Lu Ya's eyes as he charged towards the sun. In the distance, on the sun, Gu Hai had already reached the entrance of the deity's palace. He retracted his human soul, and the blood mist disappeared completely. Gu Hai stepped into the deity's palace. Good, Gu Hai, you are dead meat. Lu Ya laughed maniacally. However, just as he finished laughing, Gu Hai stepped back from the entrance of the deity's palace. The moment he stepped back, his human soul appeared. This world suddenly gathered rolling power for him, and he reconstructed his demon-like body. Why are you back? Lu Ya was shocked and angry. Chapter 695. South of the Fusang Tree. Above a vast ocean, a large number of overlords were flying in the sky, separated into 2 rows. On one side were angels enveloped in sacred light. Some flapped their wings and flew in the sky, some stood on flying boats, holding weapons as they looked at the other side coldly. On the other side were countless dragons and lesser dragons. They looked ferocious as they bared their fangs at the angels, as if they would pounce at any moment. The battle between the 2 sides was about to start, but it stopped there. Under a great pressure, the entire ocean was as quiet as a mirror. The angels and dragons were staring at a small island in the middle. On the island, Tai Chu and Ao Tianhuang were sitting together. They didn't look at each other angrily. Instead, they were drinking wine. To the east of the Fusang Tree, Sima Zongheng is leading the Deqian 33rd Army against the Cosmic Stars formation. To the north of the Fusang Tree, the 3 Deqian princes are fighting against the 10 Sun Sky Crossing formation. He Ao Tianhuang, is the De Qian really going to die with the Solar Divine Palace? Tai Chu drank wine and looked at Ao Tianhuang coldly. It's too noisy over there, so I moved the battle here. Tai Chu, you and I are old friends, right? Ao Tianhuang took a sip of wine and said in a deep voice. Yes, we are. I knew that we would fight one day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Tai Chu said in a deep voice. Soon? Not soon. It will be over soon. Ao Tianhuang said coldly. He, you invited me to this island before the battle just to have a drink with me? Tai Chu said coldly. What? I can't invite you? Ao Tianhuang smiled. Invite? You did invite me. If you can invite me here, it means that we still have room to talk, right? Tai Chu said in a deep voice. What do you think? Ao Tianhuang smiled. Ao Tianhuang, Long Zhanghua is courting death. You dragons should know more about the strength of the deity of six paths. Can Long Zhanghua defeat the deity of six paths? Besides, Long Zhanghua can't compare to Tai Yi's strength. Tai Chu said in a deep voice. Tai Yi's strength? 800,000 years ago, you were nothing in front of my dragon clan. Ao Tianhuang said coldly. Hee, you are really arrogant. Dragon clan? Do you think it's still the same? Ao Tianhuang, since you took the initiative to show goodwill, I will give you a chance. From now on, lead your dragon clan to abandon the darkness and join the light. We can plead with the immortal of the six paths to let bygones be bygones. Tai Chu said solemnly. Forget about the past? Ha 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 ha, should I thank you? Ao Tianhuang sneered. What? Can you still resist? If you're not abandoning the darkness for the light, could it be that you want your son? Ha 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 ha. Grand Primordium laughed loudly. Ao Tianhuang's face darkened. Ao Shun, this is the pride of your life. Although you removed the crown prince, do you think I don't know? You just wanted him to avoid this battle, that's all. Now, he's in my hands. If you're so stubborn, I'll make him accompany you in hell. How about it? Absolute Beginning said coldly. Tai Chu, do you only know how to use my son to threaten me? Ao Tianhuang said coldly. So what? The De Qian Celestial Empire and Solar God Shrine are in a battle of life and death. Do you really think we can sit down and talk at this time? Long Zhanghua has already gone too far. It's either the De Qian Empire or Solar God Shrine. Humph, do you still expect us to be friendly to you at this time? Tai Chu said coldly. When you went to the De Qian Celestial Empire to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference, His Holiness had already started to defy the heavens. However, he didn't pester you and let you go. The two armies are in a battle and it's up to fate. Yet, you use my son to threaten me? Ao Tianhuang said coldly. That's because he's stupid. Humph, Ao Tianhuang, let me ask you, are you willing to abandon the darkness and join the light? Tai Chu said coldly. Ao Tianhuang suddenly sneered. You're the one who abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Just as Tai Chu was about to scold him, his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up with a whoosh. Ao Tianhuang, you lied to me? Bastard, you were wasting time with me, but your projection went to the heavenly city? Tai Chu shouted with a ferocious expression. All right, now, the battle can begin. Ha 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 ha. Ao Tianhuang suddenly laughed. As he laughed, he threw a punch at Tai Chu. As he threw the punch, a huge yellow dragon claw suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed at Tai Chu. Bastard! Tai Chu threw a punch. Boom! Ao Tianhuang and Tai Chu immediately started to attack each other. In the sky, the angels and dragons instantly erupted into action as the two leaders fought below. Kill! Kill! Countless dragons and angels roared together. Kaboom! The two armies started to fight. The strong physique of the dragons instantly gained a huge advantage. They swept across a large area and instantly killed a large number of angels. Ao Tianhuang's punch was too powerful. When Tai Chu's palm collided, he was instantly sent flying. Ha 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 ha, Tai Chu, you're really weak. Ao Tianhuang laughed. Humph, weak? What do you know? Total annihilation. Divine light, heaven and earth. Tai Chu shouted. With a flip of his hand, a cross-like treasure suddenly appeared in Tai Chu's hand. The moment it appeared, it instantly lit up the sky. Above the apocalypse, there seemed to be billions of runes that suddenly emitted a dazzling light. All the angels that were illuminated by the light suddenly had their eyes turn crimson red. Their bodies also abruptly increased in size, as if they had all gone mad. Boom, boom, boom! The battle suddenly became intense. The one-sided defeat of the dragons instantly changed. The two sides were now evenly matched. Oh no, the angels' strength increased? 10-direction annihilation, it's the 10-direction annihilation divine light. The surrounding dragon clan members gathered. Ao Tianhuang was still fighting Tai Chu. At this moment, Tai Chu's strength also surged as the 10-direction annihilation shone on him. His strength seemed to have multiplied. Boom, boom, boom! As he exchanged blows with Ao Tianhuang, ripples appeared in the void. This time it was a tie. 10-direction annihilation? Unleash your potential? Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Tai Chu's expression changed. Ao Tianhuang, you despicable man. Humph, despicable? Who said, you expect me to be friendly to you at this moment? Ao Tianhuang said coldly. So what if the 10-direction annihilation was over? Ao Tianhuang could still fight. Boom, boom, boom! As the two fought, huge tsunamis appeared in the surrounding sea. Tai Chu was very anxious. Something happened in the heavenly city, and he had to return immediately. However, Ao Tianhuang kept pestering him. Humph, Ao Tianhuang, do you really think I don't have a way? 10-direction annihilation, transform into my form and guard for me. Tai Chu shouted. In the sky, the 10-direction annihilation that was shining with billions of holy light suddenly transformed into Tai Chu's appearance. However, Tai Chu transformed from the 10-direction annihilation had 12 wings. 6 pairs of huge white wings, and he suddenly pounced. Hum! Rolling holy light lit up the sky. 10-direction annihilation? It can transform? Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. The 12-winged angel charged at Ao Tianhuang. Break for me! Ao Tianhuang punched with all his might. Boom! The 12-winged angel's punch collided with Ao Tianhuang's punch. Surprisingly, it was a tie. The huge impact caused countless dragons and angels to be knocked over. 10-direction annihilation, you stop Ao Tianhuang. I'll be back soon. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Tai Chu turned around and flew towards the Fusang tree in the distance, towards Tai Chu City. Stop! Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. However, at that moment, the 12-winged angel blocked Ao Tianhuang's path. Ao Tianhuang's face was filled with anxiety. Heavenly City. Tai Chu only took a short while to rush back. Boom! Tai Chu paused, and a storm instantly blew away the clouds above Heavenly City. How dare you! Tai Chu suddenly roared. The true Lord is back, the true Lord! The true Lord, save the eldest young master! In Heavenly City, countless angels exclaimed. At this moment, Heavenly City was also in chaos. Ao Tianhuang's projection appeared, with rolling dark clouds above his head and lightning striking down. There were 6 black angels surrounding Ao Tianhuang's projection, but they still could not do anything to Ao Tianhuang. The other angels did not come to help, because there was a terrifying scene not far away. The eldest young master, Yan Hua, was being choked by a man. At this moment, his limbs were broken and he was on the verge of death. The man was none other than Guqin. You. Yan Hua looked at Guqin in despair. Guqin was choking Yan Hua, but he looked at the embroidered uniform guards beside him. At this moment, Meng Tai was supporting the injured and dying Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun, are you feeling better? Guqin shouted. Thank you, Crown Prince Guqin. I was almost killed by Yen Hua just now. Thank you, Ao Shun said weakly. You don't have to thank me. It's a pity that father was taken away by Lu Ye, otherwise. Guqin was depressed. He cooperated with Ao Tianhuang this time to save his father, Gu Hai, but his father was not here? The Guqin Emperor is blessed. Crown Prince Guqin, don't worry too much, Ao Shun said weakly. Alright, let's not worry about this for now. We must leave immediately. I have Yen Hua, all angels move away, or I will crush his head. Guqin roared. Just as the angels were at a loss, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept over. Boom! A loud roar came from the sky as the wind blew. How dare you! Tai Chu's eyes widened as he looked down. Oh no, Tai Chu is back. Montez supported Ao Shun and his expression changed. Guqin's expression also darkened. Sovereign Ao, what happened? Guqin stared at Ao Tianhuang's projection, who was fighting with a group of black angels not far away. Crown Prince Guqin, I'm sorry. My main body is trapped by the 10-direction annihilation, Ao Tianhuang said bitterly. Ao Tianhuang? It's just a projection. You're really good at scheming. Tai Chu's figure flashed as he slammed his palm over. Oh no. Ao Tianhuang's projection's expression changed as he hurriedly countered with his palm. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Tai Chu used a huge amount of strength. Ao Tianhuang's projection was instantly shattered into pieces. Sovereign Ao? Montez's expression changed. At this moment there were angels everywhere. Tai Chu was back and Ao Tianhuang's projection was shattered. Was it over? Chapter 696. Tai Chu smashed Ao Tianhuang's projection and stared coldly at Guqin. Fa father, save me. Yen Hua was on the verge of death. Tai Chu didn't say anything and slowly approached Guqin. A powerful aura was released from him. If it was in the past, this aura would have suppressed everyone to the point that they couldn't move. Unfortunately, Guqin and the embroidered uniform guards had entered the Azura secret realm, and their soul power was extremely strong. A large number of angels knelt down, but Guqin and the embroidered uniform guards were still standing. Don't come over. Guqin glared and tightened his grip. Crack! His finger stabbed into Yen Hua's head. You have nowhere to run. You're courting death by coming to Heaven City. You're Gu Hai's son? Guqin? Humph, none of Gu Hai's men are good people. Tai Chu said coldly. Tai Chu, I have the soul-destroying powder that Ao Tianhuang gave me. If you take another step forward, I'll destroy Yen Hua. Guqin said coldly. Buzz! Tai Chu paused and his face twisted. Open the Heaven Palace? Great, I didn't know that so many of Gu Hai's subordinates had opened the Heaven Palace. Although he was surprised, Tai Chu still cared about his son. Yi Hua was dead and he only had one son left. Montez, take Crown Prince Ao Shun and leave. Guqin took a deep breath and said. Yes, what? Crown Prince, I'll take Crown Prince Ao Shun and leave? What about you? You're not coming with me? Montez's expression changed. Tai Chu won't let me go. Guqin laughed coldly. Oh? You're smart. Humph, let go of Yen Hua and I'll spare your life. Tai Chu said coldly. Ha, Tai Chu, do you think I believe you? Guqin laughed coldly. What do you mean? Tai Chu's expression turned cold. Guqin said, let them go, I'll stay. Crown Prince, you can't. You should come with us. Montez exclaimed. Go together? Things are different now. If I take Yen Hua away, Tai Chu would rather not have Yen Hua, or even kill Yen Hua. None of us can leave. Guqin said in a low voice. How could this be? Montez's expression changed. Just like how Ao Tianhuang didn't want Ao Shun to be a hindrance to him, Tai Chu didn't want Yen Hua to be a hindrance to his soul. In this life and death battle, we can't have any psychological hindrances. He would rather kill Yen Hua with his own hands than let Yen Hua be held hostage by Ao Tianhuang to threaten him. Listen to me and leave. You can only leave if I'm here. Guqin said coldly. No, let me hold Yanhua hostage. Crown Prince, you go first. Montez said anxiously. Guqin pinched Yanhua and stared at Taichu, shaking his head. Change. The moment someone else takes Yanhua hostage, Taichu will be able to destroy both of us in an instant. Let's go. Crown Prince. Montez said anxiously. This is an order. Montez, take the order and take Crown Prince Ao Shun away. Guqin shouted. Yes. Montez said with red eyes. Ao Shun, who was being held by Montez, looked at Guqin's resolute expression and was shocked. Taichu, one person for one person. You can ignore Yanhua, but Ao Shun and Ao Tianwang can ignore Ao Shun as well. How about using his son to exchange for yours? You can fight with your own abilities, Guqin shouted. What if I'm not willing? Taichu said with a cold expression. If you're not willing, then let's die together. I killed Yanhua and Montez killed Ao Shun. No one can hold anyone hostage. Montez killed Ao Shun and let Ao Tianwang die together with you, Guqin said coldly. Taichu's eyelids twitched. Ha 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 ha, good good good. Gu Hai's son is as ruthless as Gu Hai. We have already disregarded our lives this time. Taichu, what do you think of my suggestion? Guqin said again. Taichu's eyes were cold. Haha, good good. Let them go. Yes. The four angels moved aside. Crown Prince. Montez and the embroidered uniform guard's eyes turned red. If Imperial Father returns, Meng Tai, help me tell Imperial Father that this child is incompetent and can no longer be filial to Imperial Father. Guqin revealed a trace of sadness. Montez and the embroidered uniform guards suddenly knelt down in front of Guqin with tears in their eyes. Crown Prince, we deserve to die. Go, this is an order. Guqin shouted. Go. Montez wiped his tears and led the embroidered uniform guards to take out a flying boat and left quickly. Whoosh. The flying boat carried Montez, the embroidered uniform guards and Ao Shun and shot into the distance. Taichu stared coldly at Guqin, until Montez and the rest disappeared into the sky. Taichu then said, All right, they're gone. Now you should let Yanhua go. After confirming that Montez and the rest had left, Guqin stared at Taichu again. Taichu? What will you do to me if I let Yanhua go? Guqin said with a smile. I'll spare your life, Taichu said coldly. As he spoke, Guqin saw a trace of viciousness in Taichu's eyes. Father, give him to me. Yanhua trembled and his voice was filled with hatred. Spare his life? Guqin believed that as long as he let Yanhua go, he would die immediately. It was very likely that Yanhua would kill him instead. Ha, there's no need. I'm Gu Hai's son and Yanhua is your son. How can Gu Hai's son die because of Taichu's son? Doesn't that mean that Gu Hai's son is not as good as Taichu's son? My father has always been the most powerful and the son he taught will definitely be the most powerful. You, Taichu, aren't even fit to carry my father's shoes. Guqin's face was ferocious. What did you say? Taichu's expression changed. Explode. Guqin shouted. No. Yanhua screamed. Boom. Yanhua's head exploded and the soul-vanquishing powder in his hand instantly shattered Yanhua's 3 spiritual souls. You're courting death. Taichu suddenly shouted in anger. Taichu flew into a rage out of humiliation and slammed his palm toward Guqin. Father, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Guqin gave a bleak smile. Before he died, for some reason, memories of his childhood suddenly appeared in his mind. Guqin, you're the eldest. You have to set an example for your 3 younger brothers in the future. Big brother, father praised you again today. You're amazing. Qin, come, this is the rice cake I made for you. Your father wants to eat it, but I won't give it to him. Boom. A palm slammed out. With a loud boom, Guqin was blasted to pieces, turned to ashes. Roar. On a flying boat in the distance, Montez and the other embroidered uniform guards knelt on the deck with tears in their eyes in the direction of Heaven City. After killing Guqin, Tai Chu still could not vent the depression in his heart and roared angrily. Boom! Suddenly, Ao Tianhuang arrived at Heaven City. You killed the Crown Prince of Guqin? Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Behind Ao Tianhuang, the 12-winged angel also chased after him. The 12-winged angel could not stop Ao Tianhuang. Tai Chu was extremely depressed as he stared at Ao Tianhuang. Ao Shun was saved? Ao Tianhuang's son was safe? But his son was dead? Another son was dead? Everyone was dead? All angels, listen up. Recite the Taichu scripture and lend me your strength. Roar! Tai Chu roared as the Taichu scripture appeared in his hand. 1. The Taichu scripture vibrated and transmitted its voice to the ears of all the angels. Apart from Heaven City, all the angels heard the voice and started reciting the Taichu scripture. In an instant, streaks of light rushed over from all directions. The angels were channeling their strength into the Taichu scripture. The Taichu scripture seemed to have melted and entered Tai Chu's body. 1. Absolute Beginning's body instantly released a monstrous aura. This aura was even stronger than the 12-winged angel formed by 10-direction apocalypse. All the angel's strength? Ao Tianhuang's expression darkened. At this moment, Tai Chu was in a tough spot. Ao Tianhuang, go to hell! Tai Chu roared. He instantly appeared in front of Ao Tianhuang and punched him. Boom! When the two fists collided, the surrounding space suddenly rippled out, and at the place where the two fists collided, there were even cracks in the void. This time, Tai Chu did not retreat. Ao Tianhuang's full-powered attack was on par with Tai Chu. The two of them were evenly matched. However, Absolute Beginning still had Apocalypse and the 12-winged angel. Roar! The 12-winged angel attacked Tai Chu from behind. Boom! In an instant, the entire heavenly city was in chaos. It was chaos outside the Fusang tree. North of the Fusang tree, Heaven City was still flying quickly. In the Lingshao Palace, some officials were standing respectfully in the palace, reporting the battle at the Fusang tree. His Holiness, Tai has not appeared yet. Yi Shenzhen reported respectfully. How's the battle? Long Zhanghua asked calmly from his throne. Long Zhanggua's target was only Tai. He left the other battles to his subordinate. Tai had not appeared, and Long Zhanghua had not moved. Sima Zongheng is leading the 33rd Army and fighting the massive Heavenly Cycle Stars formation. The massive Heavenly Cycle Stars formation, led by Kong Xian, is extremely stubborn. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties, and it is difficult to determine the victor. Yi Shenzhen reported respectfully. As expected, Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Ao Shun is leading the dragon tribe to Heaven City. The Crown Prince of Dahan and Guqin sacrificed themselves to save Ao Shun. Ao Tianhuang has nothing to hold him back, so he can fight to his heart's content. Yi Shenzhen explained. Guqin. Long Zhanghua raised an eyebrow. Yes. In the end, the 3 Crown Princes fought the Golden Crow Prince. 9 Golden Crow Princes appeared, and Liu Yao was missing. The 3 Crown Princes had a difficult battle. Among them, the 3rd Crown Prince, Takashi Ryushin, sacrificed himself. Yi Shenzhen explained. Takashi Ryushin? Long Zhanghua snorted. His Holiness Jimu of Silla is a doppelganger, right? Why hasn't his real body appeared yet? This is the end of the battle. Yi Shenzhen said worriedly. Takashi Ryushin? Forget it. He didn't want to interfere in my battle with the Immortal of 6 Paths, so he deliberately hid from the beginning. That's fine, it's fine if he doesn't come. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Yi Shenzhen nodded, not daring to say more. The 10-Sun Sky traversing formation is indeed powerful. The 9 Golden Crow Princes already made it difficult for the 2 Crown Princes. If Liu Ya also appeared, I wonder what would happen. However, it seems that the Golden Crow Princes kept urging Liu Ya, but Luya never appeared. Yi Shenzhen said with a frown. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Luya captured Gu Hai? Yes, we just received the news. 12 days ago, Luya took Gu Hai away. His Holiness, do you want to inform the 2 crown princes to save Gu Hai when the time is right? Yi Shenzhen asked. Long Zhanghua fell silent for a while, then took a deep breath. The final battle is near, and I can't spare any time. If something happens to Gu Hai, I'll find his soul after I defeat the Immortal of 6 Paths. Moreover, he didn't ask me for help. Yes. Yi Shenzhen lowered his head and answered. Long Zhanghua didn't plan to save Gu Hai, and this time, he couldn't relax. Reporting to Daqiansheng. Suddenly, a man rushed into the hall. Qin Zibai? Yi Shenzhen frowned. Mo Yike left the heavenly court, and after returning to the Han dynasty to take back the territory, he left Qin Zibai behind to pass a message. Did Qin Zibai come to ask for help from Daqiansheng? Mr. Qin, if Gu Hai asks for help, let's not talk about it. We can't afford to lose this battle. Yi Shenzhen immediately said. Some words didn't need to be said by His Holiness. As an official, he had to say it first. No, it's a message from the Emperor, and he hopes that Daqiansheng will hear it. Qin Zibai immediately said. Long Zhanghua frowned. Yi Shenzhen's face also sank. Qin Zibai, why are you so insensible? I already said, don't disturb us when we're dealing with Solar Divine Palace. Qin Zibai flipped his hand and took out the Qin figurine. The Qin figurine repeated a sentence in Gu Hai's tone. Daqiansheng, Long Zhanghua, I am Gu Hai, and I found the Beast Path secret realm. It's in Luya City's All Deities Palace. Come quickly, come quickly. After the Qin figurine finished repeating, the frowning Long Zhanggua's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 697. Daqiansheng to Long Zhanghua, I am Gu Hai. I have found the secret realm of beasts. It is at the Divine Palace in Luya City. Come quickly, come quickly. After the Guqin figurine finished repeating, the frowning Long Zhanggua's expression suddenly changed. Yi Shenzhen, who was at the side, also felt his eyelids twitching. Gu Hai said that on purpose? Your Majesty, Gu Hai only wishes to ask you to save him. He knows that you are currently preoccupied, so he can only resort to such a despicable method. Yi Shenzhen's expression changed as he cried out. Baiming Shou, let's go. Long Zhanghua suddenly stood up. His Holiness, Gu Hai is lying. Yi Shenzhen shouted. His Holiness, maybe Luya forced Gu Hai and Tai Yi to set a trap. His Holiness, we can't ignore the lives of our Deqian soldiers just because of Gu Hai's word. At this moment we can't be careless. A group of officials called out anxiously. Long Zhanghua pulled Baiming Shou. His figure flickered and rushed out in an instant. Boom! Long Zhanghua and Baiming Shou disappeared from the Lingxiao Palace. In the Lingxiao Palace, the officials' faces froze. What they did not understand was that for Long Zhanghua, as long as there was a possibility of the secret realm of beast, he had to give it his all. He already had the Human Path secret realm and the Azura Path secret realm. Now, if he got the secret realm of beast, he would have 3 reincarnations. How could he just ignore it? Phew! Long Zhanghua was extremely fast. In just a short while, he arrived at the Fusang giant tree. In the western sky, the stars were shining. Sima Zongheng led the 33 troops to fight the enemy. In the northern sky, 9 suns were in the sky. Dragon God Ing and Long Shunwan led the troops to fight. In the south, the dragon race and the angel race were fighting desperately. Ao Tianhuang was fighting Tai Chu and the 12-winged angel alone. Long Zhanghua did not even look and rushed to a city on the Fusang giant tree. Before the war, Long Zhanghua had already known the Fusang giant tree like the back of his hand. He was also very clear about the cities in it. Luya City, Long Zhanghua saw it in an instant. Boom! Long Zhanghua immediately rushed to Luya City. Outside Luya City, fog filled the air. Long Zhanghua entered in an instant, bringing with him a gust of wind. He stopped at the entrance of the various divine halls in the center. In the distance, the expressions of Tai Chu, Kong Xian, and the Golden Crow princes changed drastically. Who? Did he just enter the Fusang tree? Absolute Beginning's expression changed as he turned to look. I am your opponent now, Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. The intense battle continued. Even though someone noticed Long Zhanghua, they were too busy to deal with him. However, Emperor Dong's palace did not move at all at the top of the Fusang giant tree. Inside the Beast Path secret realm, Luya was happy to see Gu Hai step out of the deity palace. He had 10,000 ways to kill Gu Hai. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai stepped back. You are not playing by the rules. Wow! Luya flew to the sun and looked at Gu Hai coldly. Gu Hai also looked at Luya with a cold smile. Come, Luya. What other tricks do you have? Use them. Luya looked at Gu Hai coldly and opened his mouth to spit. Wow! He suddenly spat out an ice ball. A three-legged jackdaw was trapped in the ice ball. Gu Hai, is this your woman? Luya sneered. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim and narrowed his eyes. Originally, I wanted to eat her. However, she has not reached the heavenly palace. It would be a waste to eat her. But now I can eat her. If I eat her, I can become stronger. Perhaps you will not be my opponent then. Luya sneered. How dare you? Gu Hai glared. Ha ha ha, let's see if I dare. Either you get out now, or I will eat Bingheim now. Luya stared at Gu Hai with red eyes. Gu Hai was strong, but he could not save Bingheim instantly. If he was not careful, Bingheim could be killed by Luya. Your Majesty, don't worry about me, Bingheim said anxiously. Bingheim felt that she was a burden. She was used to threaten the Emperor every time. Bingheim's eyes were filled with tears of sadness. Should I eat her, or should you go out? Luya roared again. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's useless for me to go out. You are dead meat. What? Luya raised his eyebrows. What do you mean it's useless for you to go out? If you go out, I can kill you. What do you mean by I am dead meat? Boom! Suddenly, a figure stepped into the entrance of the divine palace. Before Luya could see who it was, the huge figure suddenly grew. Rumble! The person who had come had released his human soul. As soon as the human soul was released, it suddenly grew to 490 feet tall, the same height as Gu Hai. However, its aura was several times stronger, or even hundreds of times stronger. Long Zhanghua? Luya suddenly exclaimed. The person who just stepped in was Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua's human soul condensed. Behind him, millions of rays of light suddenly appeared. The rays of light covered the sky and earth like a vast ocean. Behind Gu Hai, there were only 6 light circles. Long Zhanghua's light filled the sky. It was so bright that the sun under his feet was overshadowed. In the distance, on the ground below, the old witch rubbed her eyes. Did you see wrongly? What did you see? Another human. Another powerful human. The gods of war exclaimed excitedly. That figure that had suddenly appeared seemed to be even stronger than Senior Gu. Long Zhanghua stepped in. Suddenly, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he turned to look at Gu Hai. Did you really find her again? Daqiansheng, go. Please help me save Bingheim first. Gu Hai pointed at Bingheim, who was in the ice ball. Not good. Humph. Gu Hai, how did you do it? Luya suddenly exclaimed. Luya opened his mouth and swallowed Bingheim. Luya was very strong. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than Long Zhanghua. How could Gu Hai summon Long Zhanghua when he went out? Long Zhanghua would be in trouble if he came. Luya couldn't care about anything else. He opened his mouth and swallowed Bingheim. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, and a ray of light suddenly enveloped Luya. Long Zhanghua instantly appeared at Luya's mouth. His right hand grabbed Luya's upper mouth, and his left hand grabbed Luya's lower mouth. The Bingheim that was about to be swallowed was stuck in his throat. Luya? So you have the entrance to the Beast Tao mystic realm. No wonder you have so many demonic arts. Humph! Long Zhanghua snorted coldly and pulled with his hand. Rip! Luya's mouth was instantly ripped open by Long Zhanghua. That enormous strength didn't just rip open the golden crow's mouth. It even tore from the mouth all the way to the abdomen. The golden crow's enormous body was almost ripped in half. However, even so, the golden crow did not die. It was just heavily injured to the point of being on the verge of death. Why is he so strong? The divinity of a human soul is so much more than Gu Hai's? Luya, who was on the verge of death, broke down. This was a world of divinity. The stronger one's divinity, the stronger they were in this world. Loch Great God used to be the strongest in this world. Not long ago, Gu Hai strangely surpassed Loch Great God and himself. Originally, he was even more invincible in this world. However, now, the divinity that Long Zhanghua displayed was hundreds or thousands of times more than Gu Hai's. How could he be so insignificant in front of him? Your Majesty! Bingheim immediately flew out and flew towards Gu Hai. She turned into her human form with tears in her eyes and excitement. Gu Hai also withdrew his enormous human soul body. He hugged Bingheim and gently stroked her hair. It's all right now. It's all right. Long Zhanghua lifted the dying Luya and turned to look at Gu Hai. Do you still want this, Luya? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. Just now, Long Zhanghua had almost given up on Gu Hai. After all, his own battle was more important. In fact, Long Zhanghua didn't know if he should tell Gu Hai that his son, Gu Qin, was already dead. If he had come to save Gu Hai earlier, perhaps Gu Qin wouldn't have died. He had almost given up on Gu Hai, but Gu Hai was still helping him find the secret realm of samsara. Long Zhanghua felt a sense of guilt. Gu Hai didn't know what Long Zhanghua was thinking. He looked at Bingheim. Bingheim, Luya wants to devour your 3 souls? What cultivation technique are you cultivating? The Tao of Yin-Yang? Can you cultivate it too? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. The great Yin-Yang coexisting technique? These days, Luya has also passed it to me. I can cultivate it too. I can also devour him and refine him. Bingheim nodded. Daqianxing, go. Leave Luya to Bingheim. Gu Hai shouted. All right, I'll help you cripple him first. Erase his intelligence to prevent him from devouring Bingheim. Long Zhanghua nodded. No, don't. Luya screamed. However, at this moment, Long Zhanghua felt a sense of guilt towards Gu Hai. Everything was perfect for Gu Hai. Buzz! A ray of light surged towards Luya. Immediately, Luya trembled. His intelligence was completely destroyed, and his eyes became hollow. Wah! Bingheim turned into a huge 3-legged jackdaw. She opened her mouth and swallowed the 3-legged golden crow. Boom! A strange blue flame appeared on the jackdaw's body. Your Majesty, I want to go out and refine it. Bingheim shouted. All the demon guards outside have been killed by me. It's safe outside. Long Zhanghua nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai, I'm about to take this secret realm of the Way of the Beast. Do you have anything to say? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also realized that Long Zhanghua was acting strangely today. However, there was no time to think about it. There are humans in this realm. I'll have to trouble Daqianxing to release them back to the divine continent. I can do it too, Gu Hai said. Long Zhanghua looked at the countless civilians below. Sure. Once I take this secret realm of reincarnation, I can do it immediately. Long Zhanghua nodded. Also, I want to kill all the demon immortals in this realm. Gu Hai said solemnly. Kill all. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Yes, kill all. After you take the secret realm of the Way of the Beast, bring all the demon immortals to me for me to kill. That will do. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. This request was not difficult. However, Long Zhanghua did not understand. However, when he took the secret realm of the Azura Path, he had promised Gu Hai that the next time he found the secret realm of reincarnation, he would not rush to take the items inside. He would inform him first in case anything happened. He promised that all the treasures inside would belong to Gu Hai. All right, I promise you, Long Zhanghua replied. Chapter 698. Lu Yacheng. Not long after Long Zhanghua entered the secret realm of Beast, he quickly came out with Gu Hai and Bingheim. With a flip of his hand, Long Zhanghua took out his immortal dome. Bai Ming-shou, who was beside him, set up a longevity array and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, countless chains appeared from the secret realm of Beast and rushed towards the immortal dome in Long Zhanggua's hand. Rumble! Long Zhanghua kept the secret realm of Beast. In an instant, the void shook violently and many cracks appeared in the void. What's going on? All the experts who were in the middle of the battle turned their heads and looked over. At this moment, they could vaguely see the center. His Holiness? Ao Tianhuang, who was far away, was shocked. Long Zhanghua? Why are you here? Tai Chu's expression changed. They didn't know what Long Zhanghua was doing, but they knew that they had to stop Long Zhanghua. Tai Chu was about to rush over. Ha 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 ha, Tai Chu, now is not the time for you to leave. Let's continue. Ao Tianhuang laughed and blocked Tai Chu. In the starry sky, Kong Xian's expression changed. Kong Xian, your opponent now is only me. Break! Sima Zongheng shouted. All of a sudden, the formation of the great Qian dynasty army shot up into the sky and a giant yellow fist crashed into the Zhou Tian stars formation. Hong! Wah wah wah! A series of caws sounded and 9 suns rushed towards Long Zhanghua. Jiang Chen's body come out. With a loud roar, 9 coffins appeared in the void. A figure in an emperor's robe blocked the 9 suns in each of the 9 coffins. Long Zhanggua's expression was ferocious as he quickly absorbed the secret realm of Beast. At the same time, he looked at Emperor Dong's palace in the sky cautiously. Tai Yi should be making a move now, right? However, Emperor Dong's palace was extremely peaceful. Tai Yi did not appear. In fact, at this moment, even the Eye of Heaven wasn't paying attention to him. Did the Samsara not care about him taking away the secret realm of the Tao of animals? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. In the heavenly realm? Humph! It was chaos outside, but Long Zhanggua's face was gloomy. Tai Yi was not here, and neither was Immortal Six Paths. They were setting up a bigger trap. Rumble! Whoosh! A loud sound rang out. After the void was torn apart, the Beast Tao's secret realm was completely sucked into Long Zhanggua's immortal dome palm. Congratulations to His Holiness for obtaining the Beast Path secret realm. Bai Ming-shou laughed excitedly. Gu Hai, you go in, Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Gu Hai nodded and was sucked into the Warring State's immortal dome by Long Zhanghua. At the same time, countless humans in the Beast Path secret realm were instantly moved to Luya City. Are we out? The old witch looked around blankly. The battle was extremely intense, as though it was the end of the world. The humans were confused. We're out. This is the Solar Divine Palace. It's the Fusang Tree. Someone said excitedly. The Beast Path secret realm was sucked into Long Zhanggua's immortal dome palm. The inner world had not been refined, but Long Zhanghua could already control it. Gu Hai condensed his 490 feet body again. He put away the true fire gourd, vine realm gourd, immortal slaying gourd, and life-extinguishing saber. He grabbed the life-extinguishing saber and looked around. All right, Daqiansheng, let them come. Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a mystic realm of the Beast Tao, the Fey Immortals were suddenly pulled toward Gu Hai by a huge force. Why can't I control myself? Be careful of that human. Is the human race flourishing? In the past, I was the one eating them. Now, it's the other way around? Be asterisk starred, let go of me. Otherwise, I'll eat 3 more human tribes. The monster gods flew toward Gu Hai. There was no mercy in Gu Hai's eyes. He slashed with the life-extinguishing saber. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of slashes, the monster gods were instantly wounded and surrounded by countless skeletons. There were too many monster gods. The 100,000 monster gods that Loch God commanded were only a portion of the monster gods in this world. There were more than 1,000,000 monster gods in this world. They flew toward Gu Hai. When they arrived, Gu Hai was completely shrouded in a huge black fog. In the black fog, there were rolling skeletons. Ah, don't eat me! I won't eat humans anymore. Let go of me! Save me! The screams of countless monster gods came from the rolling black fog. Long Zhangguo stepped in and looked up at the black fog that Gu Hai was in. Countless shadows of the life-extinguishing saber flashed in the black fog. Any monster god that entered was instantly killed. This saber is very strange. Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand. The 1,000,000 monster gods flew toward Gu Hai almost instantly. Boom! With a loud scream, all the monster gods were killed by Gu Hai. The skeletons were still eating the monster god's divinity. More and more halos appeared behind Gu Hai's head. At the same time, like Long Zhangguo, the halos seemed to turn into rays of light that shot into the sky. 9 rays of light shone brightly. After the last monster god was devoured, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from Gu Hai's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The 10th level of the lower celestial palace? Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai, who was not far away. In the past, Long Zhangguo also knew that Dragon God Ing could obtain the news of Gu Hai's human soul size. Long Zhangguo did not think highly of Gu Hai in the past. He thought that Gu Hai would be stuck at this level for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai actually used the Beast Path Mystic Realm to break through to the perfected lower celestial palace. This terrifying divinity was not weaker than his? Gu Hai opened his eyes. Buzz! A ray of 9-colored light shot out from Gu Hai's eyes. Daiqianxing is going? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhangguo, who was not far away, in surprise. Done? Long Zhangguo glanced at the life-ender saber. However, Long Zhangguo merely glanced at it. He did not have any thoughts about the life-ender saber. My luck is pretty good. The lower celestial palace is already perfected. I just need an opportunity to break through to the celestial palace, Gu Hai said with a smile. My luck is more than just good. It is almost impossible to fill a perfected human soul with divinity. Before this, no one thought highly of you, Long Zhangguo said with a sigh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Since it is done, I will refine the Beast Path Mystic Realm, Long Zhangguo said. Then, he raised his hand. Boom! The place where the two of them were suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, they arrived at the peak of a mountain. The human soul's body suddenly collapsed. Gu Hai's human soul retracted back into his body. Is this still your immortal dome? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity. It was still the same place as before. However, the sky was churning. Gu Hai understood that Long Zhangguo was refining the immortal dome. The immortal of the 6 paths and Tai Er in the heaven realm. When I arrive, the battle of the heaven realm will be decided in one battle, Long Zhangguo said in a deep voice. Oh! Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. In the past, I promised you that I would take you to see the immortal dome. Before the battle with Tai Yi, I will take you to see it, Long Zhangguo said in a deep voice. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhangguo flew up with Gu Hai. They looked at the land in front of them. Soon, they arrived at a gathering place of the human race. The two of them stood in the sky and looked at the battlefield below. Rumble! Amidst the rumbling, Gu Hai saw dozens of fighter jets shooting at each other. Gu Hai seemed to have seen these planes before. They were the propeller planes from World War II on TV. There were 3 types of planes, each with 3 different flags, but Gu Hai had never seen them before. This is? Gu Hai was shocked. Human wisdom is infinite. Haha, in my world, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation, no spiritual chi, and no laws. Human development will not stop. It is still changing. In just a few thousand years, since the discovery of gunpowder and steam, it has not stopped. Long Zhangguo said in a deep voice. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Dai Qianxing, I don't understand. What is this immortal dome of the warring states all about? Also, what is this immortal dome? Immortal dome? How do you explain it? It's like there was nothing in this world at the beginning. Do you understand that there is nothing? Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai. Chaos era? Gu Hai was puzzled. Chaos? You can say that in the beginning there was nothing. There was no sky, no earth, no space, no time. However, everything will change. The book of changes that you read in Shenong City is correct. Everything will change. There is nothing. The infinite will give birth to Taiji. Nothing will give birth to something. The immortal dome of the 6 paths came from the infinite and gave birth to something, Long Zhangguo explained. The immortal dome of the 6 paths? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The infinite will give birth to Taiji? Nothing will give birth to something. When heaven and earth were born, there were no living things, and they slowly changed. The infinite will give birth to Taiji. There were no living things, and gradually there were living things. The first living thing was called the immortal. He led the people to multiply. He led everything. He made everything. He was the immortal. He was the heaven of the people. However, one day the 6 paths enlightened master appeared. He killed the heaven of the people and took everything from it. He became the new immortal and controlled the world. Long Zhangguo explained. I can roughly guess. As you said, your immortal dome is also a new something. You are the immortal of this world. You control everything and make everything. Make all the decisions? Gu Hai asked. Long Zhangguo nodded. Something like that. However, my immortal dome is far inferior to the immortal dome of the 6 paths outside. Gu Hai was puzzled. The world outside is a perfect Taiji. The 6 paths of reincarnation help it operate. An immortal dome that exists eternally in the infinite. That is the true heaven and earth, the true immortal dome. In my hand, this is just a broken celestial dome. Every million years, the outside world will nurture a broken celestial dome. In the past, the 6 Tao used a broken celestial dome and a series of methods to kill the previous generation of immortals. I obtained this celestial dome by coincidence. It was not born with me. Long Zhan explained. In your immortal dome, human civilization developed on its own? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhangguo. That's right. I did not interfere with them. Long Zhangguo nodded. The infinite gives birth to Taiji. Besides the 6 paths immortal dome, are there any other perfect immortal domes in the infinite? Gu Hai asked curiously. Other immortal domes? I don't think so. The immortal dome represents life. Outside the immortal dome, it represents destruction. There is no such thing as the immortal world that you hypothesized. Outside the heaven and earth, there is nothing. There, time will slow down and eventually stop. There, space will compress and even disappear. There won't be any more, right? Long Zhangguo frowned. No more? Since the infinite can give birth to the 6 paths immortal dome, why can't another immortal dome be born? Gu Hai frowned. According to Long Zhangguo, the earth that he was on was also an immortal dome. The edge of the universe was perhaps the place where time slowed down or even stopped. At the edge of the universe, space would compress and disappear. The earth really existed. Otherwise, where did he come from? Long Zhangguo fell into deep thought. What you said may be right. However, no one can prove it. Perhaps we can only know everything when we become an immortal. Gu Hai was silent for a while and nodded. You can visit my immortal dome. 3 days later, I will refine the secret realm of the path of the beast. Then, I can attack the heaven realm, Long Zhangguo said in a low voice. Chapter 699. Warring States Immortal Dome. 3 days later, when Long Zhangguo finished refining the beast Tao mystic realm, Gu Hai, on the other hand, was in a huge bookstore reading a large number of books. Long Zhangguo came before Gu Hai. With a wave of his hand, no one outside could enter the bookstore. Only the owner was in the bookstore, looking at the two in fear. You, who are you? The bookstore owner exclaimed. What's wrong? Long Zhangguo looked curiously at the frowning Gu Hai. Take a look yourself. Gu Hai frowned as he picked out a few books and handed them to Long Zhangguo. Prehistoric Tales, Tranquil Taiji Sutra, God Loves the People, The Legend of Tathagata Buddha. Looking at the titles of these books, Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have found something strange. You haven't let anyone else come to this world, right? Gu Hai asked curiously. No. You are the first. Long Zhangguo nodded. Look at these books. There's Taishang, Tongtian, Primordial Beginning, Tathagata Buddha, Tai, and God. This God should be the original form of Tathagata Buddha. Perhaps the names are different, but the descriptions are more or less the same. Those elite figures of the divine continent. You seem to have them here too? Gu Hai asked curiously. You, come here. Taishang, Shenong, Yellow Emperor, what's going on? Long Zhangguo looked at the bookstore owner. In this immortal dome, Long Zhangguo was the heavens. The pressure of the heavens made the owner's expression change. He knelt down and told him everything he knew. These are all novels. They are all novels. Someone else made them up. Made them up. The shop owner said in horror. Made up. Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. Yes, made up. They are all stories. It's just that they are more widespread. They are all made-up novels. I don't know. The shop owner said in horror. Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes and immediately probed the world with his consciousness. After a while, Long Zhangguo's consciousness returned. He looked at Gu Hai and said, It is indeed a story, a novel. Is it a coincidence? Coincidence? In the primeval age, the names were different. The Tongtian sect master was exactly the same, and the immortal slaying four swords were exactly the same, right? Also, this Pan Shin's heaven-splitting axe is the same as yours, right? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Long Zhangguo frowned and said, Perhaps because this is my world, my thoughts have more or less affected this world. That's why this world has a trace of my will, and that's why these stories are born. Gu Hai frowned and shook his head. I don't think so. You said that you did not care about this world. In other words, you allowed it to develop on its own. That means that without your interference, there will still be people or places that are identical to the divine continent. Doesn't that mean that this is an inevitable phenomenon of the immortal firmament's development? Gu Hai said solemnly. Inevitable phenomenon? Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. For example, if there is an immortal firmament like the divine continent, and they develop separately, perhaps at different times, but their starting point is the same. Therefore, some inevitable developments will be born. For example, if there is a Tongtian sect master in the divine continent, there will be a Tongtian sect master in the other immortal firmament. This is the inevitable result of development. It's like how your immortal firmament invented the airplane, and the divine continent invented the flying boat. It's an inevitable phenomenon of the development of things. Gu Hai frowned. Inevitable phenomenon? That's interesting. But how can there be exactly the same? Long Zhangguo asked in disbelief. They might not be exactly the same. Perhaps they will appear in different forms. Just like the characters of the divine continent, they can appear in your immortal firmament novels, Gu Hai said. You mean that different immortal firmaments will develop towards the same end? Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. Yes, because the starting point is the same. It's like a journey. The starting point and the ending point are the same. There can be all kinds of developments along the way. Gu Hai explained. Long Zhanghua was deep in thought. I don't believe it. This is all a coincidence. Perhaps my will influenced this world. Alright, time to go out. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. As he spoke, Long Zhanghua led Gu Hai and disappeared from the bookstore. The shop owner was stunned. He thought he had seen a ghost. Long Zhanghua didn't believe it, but Gu Hai firmly believed in his own theory. Because not only in the immortal firmament of the warring states, there were similar characters and myths on Earth. He had even seen Laozi not long ago. Every independent immortal firmament had the same starting point. Some important characters were also the same. The immortal firmament of the warring states was a broken immortal firmament. It could only appear in novels and myth. Earth? Was it a broken immortal firmament? No, it didn't seem like it. It was because of the black chess piece that he had fused with the heaven-suppressing god Imperial Seal. The black chess piece that had brought him from Earth to the divine continent might be the divine weapon of Earth, the heavenly go chess. The heavenly go chess from another immortal firmament? It wasn't a myth, but a real thing. Then Earth should be a perfect immortal firmament like the divine continent. It was just that the immortal firmament of Earth seemed to be a cage. Was the end of the immortal firmament to be a prisoner? Gu Hai frowned. In the next instant, he appeared at the entrance of the Temple of All Gods. Rumble! Rumbling sounds continued. The battles on the 3 battlefields were not over yet. Your Majesty? Bingheim walked up happily. How's the refinement? Gu Hai asked. Lu Ya's consciousness has been erased by Daqiansheng. There won't be any problems. It's just a matter of time. We still need some time. Bingheim said with a smile. Good. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you, Senior Gu. Lu Ya City, the people of the Beast Dao Mystic Realm, bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhanghua looked at the Emperor Dong's palace in the sky. Emperor Dong still didn't move. Humph, Tai, you won't come out? Fine, I'll see if you come out or not. Long Zhanghua said coldly. As he spoke, he turned to look at the 9 golden crow princes fighting Dragon Shenying and Dragon Shenwen. Shenying, Shenwen, get out of the way, Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 princes in the distance answered. Wah. The 9 golden crow princes charged at Long Zhanghua with ferocious expressions. 10 suns crossing the sky. The 9 golden crow princes shouted. Buzz! The 9 golden crow princes seemed to have turned into 9 suns, illuminating the sky above Lu Ya City. A huge wave of heat rushed down as if it was going to melt everything in Lu Ya City. Tai, if you don't come out, it's too late. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. The dragon warring state extended his right hand toward the sky, which transformed into an enormous white astral palm. His hand covered the sky, and it was like a net that covered the 9 suns. In the blink of an eye, the area was completely surrounded. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed 9 eggs. The 9 suns were instantly held in Long Zhanggua's hand. What? The 9 golden crow princes in the sky were shocked. In the distance, Kong Xian's eyes also widened. Long Zhanghua. He's holding the 9 princes in one hand? Impossible. Tai Chu's expression also changed. Explode. Long Zhanggua's eyes widened. It was as if 9 eggs had been crushed in an instant. The terrifying power rushed toward the center. The 9 princes had nowhere to run. They were squeezed in Long Zhan's palm. No. Ah, save me, Imperial Father! Impossible. Impossible. How can Long Zhanghua be so strong? Imperial Father, Imperial Father! The 9 golden crow princes screamed in pain. Boom! There was a huge sound. Billions of rays of light shot out from the center of the huge energy palm and lit up the entire divine continent. After the 9 golden crow princes screamed in pain, the light dimmed. The 9 huge golden crows exploded and turned into a pile of flesh. They fell. The battle in all directions came to an abrupt end. Long Shenwen's expression froze. The 9 golden crow princes that he and his big brother couldn't hurt for so long were all crushed by their father's palm? How? Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. He was shocked by Long Zhanggua's strength. 9 golden crow princes. Even if it was an imperfect 10-sun sky crossing formation, it was still one of the top formations in Solar Divine Palace. He crushed them with one slap? Tai Chu shuddered, and the demon kings in the sky were also shocked. Dang. Suddenly, a bell rang from Emperor Dong's palace. As the bell rang, a huge yellow bell suddenly appeared at the entrance of Emperor Dong's palace. The huge bell rippled as if it was creating a huge hole in the void. On the other side of the hole, there seemed to be another small world. The Bell of Chaos. So the Bell of Chaos is the entrance to the Heaven Realm. The Gate of Heaven? Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. Heaven Realm? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the small world guarded by the Bell of Chaos. Long Zhanggua, you dare to kill my son? Do you dare to come here and fight? Tai Yi's loud voice suddenly came from the Heaven Realm. Tai Yi was furious, but he didn't come down. Clearly, there was a huge ambush in the Heaven Realm. Even when the Golden Crow Princes were killed, no one came to help. The Gate of Heaven Realm is finally open? Ha 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 ha, Tai Yi, I'll kill you later. I wouldn't care about these little things, but I'm happy today. I'll kill them all before I come. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanggua laughed. As he laughed, he turned to look at the cosmic cycle star array in the sky. Sima Zongheng, get out of the way! Long Zhanggua shouted. Yes. Sima Zongheng led the 33rd Army to withdraw the array. However, Long Zhanggua punched into the sky. With a punch, a huge cyan fist appeared in the void. The fist rushed into the sky. Oh no, the cosmic cycle star array astral palm. Kong Xian suddenly shouted. Buzz. The 361 demon stars shone brightly and connected to form a huge net. Then, they formed a huge palm. The astral palm was the palm that tore through the void and blocked Tai Wa's powerful attack. The astral palm reached out and tore countless cracks in the void. It seemed to be trying to block Long Zhanggua's fist. In the starry sky, Kong Xian and the 360 demon kings all looked ferocious as they activated their astral powers. Humph! Long Zhan snorted coldly with a ferocious expression. Long Zhanggua's green fist shattered the astral palm. At the same time, it enlarged and rushed into the starry sky. Hong! The net made of astral powers exploded. Like the light of the golden crow, the endless starlight lit up the entire divine land. Ah! No! Impossible! My heavenly cycle star formation! A series of miserable shrieks instantly died down amidst the rumbling. The 361 demon stars exploded one after another under Long Zhanggua's fist. Boom, boom, boom! Shattering the stars with a punch. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. What was the limit of Long Zhanggua's strength? Chapter 700. Long Zhanggua punched the sky, shattering the cosmic cycle star formation. The sky full of demon stars exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom! After a series of explosions, Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Sima Zongheng, and Baiming Shou's eyelids twitched violently. Not far away, the battle between Tai Chu and Ao Tianhuang also stopped. Tai Chu originally thought that he was quite powerful, but after seeing Long Zhanggua's punch, he realized that he was too naive. Was that the cosmic cycle star formation? The number 1 formation of Solar Divine Palace was destroyed by Long Zhanggua with just one punch? No, impossible! Tai Chu exclaimed. Ah! Ah! A series of screams came from the starry sky. In addition to the explosions of the stars, countless demon beasts also exploded. Most of the 361 monster kings exploded and were completely destroyed. Hiss! Gu Hai gasped. Bingheim's face twitched slightly. That was the cosmic cycle star formation. Long Zhanggua's punch tore a large number of black holes in the starry sky. The shattered stars were suddenly sucked into the black holes and filled them up. Puff! Only a dozen monster kings spat out blood and flew toward the gate of heaven where the Emperor Dong's palace was located. Master, we are useless. Kong Xian, the leader, spat out blood and flew toward the gate of heaven with a sad expression. Long Zhanghua, good, very good. You are bullying the weak. You are really something, aren't you? Tai Yi's voice came from the gate of heaven. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. Bullying the weak? Ha, I will be bullying the weak today. Long Zhanggua's eyes turned cold. Long Zhanghua turned his head and looked in Tai Chu's direction. In the 3 battlefields, the 10-sun sky array was destroyed with one punch. The cosmic cycle star formation was destroyed with one punch. Now only Tai Chu was left. Beside absolute beginning was the 12-winged angel formed by 10-direction apocalypse. Before the Long Zhanghua arrived, Tai Chu thought that he could stop the Long Zhanghua. After all, he had 800,000 years of foundation. Moreover, he could mobilize the power of all the angels through the Tai Chu scripture. His strength had increased exponentially. In the previous Myriad Sage Assembly, he didn't use his full strength. This time, he would definitely be able to block Long Zhanghua. But now, absolute beginning no longer had that thought. He crushed 9 suns with a single palm and shattered a sky full of stars with a single punch. He couldn't do it even if he tried his best. When Long Zhanghua turned his head to look at him, Tai Chu knew that Long Zhanghua had targeted him. Tai Chu was scared out of his wits. Block? What a joke. Absolute beginning didn't hesitate as he soared into the sky. Long Zhanghua, if you have the ability, come to the heaven realm and fight it out. Tai Chu roared. With a roar, absolute beginning stepped into the heavenly realm gate and entered the heavenly realm. Hu Long Long. Dozens of black angels also rushed into the heavenly realm. Ao Tianhuang didn't even have time to react when he fled. Ha 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 ha, His Holiness, you scared them to death with a single palm and punch. Ao Tianhuang laughed. Father, you may enjoy immortal blessings forever. Dragon Shenying and Dragon Shunwen shouted. Long live His Holiness! Sima Zongheng led the army and shouted. In the Solar Divine Palace, the monsters all around retreated in fear. Many of them fled in panic, wanting to get as far away from the Solar Divine Palace as possible. Long Zhanggua's aura was too ferocious. The Solar Divine Palace seemed to be invincible. Kaboom! In the distance, the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court also flew over. De Qian Army, follow me to conquer the Heavenly Realm. Today, I will kill Tai and destroy the 6 paths. Long Zhanghua roared. Kill Tai and destroy the 6 paths. Thunderous roars came from all directions. Gu Hai stood beside Long Zhanghua, shock flashing in his eyes. Boom! Long Zhanghua stepped into the Heavenly Court. Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwen, Sima Zongheng, Ao Tianhuang, and Baiming Shou all returned to the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court. With Long Zhanggua's order, the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court flew toward the Emperor Dong's palace, toward the Heavenly Realm gate opened by the Bell of Chaos. The De Qian army rushed toward the Heavenly Realm with unstoppable momentum. The Solar Divine Palace was in a mess. Buzz! As the first city entered the Heavenly Realm, more and more cities followed. In the blink of an eye, all 33 cities entered the Heavenly Realm. Rumble! The Bell of Chaos disappeared as the 33 cities entered the Heavenly Realm. The huge Heavenly Realm gate slowly shrank. Lu Yacheng. Your Majesty, will Long Zhanghua succeed? Bingheim's eyes flashed with shock. I don't know. Gu Hai looked at the shrinking Heavenly Realm gate and narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanghua had finally revealed his fangs. Would he be able to completely tear Tai apart and devour the 6 paths? Just as Gu Hai was pondering, a shout came from afar. Your Majesty, we have committed a capital crime. Montez flew over with 3,000 embroidered uniform guards in a flying boat. Montez led Ao Shun and the embroidered uniform guards out of the heavenly city and hid. Montez and the others only saw Gu Hai after Long Zhangguo destroyed the golden crow and shattered the stars. Montez and the others trembled when they saw Gu Hai. They quickly flew over on the flying boat in ecstasy. You? Why are you here? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. The flying boat stopped. Montez and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards immediately fell to their knees. We have committed a capital crime. We failed to protect the crown prince. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried. What? Gu Hai's face froze. Ao Shun's injuries had improved, but he was still weak. Mr. Good, I've implicated the crown prince of Guqin. Gu Hai had a bad feeling. What happened? Montez, tell me. Gu Hai glared at him. Yes. This official is in the wrong. We did not listen to your majesty's orders. The crown prince and I came. Meng Tai knelt on the ground, crying as he described everything to Gu Hai. Whoosh. Gu Hai staggered. Guqin is dead? You said that Guqin is dead? Gu Hai roared with red eyes. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried as he knelt on the ground. Although Guqin wasn't his biological son, he was still his eldest son. Memories of the past suddenly replayed in his mind. Guqin was a stubborn boy when he was young. Father, isn't this child too stupid? This child has embarrassed father. I will study hard and not disappoint you. Father, I will do whatever you ask me to do even if I have to risk my life. Father, I'm not as smart as my 3 brothers, but I will work harder than them. Father, I'm useless, but I really want to avenge my mother. Please let me be stubborn for once. Father, Guqin wasn't as smart as his 3 brothers, but in Gu Hai's heart, he valued Guqin the most. This was because he was calm and steady. Back in the mortal world, when he had no hope of training, he had groomed Guqin as his successor. Every time he saw Guqin staying up late to read books, Gu Hai would quietly avoid him. He was proud of Guqin. But now he was dead? Before he died, his last words were, I'm useless. I can't be filial to my father anymore. Filial? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed bitterly. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried as he knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Bingheim wanted to comfort Gu Hai, but she was pushed away by Gu Hai's rising anger. The beginning? The beginning? You dare to kill my son? Gu Hai looked at the shrinking entrance to the heavenly realm. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Your Majesty, the beginning has left the heavenly city. If we go now, we might be able to find the crown prince's corpse. Montez cried. Gu Hai suddenly lowered his head and looked at Montez coldly. Montez knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. You don't have to worry about it. From now on, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said coldly. Ah! Montez's expression changed. I said, all of you, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. I will deal with the heavenly city. This Luya city should be a floating city in the past. Ride the Luya city and return immediately. Gu Hai said coldly. You go too. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim, his eyes filled with determination. What about you? Bingheim asked worriedly. Gu Hai looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm above his head and said coldly, I'm going to kill the beginning. What? You want to go to the heavenly realm battlefield? No, you can't go. The battle there is too much. Bingheim said anxiously. Guqin is dead. Ha 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 ha, the beginning killed my son. I must kill him with my own hands. Kill him with your own hands. Gu Hai said coldly. Don't. Bingheim said anxiously. Go back. It's dangerous inside, but there's no difference even if you don't go. It's fine if Long Zhangguo wins, but if he loses, the immortal of the 6 paths will definitely implicate me. Why don't I give it my all? Gu Hai glared. Your subjects are willing to go with your Majesty, even if we die. Montez immediately shouted. All of you, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. This is an imperial edict. Gu Hai said coldly. Your Majesty, Montez said anxiously. Are you going to defy the imperial edict? Gu Hai glared. Yes. Montez and the rest said bitterly. Mr. Good, I'm sorry. Ao Shun said bitterly. It's not your fault. My son is dead and he died honorably. I'm proud of him. However, he must die for killing my son. Gu Hai looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm that was shrinking in the sky. Bingheim tried to persuade him, but Gu Hai also told her to leave immediately. Bingheim was helpless. Although Gu Hai already recognized her as his woman, Bingheim felt so inferior in her heart that she only dared to call herself a subject. Liu Yacheng slowly flew up and flew towards the outside world. Your subjects will wait for your Majesty's good news in the limitless celestial capital. Montez and the rest kowtowed. Gu Hai looked up at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Although his eyes were filled with hatred, he did not charge in immediately. Instead, he took out another Guqin figurine. Notify all the Guqin figurines of the Han dynasty. Notify all the subjects and citizens of the Dahan. If I am not in the Han dynasty, I will appoint Chen Tianshan, the commander of the Second Army of the Han dynasty, as the Tianshan king of the Han dynasty. He will be in charge of supervising the Han dynasty. All subjects, no matter who they are to listen to the Tianshan king's orders and guard the Han dynasty for me until I return. No matter what happens, if I don't return, the Tianshan king will guard the nation. In the soaring palace hall, under the dragon throne, there is an imperial edict left behind by me in the past. The Tianshan king can take it out and guard the Han dynasty with my orders. Gu Hai shouted. Buzz. The Guqin figurine immediately repeated Gu Hai's words to all the Guqin figurines. This time, it was to inform all the Guqin figurines that wherever the Dahan figurines were, there would be Gu Hai's imperial edict. After handing over his will, Gu Hai looked at the Guqin figurine again. Notify the blood-clad guards commander, Chong Ming. Chong Ming, receive the imperial edict. I know that you have the Chaos Essence Pearl. From now on, the blood-clad guards will attack with all their might and kill all the angels for me. Do not leave a single one alive. Kill them all. At the same time, collect Crown Prince Guqin's corpse in Heavenly City, Gu Hai said coldly. After doing all this, Gu Hai soared into the sky and instantly headed for the entrance to the heavenly realm.